Good afternoon and welcome to Madrid, the capital of Spain. And for the next 4 days, the capital of padel, as the city plays host to the second edition of the groundbreaking HEXAGON CUP. Prepare to be dazzled. There's an array of padel talent competing in a unique team format involving the heroes of today, the rising generation of tomorrow, and celebrity owners like Rafa Nadal, Anthony Joshua, Pierre Gasly, Robert Lewandowski and Eva Longoria. This is padel with a new dimension for 2025. So, first day nerves, first day upsets for the world number ones. First to fall in the opening match, Pausa Jose Maria, beaten by the women's defending champions Delphi Brea and Sofia Araujo. Next to go was the men's number one, Agustin Tapia. He and RL9 partner John Sanz were overwhelmed by crowd favourite Paquito Navarra and his young Argentine partner Alex Chozas in a super tiebreak. Jessica Castello only got the call last week to replace the injured Bea Gonzalez, but she and 17-year-old partner Amanda Ustero edged a super tiebreak to take down Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo. The men's defending champions Martin de Nenno and Juan Tello knew they'd be up against it with Fede Chingotto and Momo Gonzalez, and the scoreline proved it, edged out in a thrilling super tiebreak. No such dramas for Gemma Triay and Martita Ortega for the Rafa Nadal Academy. 6-4, 6-4 winners over another world number one, Ari Sánchez with Lucia Sáinz. And what about the closing match of the day? Arturo Coello completed the set of world number one losers with Coqui Nieto, Mike Yanguas and Javi Garrido taking a super tiebreak 10-5. Breathless stuff, we want more. All of which means in this team format at the Alpine HEXAGON Cup 2025, the league tables with the 8 teams look like this. So Team Advantage, who were the defending champions men and women last year, are nicely placed along with Rafa Nadal Academy, but there is still a long way to go. Just because the HEXAGON team don't have too many points at the moment, we've still got Thursday, Friday and Saturday before the Sunday finals. What's up today? Lots of good stuff. Busy for Jessica Castello on her debut in the HEXAGON Cup. She's out there again for Team Bello Puerto Rico against Sergio Aguero's Team Crew. King Bela makes his long-awaited entrance at the HEXAGON Cup after injury forced him out last year. He's going to be playing for the 11-11 team. Another great paddle star, Alejandro Salazar, graces the court in match 3 for HEXAGON. De Nenno and Tello have an early chance to bounce back from that defeat against world number one Coello and Nieto. They're not going to be happy, are they? Advantage against Team Bela. Match 5, another Team Advantage champion pairing, Brea and Araujo going for a win double against the world number one Ari Sánchez. And then the crowd favourites, the dynamic duo Navarro and Chozas, close out for HEXAGON against last year's losing finalists. But first up, it's Andrea Ustero and Jessica Castello for Team Bela Puerto Rico, and our first appearance for Claudia Jensen and Vero Virseda for Team Crew. The teams are about to join us in the Madrid Arena. The walkout. Sandy Falkerson alongside me, paddle player, paddle coach, great paddle authority. It's got a lot to live up to, hasn't it? Day 2, as we watch now. She can't believe it, can she, Jessica Castello? She's only got called up for the sadly injured Bea Gonzalez, and here she is, back out again. One win yesterday, out again, leading us without Andrea Ustero.
And arguably played a fantastic match and was the pivotal player in yesterday's match. So let's see if she can almost repeat that in today's game. And this is another even match we've got here, the first thing.
It must be better. It's a good feeling having come out and won the first match. Always good to start with a W or a number 1 in the W column, put it that way. That's what they did. Youngest woman involved, Andrea Ustero, just 17 years old. He's just checking up, I think. So we have Team Bela out on court, as you might say, just nearby the court, and now we're going to wait and greet Sergio Aguero's Team Crew. Claudia Jensen, 19 years old, and Vera Virseda, 32 years old. Loving it, you can tell. Yes, it's our first appearance, and we're going to make the most of it. And guess who she was playing with last season? Jess Castello. So they're in opposition today. The first match up for the 3 women's and 3 men's after our next gen matches earlier today.
I think this will be a good combination, this Jensen and Virseda. They both finished last season playing very well, and yeah, I was really impressed, particularly with Virseda at the end of last season, you know, attacking on that left-hand side, and Jensen is a tricky customer, a lefty on the right-hand side, so I think they will also pair up quite nicely.
Tennis from the age of 4, then found it a bit lonely, did Claudia Jensen. So my brother said, well, why not try paddle? How many times have you heard that over your career, from tennis pro to paddle coach and player? And look where she is. She's a world champion, age 19 for Argentina against Spain. So some words from the umpire. Sort out who's going to serve first and so on. All the formalities as we prepare for another day of full-on competition. 6 matches are about to unfold, and all of them counting to this team league table. And this is the different dynamic, isn't it, that you as a player, you know this is playing for Great Britain and so on. It changes the dynamic from what you're used to, say, in the tour.
It completely changes it, and I love these bigger team competitions, and I think it does put more pressure on, but
so if you're just joining us for the first time and you're thinking, this looks interesting, what is paddle? How does all this work at the HEXAGON Cup? Here is what you need to know.
3 pairs, 3 categories: men, women, and next gen. 38 matches in 5 action-packed days. 12 men's, 12 women's, and 8 next gen matches.
Wow. Salazar ready.
Pairs win points for their teams. Men and women earn 2 points for a win. Next gen bank 1 point for a win. The 2 teams with the most points will face each other in the grand final for a chance to win 1.2 million euros. You're about to experience the most spectacular paddle event. This is the Alpine Hexagon Cup 2025.
We did see some extraordinary play yesterday, some extraordinary serving, some extraordinary rescue shots. So now we're about to see what Team Bela Puerto Rico can produce.
So I tell them that I'm on to the next one. 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 To the next one.
So Jess Castello, ever ready and always in the right place seemingly yesterday, particularly in the first set when she and her partner Ustero 6-1 in the first set. Fantastic performance, wasn't it, Sandy? I mean, just on the front foot, dominating, and their opposition, Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo, had absolutely no answer.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, she was really playing tenacious paddle, wasn't she? Kind of almost pressing the net and following up, predicting where the ball was going to go. And when she got into that, particularly on the cross court with Icardo, she put her under so much pressure, and you felt like she was almost that momentum shift in that beginning set, wasn't she? She was a bit of a force to be reckoned with.
Almost like I was a late call-up. Gosh, I'm here ready. I've got my bags ready. I'm out on court, and here we go. And that sort of sense of purpose and rush was maintained. But fair play to her partner, 17 years old. What a left hand that is. What a left arm. That's a cannon.
Well, I mean, Ustero, she was great because she did her job yesterday, which was really almost set the points up. And she's a tricky player. She's a talented lefty. She can put the ball where she likes. She's got power on the smash. And really, she disrupted the rhythm in order to allow Castello to play her attacking game. So as a pair, they actually match up quite nicely.
Going to be great to see how they work. We, Sandy and I, are up in the commentary position. Let's go courtside now with our reporter, Bruno Bergareccia.
Morning, Jonathan, Sandy. Yes, well, here is the bench for Team Bella Puerto Rico. As you were both saying, an interesting dynamic in the youth of Andrea Ustero and Jess Castello. It was very nice in the post-game interview that Castello said that she wanted Andrea Ustero just be herself and be comfortable out there, and that she set up, as you said, Sandy, all the points for her just to finish them off. So almost doing that sort of dirty work that sometimes goes unnoticed. As for the other team in crew paddle, you can see here how well they are supported. A very heavily populated bench for them, including their two men's players, Chingoto and Momo Gonzalez, who got a brilliant win on the board for them yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how the women get off today. As you said, Jonathan, former partners in Castello and Claudia Jensen. So that'll be another added ingredient, which is always very interesting. But as you all know, in paddle, there are more breakups than in Love Island. So players are used to taking on former partners.
Lovely line, very true. We'll come into that very shortly. Not Love Island, paddle breakups. So, fascinating to see how Team Crew are going to go, because Chingoto and Gonzalez have set the tone.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. I shoot my shot and it's clean. This is my city, yeah, this is my team. If you talking and talking ain't nice, better get right, I'm champion.
So, Claudia Jensen and Vera Virseda. How much of advantage is going to be, Sandy? The fact that these two have played together. They were their partners in 2023. They reached a semi-final. They've various quarterfinals. They know each other's game, whereas the other two have just been thrown together.
It will definitely be a big advantage, and it's kind of similar in terms of styles. Like Claudia here, she's again a good lefty. She controls the speed of the game. She doesn't have the same kind of pop on the smash that Ustero has, but she also is very good at playing the lob and the slow ball game. And Virseda is again a bit like Castello, very physical, tenacious on court. She can step in, she can be aggressive. I mean, she's a really good athlete. Both of them are on that left side, so I think it will match up quite nicely.
Talking about Bruno's point about breakups, she's gone through Alonso Osoro, Martita Ortega and Alejandra Salazar last season in terms of pairings, and she's back with Salazar for 2025.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, the breakups, when a high pair split, it's inevitable there's going to be other splits, and so that's why we saw it a lot in the men's game, we saw it a lot in the women's game, and when you have a dominant pair in both the top of men's and women's, the other pairs are always trying to mix to try and compete with that. So I think we will see that now at the moment, at least until it's steady slightly. So, but what Bruno said about the comfort of being comfortable with your partner, that is a huge thing. You see Castello now talking to Ustero and almost building that support and letting her be herself, be confident. It's really, really important that for the team chemistry.
It's one of the challenges of this competition, surely. You're thrown together. How are you going to do it? How are you going to make this work? And as a coach and as a player, how do you go about that chemistry? How do you can't manufacture it, you can't contrive it, but somehow you can build it. There are ways. Well,
I mean, I think it's not just those two, right? You've got a full team. You've got all of the men's players behind the next gen. It's a full team. You almost want to, as a team, make them feel supported. And actually, one thing we used to do with our British team was almost, if you're playing with your partner on the day, you have breakfast with your partner, you have lunch with your partner, you spend the day, with them. Communication is a big part of that. And so, I'm sure they'll have done stuff as a team to almost, build that cohesion.
Well, you were saying yesterday, I remember, that, how big a force Andy Murray would be for the British Davis Cup team in the men's. It's not just about, hi, I'm Andy Murray. It's, no, how do we make this work? How do we all pull together? So, for example, the passion that Fede Chingoto and Momo Gonzalez bring and what they set, the way they played yesterday, dethroning or taking down the defending champions, Nenno and Tello. for team advantage. That has given us an idea what may be possible, but also for Team Brea Puerto Rico, the fact that they won the first set, crashed into the second, lost that 6-1, and then came back again 10-5. That gives you an idea of resilience and resourcefulness, surely, doesn't it?
Definitely, definitely. And that's, you know, as we go through the week, there's going to be more and more examples of those type of matches that they're going to be able to lean into. But again, it's a new day, and so they're going to have to treat it as such.
A new day, a new chapter, and obviously a different opponent on the other side of the net. Castello and Ustero making their second appearance in the Hexagon Cup 2025, whereas for Claudia Jensen we're seeing here, and Virseda, this is the debut. First serve from Castello was not what she wanted. That's what she can do, but not what she wanted either.
Well, yeah, we know we'll expect that. A few rockets from those bajadas from Ustero, though. I mean, at the beginning, she's just going to feel it out and get it.
If you're watching paddle for the first time, this is very like tennis scoring. Love 15, love 30, love 40. The difference is a golden point instead of a deuce. There's not an advantage, it's win or lose. Great innovation for the Hexagon Cup.
That's what Ustero does so well. She has those great fast hands at net, and just there you see a little lob volley over the top of Jensen.
Tricky serve. Jensen got that one back.
Oh, great volleys. Oh, just tipped the top of the glass there, and she wasn't expecting that. You can see her winding up to be aggressive, and then because it touched the top of the glass, it actually kind of rebounded upwards, and so she had to adapt.
Some very good lobs there.
There were some good lobs. That was great defending from Virseda, and you see that, you know, that physicality there, getting low down from the middle, then fast up the side, lobbing. Great defensive play.
Claudia Jensen ranked 10 in the world. Virseda ranked 12. They had a few communication issues there, just running who was going to take that shot.
Nice little battle going on there with the lefties.
No one hurrying just yet.
Ooh, and that's why just a little bit impatient there, and to change that Vibra down the line. It was an opportunity to potentially win the point, but very easy to miss when you're changing direction like that.
Good move, beautifully disguised.
30-40.
She has a reputation already on the tour, does Andrea Ustero. Look at that, picked that up beautifully. A power player, but with a delicate touch when required. But still facing a break point, Jess Castello.
Oh, just out, I think. Yeah. She went for the body shot, and that's actually, I mean, it's not. There's always a question whether that's sportsmanship or not, but really, at this level, it's often good to go to the body so that it's difficult to defend. She wasn't far off there, a couple of inches.
So break point. Nice start for Jensen and Virseda. Just gives a nice leg up. Shows what may be possible. They'll have noticed how Castello and Ustero set about Fernández and Icardo yesterday. Every game is different, but they'll have picked up a little pointer or two. So, important to follow up then, with Virseda on serve.
Oh, nice volley. Lovely touch volley there from Virseda. Finding that little angle down towards the fence. Excellent, not much they could have done about that. It wasn't a bad return either. Oof, lovely shot.
They've got a bit of an attitude already, haven't they? I have to say, team crew, right out and at it.
Good shot. Lovely bajada there from Ustero down that middle with the slice on, which meant Jensen couldn't get back and defend it.
Well, as one team starts strongly, it surely behoves the other. They've got to respond, haven't they? Otherwise, they're just going to go down.
Well, I think it's how the players play. I mean, Virseda is very much like Castello. They're very physical. You know, she's coming out the block strong. Oh, just mishit it there, Ustero. She went for the power, but just caught the top of the racket and almost slowed it down into a even more difficult position.
Beautifully played. Yeah.
A lot of luck on that one.
I meant that. You know me, Jess.
Again, good bajadas here. Oh, unlucky. Kind of changed direction with that bandeja, just to mix it up, I think, a little bit. She hit a great shot into the corner there that Ustero almost comfortably got out, and maybe she felt like a change.
We'll come to the terminology in a minute. We're just going to keep an idea on this, because this is 2 break points now for Castello and Ustero. That wasn't the easiest. Let's see what Castello can do with that. Well,
overhit that a little
there we
bit.
go. One all. Good response. So bajada and bandeja. Lovely to say. Even better to watch.
Yeah, so the bajada is when you've been lobbed and you go back towards that ball. It bounces off the back glass and you attack it. And you seeing that quite a lot here. And then bajada is the defensive overhead, and that's the topspin. I thought we might see it there, but you see how she attacked that ball that time, and actually it ended up setting Jensen up. So you've almost got to be careful when you attack and when you defend, and the bandeja is that defensive overhead. Might be worth saying, had she have hit a bandeja, she would have kept the net.
Such a tactical game, padel.
Out. Yeah. Lovely smash there from who was that? Castello. Castello smashing, and that was a flat smash to bounce out the side that time. Just a short lob, set up by the previous shot.
It's not just about power. There's placement and strategy, and also keeping a firm eye on what your partner's doing and where they are, and how you can inform them where to stand.
Bit of confusion over the serve there. I think it was out.
And you'll have gathered by now, if you hit the back glass or hit the side, the ball goes into the glass or the fence. That is out, as you might say. That's a fault. It's got to bounce into the fence or the glass at the back or the side.
Castello just got a bit excited there on that ground stroke, almost going for too much. Got Ramiro Choya and Maxi Sanchez watching on there. Couple of errors slipping in here from Castello on balls that she wouldn't normally make them. She just really needs to use that double-handed backhand just to put it back in the cross court. Lovely bandeja. That was a bandeja there, soft. And again. We saw this a lot yesterday, didn't we? Overhitting of the lobs. And it's almost a reminder that we're at altitude here in Madrid and the ball flies a little bit further, and I think probably the players are still getting used to that a little bit. And it's warmer today. It feels warmer.
Sunshine at last in Madrid. You know, when you put those 2 and 2 together. That hasn't been for the last few days. And uncaught, 2 break points for Jensen and Virseda. Oh, we can have a 3rd break of serve.
Using that high lob well. Oh, what a bandeja down the middle off that ball there from Jensen. And again, look at the speed. You see how much he forces Ustero right to that back glass with the speed of it. It shows you that it's not about power.
So, 3 breaks of serve. Well, how do you put that? What do you put that down to?
Well, it's more common in padel. It's not like tennis where really, especially at this level, the serve is really to start the point. You know, and you're seeing here that the servers don't necessarily always keep the net. You know, you serve, you come to net, so you start at the net, but lose it quickly.
Right. So 3 games played. Plenty already for Bruno Garecha to talk about courtside.
Yes, Jonathan, I was catching up with some of the members on the team Brea Puerto Rico, and they were telling me, you can see there behind me, that the next-gen pairing of Marta Arellano and Jimena Velasco, who are in the back row, well, they were comprehensively beaten this morning, and that added to the fact that Arturo Coello was unexpectedly beaten yesterday, has piled the pressure on this match. They need the points, and they need Castello and Ustero to turn out and get a win for them to get another couple of points on the board. So that's worth keeping in mind coming into this game, that it would have been a much different scenario for them if they were heading into this one comfortably after that win for Arturo Coello. So a big challenge in that sense for both of these young players. Worth reminding as well, Andrea Ustero could very well be playing in the next-gen competition for a couple of years still to come.
Absolutely. Well, that's very good point. And we see Alex Chozas, for example, playing with Paquito Navarro for the Hexagon team. He was the next-gen winner in 2024, and here he is starring now as Olympic champion, a world champion with Argentina in the World Championship which we had last year in Doha, tail end of 2024. But it's also one of the features of padel, how many younger players are coming through now. As the sport spreads, and so many people say it's the fastest growing sport in the world, more are taking it up. Former tennis players, those who've gone straight to padel without doing any tennis. So Claudia Jensen looking for the first hold of serve from our 4 players on court. Team crew owned by Sergio Aguero.
Nice Reba in the corner there. Ooh, go, go, go. No, that net cord helped her out there because I think Jensen was in the right place to block that volley back. Bit unfortunate for her there. Good hit.
Sudden change of pace.
What a shot.
Fantastic.
From
My God. But who took the point? I mean, brilliant by Jensen, but there was Ustero, cool as you like at the net.
Well, it was brilliant reaction from Ustero, wasn't it? Because, I mean, you think you would have won it, and then Jensen hits a fantastic shot, and Ustero's moved from being ready for a forehand volley to a backhand and hit a drop shot. So, I mean, she was, she was ready for that. Lovely pickup, though.
Fascinating, attractive game already.
Wow, we were saying these two lefties on the right-hand side are very talented. You know, they create points, and well, that previous point was a show of that.
As in any sport, the players who make things happen will get people through the doors and will spread the popularity of the sport. Many great things expected of Claudia Jensen, world champion already, aged 19. Father was handy too, ranked 4 in Argentina in his day. What a shot that was!
Lovely little, almost a Chiquita down towards the fence there, off that back glass. So often off that back glass you attack, like we were saying with the Bajada there, and so when you make a change like that, it really catches your opponent off guard. Yeah.
Oh, almost got away with it. Great recovery by Castello.
Excellent reactions there.
Yes.
Oh, just out. Unfortunate. Unfortunate because she was holding that rally there with Virseda. And Virseda, as a player, she makes so few mistakes. She's a worker, and she's. I don't think will come out with the same kind of hands that Ustero or Jensen might show, but she doesn't make many mistakes. So
it's the reliability, you mean, that just consistency is there.
Yeah. So if you're going on the cross with her, like Castello here, you're going to have to be patient with her. She doesn't take risks, so she doesn't hit too close to the glass of the lines, but yeah, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Ooh, lovely shot.
Claudia Jensen is busy. Oh, fantastic.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
This is
what a point this is.
Chaotic point.
Out of position. Oh, the wrong side of the court for each other, but great entertainment.
It's a good volley finish there. Look how much Ustero chops down on these volleys. Like, it creates so much slice. Here you see they've made that switch. Look at that chop. You see on her backhand, the high take back brushing down that ball, creating so much spin on the ball, bringing it down off that back glass. Need really good timing for that.
First golden point. So the next one will be the end of this game. And Jensen going for Castello, her former partner last season. So what can she do?
It's worth noting that it's Castello that chooses to return on that goal point. Oh, and an unforced error Bajada there from Jensen. Looked like she was in two minds there. She almost looked like she changed her mind a bit and ended up hitting something between an aggressive Bajada and the Chiquita shot.
4 service games, 4 broken serves.
She didn't want to feel left out.
If you're the coach, I wonder if you'd really say that. So, here we go again. Jess Castello trying to break that pattern.
It's a good pun.
Didn't get that one either. Gosh, come on, wake up.
Nice attacking play there. Oh, just took the risk. You see, I mean, that point for me is almost a typical point in that Virseda played all of her balls well within the glass. I mean, almost, quite central in the court. No risk. Just played and played to get the net position. And then Castello just looked like she just got a bit impatient and tried to go for too much. And that is, I mean, that's just paddle. It's like you've almost got to be, you know, resist that temptation to go for something that is going to cause a risk, you know, of you making a mistake. Nice power down there from Ustero on that.
Oh, what a shot!
What a lovely shot that was.
You never feel that she's 17 years old. Do you know what I mean? You can see some people playing in any sports and you think you can see a little bit of an experience, a bit of it. She just seems to the manner born. Just, it's so simple.
She's got such good court awareness as well there. Because, I mean, Jensen hit that as a lefty, so it's spinning away, and she still managed to get in great position there. Pinpoint accuracy as well. Good defence as well off the fence.
Ooh. Quick hands by Castello.
Good speed, excellent speed on that bandeja that time. And going off that side glass, slowed it down so it had no rebound off the second glass on that back glass. She's really good at judging the speed. See how that just died? No chance for Ustero to take that after the second glass.
2-all, 30-all.
Oh, and she clipped her racket, so point's still open. Yeah. So even there, when you get that smash and the player hits the ball, which we might see here in the replay, you see it clipped her racket and then hit the back glass and went over. That's still, the ball is still in play at that point. It doesn't necessarily have to come forward off your racket, but it does mean that you're often spread in a position, leaving some big gaps.
Another break point.
Really hear the communication here, just constantly through the points. Always recommending for our players to come and watch live, because you just get a sense of the communication that's going on.
What a great point this is.
This is where you've got to stay patient. Oh, lovely slice on that ball. Again, just so much brush on it. You can see her partner there shouting for her to go for it, and then she actually managed to hit that almost perfect speed down the middle. Look at that, and that second ball dying off the back glass.
Oh, quite brilliant. So, here we are, golden point time. Castello and Ustero deciding. Castello to serve, chosen Virseda.
So she's gone for it, a bit risky, but yeah,
got
away with it. You see Virseda couldn't quite get on that ball to cause some damage.
We have our first held serve. Taken to the fifth game to get there, but Jess Castello and Andrea Ustero hold. That is always surely a relief, isn't it, if you keep on being broken. So, during the Hexagon Cup, one of the features is you can vote on your phone for your player of the match. And there is the QR code to scan. And who do you want to choose? Jess Castello, Andrea Ustero, Clara Jensen or Vero Virseda? Let's see how long this game will go on for. It's not like we're saying this is going to happen in the next 40 minutes, half an hour. We're already seeing a very intense competition. Great to watch, tactical battle. Gingotto, winner yesterday for Team Crew. What a big win that was. What a match. Taking down the holders, Nenno and Tello. And still to come, we've got a change actually, because there's no Agustin Tapia. He's got an injury, picked up an injury in his match yesterday, partnering John Sáinz against Paquito Navarro and Alex Chozas. We're told that it's a quadricep injury, restricting knee and hip movement. How troublesome is that, and how worrying is that for Coello and Tapia, given that the tour is about to really kick off in what, 9 days' time?
Well, I wonder if it was that time that he slipped at the back of the court. Do you remember there was a slight moment that he looked like he slipped on some sand, and I wonder if that was the niggle.
Well, certainly he and Sanz, it was a great game to watch. They took the first set 6-3 and then never the same, so can't quite remember when that incident was.
Oh no, you're testing it now.
Yeah, okay.
To go back and
all right.
rewatch.
I like to keep you on the money, but either way, they didn't come through. And
oh, a lovely drop shot there from Jensen. To be able to do that on a volley there, and it's almost, you need in your mind to think that you might do that on a shot, because it comes quite quickly to you, and take the pace off completely. Lovely brush under the ball. Great defence there from Jensen. Oh, just going for a bit too much there, Ustero. Really, the angle backhand harder towards fence was probably one of the more difficult options.
You liken this game to chess. Many people do, and the strategy of it. Often there are familiar openings in chess. Is it the same in padel, where you just know there's a way of doing it, where you want to put it earlier, the lobs and so on, or is it, how random can it be, as you might say?
I was incredibly fortunate to spend like my first amount of time in padel with Bela and
King Bela, who we're going to see in the second match.
Watching him train and the way he trained, and I would sit down with him over the lunch and we'd talk about the tactics, and the way he thinks about it is really like 2 or 3 at least shots ahead. So he's hitting a ball thinking where they will respond, thinking where he will go next, and so it kind of opened my eyes to the tactics quite early, like in the game, in my paddle journey. And so it's understanding that when you hit to a certain place, you're forcing your opponent into a certain part of the court, and they're likely to respond this, likely to go here, and then you will be ready for that. And so it is very much like chess on a court. And how different was that then to your upbringing as a tennis pro? It's very different. It's very different because, and it's also something that it's been a challenge coaching, from my background coaching tennis to coaching paddle, is that tennis is very much patterns of play. So you hit in one place, looking for the next ball to hit somewhere else. But in paddle, there are so many dynamics with the glass and the opponents and where they are on the court, the game situation, that so much of the tactics in paddle often is it depends. It depends on the situation. And so that's why I think tactically paddle is much more complex than tennis. What do you like at chess anyway? It's been a while since I've played. Oh, nicely cut across. I was okay, but I couldn't think of enough moves ahead, so paddle so far is a struggle. Oh, lovely. Disguise from Ustero. And that's the thing with Ustero. We talked about her missing the backhand side, going for that angle. That time she's gone for the forehand angle, and it's one of those that she goes for that same shot at a set all 6-all in the super tie break, and it's a risky shot. Like relatively low percentage compared to, for example, hitting a sensible bajada down the middle or a lob. But these creative players, they, you know, like a Tapia, they're very good at going for those. It does carry risk, though.
Is the ideal then of a Virseda and a Tapia, as you might say, the consistency as well as the flair, to marry the two?
Yes, yeah. I mean, together, like a Coello and Tapia, for example. You know, Coello, I think, plays very percentage. I mean, he plays fantastically, but plays a more percentage style, whereas Tapia will go for the upper limit. And so, again, both of these pairs, it's a similar setup.
Oh,
lovely Vibra down the line from Jensen there, catching that side glass, and that just meant it kicked in towards the centre of the court, not allowing Castello to reach it. Excellent shot.
Right against the glass, the Vibra does it. Such a valuable tactic. Not the depth so far by Castello. Done it once. That was asking something, wasn't it, to do it again? Tweener?
I mean,
so, a held serve for Andrea Ustero and Jess Castello. And they go back into the lead again by 4-3. Jonathan Edgard and Sandy Farquharson commentating here, enjoying day 2 of the Hexagon Cup 2024. And if you want to know about paddle, the man who's leading the way, certainly for a British market, but also a big star in Dubai. He's got his Paddle Academy too in Miami. He's learning all the time, and you'll see very shortly throughout the program how his coaching skills are telling us how to serve. What are we doing today, do you think? What have you got up your sleeve?
Well, we've recorded a few here, so yeah, I'm excited to see what comes up.
Those who are learning paddle, you will all learn masses from Sandy Farquharson. 11 years now in paddle.
About 14 now.
14.
Actually. Yeah.
It's flying by.
It's flying by. That's true. I mean, especially these last 3 or 4 years, the game has taken off.
You can feel it, you can sense. When the Lawn Tennis Association in the UK say this is the world's fastest growing sport, you can see that on the ground, you can feel it.
Yeah, although it's one of those things, and you know, the LTA as the British Federation have partnered with Advantage, the team here, so that's a big boost for paddle in the UK, and you know, these things take time to get the right structure, but yeah, there's undoubtedly the game is growing.
There's a momentum. Of course, in Madrid they love it. In Spain they love it. Argentina, the dominant teams in the World Championships. Claudia Jensen starring for Argentina in their World Championship victory against, or their performance in the World Championship final, won by Spain. Had a chance with Delphi Brea to win their final match, but those two world #1 players, Paula Jose Maria and Ari Sánchez, came through 7-5, 7-5. Mighty impressive. So how about a Hexagon Cup victory? That would certainly go down nicely for both these two.
Lovely attacking volley there from Jensen, not giving Castello any time to react. Ooh, an uncharacteristic error there from Virseda. Almost just going for too much angle there. I think she almost couldn't decide between going attack to the fence or just sensible to the corner, and played something in the middle. Oh, great block. Good bajada.
It's the time. In tennis, people just go for the big overhead smash, but time, weight.
And lovely change there from Ustero at the end there, almost looking like she was going to hit with power, like Castello's one there. And Ustero actually just turned the racket head. You see that, and just slow down to the feet. Beautifully done.
Big few points this, if Ustero and Castello can take a 5-3 lead.
Good block. Virseda got nice and close to block that. Look at that speed. She hits that so perfectly in terms of like soft that's going to go in the corner. Oh, she could be in trouble.
Another great point.
And they're all fighting for it as well. It's not like they're just lobbing and pushing the ball back. They're all working the angles. Great defense again. Oh, lovely change from Virseda this time off the back glass. Dipping it down, the middle soft down to the feet. That was a great point.
Best point of the match so far, surely, wasn't it? So much to watch, so much to enjoy.
Well, I think yesterday when we were looking at the matches, there was, you know, always a couple of players in each match that were starting slowly, making mistakes. I feel like all four players here have come out the blocks pretty strong. We haven't seen a lot of unforced errors at all at the start of this match.
I can count one. That was for Virseda, who you've billed basically as, whoops. Well, there's another one, but
that was
Riskasinsa, yeah, difficult at the back. I get that. Yeah. Bar was high then for.
But there's been a few. Castello's hit a few at the beginning there, and there have been a few, but yeah, not many at all. Trying to go for a lob off that ball would have been difficult for Ustero there.
So 4-all. Looks like it's been going with serve, anything but.
Nice Brea. Oh, lovely hands on that defence. She nearly had that back as well. That defence staying low, and she tried to hit the back post off that. Just couldn't quite get out of the way in time.
There's not much that worries Claudia Jensen. Able to get herself out of the tightest of corners a lot of the time. Extraordinary array of shots and creativity.
Great play. Really using this high lob here in this match. Smash. The other thing I'm always asking our players to do, our recreational players, is to use the lob more often. Oh, and she just tried to go for that. But you see, a point like that, I mean, I lost count, but there must have been at least 10 or 11 lobs in a single point. And so many people coming from tennis, they use the lob once because they're using it as a defensive shot, and they only use it when they're in real trouble. Whereas if you watch the pros, they use it as an attack and a defense, and it's used several times during a point.
The ability to think ahead, that's the thing, as to where you're looking for, what you're trying to produce.
But it's also your easiest way to get to net, and the objective at the back of the court is to get to net. It's not to win the point. You don't have the same passing shots that you have in tennis, so it's the best way to find the net. Good block from Jensen. Oh!
Brilliant work by Virseda, moving straight into position, wasn't it?
Well, she was moving for the smash originally because Ustero hit the smash and she was running up to receive it off the rebound. So when Jensen blocked it, she was already there, and she just happened to be in the right place. And so in a way, it was... Yes, it was good position.
Great anticipation, but actually for something else.
It was a bit unfortunate for Castello and Ustero, who... Oh, that's not quite enough either. Great pick up there.
Oh, yes, she's landed that.
Lovely volley into the corner. You saw that time where she hits that smash, and we're seeing it here where, see how they quickly, the opponents take the net if you use that smash at the wrong time, which can be so dangerous. As it is, they did the job.
Every point is a prisoner, it seems, in this game, in this match, really. Had to work and scheme for it.
Oh. There's a bit of that tennis double-handed backhand. Good game.
5-4 to Castello and Ustero, which means that when they return to the court, they have the chance to break serve and close out this first set. And it's got to be one of the most hard-earned sets that's ever going to be won in the HEXAGON Cup, particularly fantastic performance. Let's go down to Bruno.
So, Jonathan, I suppose Sandy will probably explain everything in those It's Not Racket Science videos, but to anybody who's just joined us now and is wondering what are those balls like, I'm going to put my hand in this Slazenger pot. I hope everybody's happy about me doing that. But look, this is the paddle ball. So to the naked eye, effectively it is a tennis ball, just maybe doesn't have as much pop, maybe slightly more decompressed. But yeah, pretty much a tennis ball. So anybody joining for the first time, that is what the paddle ball looks like. And I'll let Sandy explain what the difference is between a tennis and a paddle ball.
So Sandy, over to you. The difference between, there is decompression, we know that it's slightly smaller, but how does it perform differently?
Incredibly kind of Bruno to put me on the spot there. Yeah, exactly. It's a tiny bit smaller, tiny bit less pressure, and therefore doesn't rebound as much off the glass.
Simple as that.
It is pretty much, and you know, often. And then often for beginners, you know, we often say you can use tennis balls, really, like at least just to get started, because so often courts are built in areas where there might not be a paddle shop, and so I'd say, look, you can use tennis balls, but it would just be aware that it will bounce faster, and so if you are a tennis player that's hitting the ball hard, you know, you will feel like you've got more power on your smash and things like that using tennis balls. It just will feel a bit more like pinball.
But then you have already said many times, and Bruno would no doubt say that, and all paddle coaches, this is not tennis, so therefore you go power as much as you like if you want to, but actually you're often handing the advantage to your opponent, because they're just going to come back at you.
Well, it's difficult because you see, let's take the UK for example, or the US, or countries where paddle is relatively new. The game is in its infancy, so 90-something% are tennis players, so they're all hitting hard. So no one is hitting soft, so they don't play a paddle player until they've, you know, got to a certain level, and then they realise.
So, this is a chance for Castello and Ustero. Closer to the camera, in white and blue. Can they take it? Well, there's the first point.
Great Vibra there from Castello on that cross court, just beating Virseda into the corner. Oh, what a lob.
That's a brilliant lob.
They're really closing the net down after this lob here. You're seeing them getting really close. Oh, unlucky Jensen, just going for a bit too much.
0-30.
0-30. So at the moment, position A for Castello. You see how good that was, but still they got it back. Another well judged into the corner.
Good attacking Bahada there, lovely. Yeah, just caught them by surprise there with that aggressive smash. It almost didn't give Castello time to get forward. That was a good shot change from Virseda. Great lob off that ball from Ustero. She was in trouble, and use that really effectively. Lovely, excellent read there. Saw that going down to the feet of Ustero. Expected then the next ball to come up a little bit for her, and she pounced on it like a cat, didn't she? Just getting into position, hitting to that open space.
Moving forward, anticipation.
And that's that thing about reading a couple of shots ahead there. As soon as you see it go like down and hitting around the ankles, you know that next ball has to be going upwards.
40-30.
Oh, mistake at 30 all. Ustero didn't really want that.
Missed a whole serve. No set points at the moment for Castello or Ustero.
Lovely
angle. Brilliant.
What a shot. Caught her out with the shot down to the fence there. They're really good at doing that. That almost change of direction. Both her and Ustero are really good at looking like they're going to do one thing and then just changing at the very last minute.
Cool as you like. 5-4 down, 30 love down. Back they come. We're level at 5 all.
Oof, great backhand, finding that space, and she did well, Castello, to keep that in.
Great use of space.
Good little battle going on the cross court here. See, they're holding on. Whack.
Oh!
Did all the work there to set it up.
0-15.
It would have been a difficult one though, because Jensen was at net there on that smash, so she would have had to place. I think she saw that as well out the corner of her eye and then went for a flatter smash.
Just too deep. Really good contest. If you're just joining us, welcome along. It's a fantastic match. Paddle strategy at its finest.
30-15.
She did a good thing there, Virseda, coming in to block that. Just didn't quite execute.
And if you are just joining us, 17-year-old Andrea Ustero is here on serve. Looking like she's been on the world tour since she was born.
Oh, good volley.
Get the kill she wanted there, I don't think, Ustero.
See how they're using the speed of these bandejas to force the players into the corners. That time a rouleau and it just clipped off the fence. Lovely shot from Castello.
Looking to hold serve for another lead, where if they break, they'll have that first set. What a return, eh?
40-30.
It was a good return, but I feel like that was maybe even an unforced error there from Ustero. She just didn't quite get her feet in the right position. Still, they got another game point.
It's another marathon.
Really using the court well here. Oh, what a lob. And that's the difficulty with that shot, that you take a slight, like we talked about earlier, you take a slight risk when you go for that. And I think we also talked about earlier, it's more difficult to do on a pressure situation. Now we're goal point at 5-all. But at this level, you do need to take some chances. You can't always play safe.
Got to be in.
Ustero really off the return there. They were lucky to get that.
6-5 to Castello and Ustero, knowing that when they come back, they've got a second chance to close out this first set. They led 5-4 and it didn't work for them in the 10th game. Here now in game 12, it's back again. Your chance, as ever, in every Hexagon Cup match to vote for your player of the match. There's the QR code. You can go for Castello, Ustero, Jensen or Virseda. Who's your money on at the moment? It's been a really level, absorbing match, don't you think? No one's really stood out, and yet everyone's been at a very, very high level.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, isn't it? I was thinking about this a couple of games ago, who would get the vote, but yeah, I can't really say. I think they're all playing well. I think Ustero and Jensen are both creating chances, but they're also making a couple of errors by going for those chances. And Virseda and Castello are both playing very solid, which is their game, which is how they play. And so, yeah, I don't have an answer for you right now, unfortunately.
I'm not surprised. It is very close, both in that vote and also on court. Just when you think there's a rhythm and a momentum to one pairing, there's an issue, and back come their opponents. Goto. And here's a partner, Momo Gonzalez. Absolute live wires yesterday against Nenno and Tello. Fantastic match to watch. They seem to be spending more time outside the court than in it somehow.
Wow, they're an exciting pair, aren't they? So
and
much
there's
energy.
And there's Sergio Aguero. Good to see him here. Wow. Give him a lesson, see what he says. Just tell him you supported Manchester City when he was over there. So a team crew with Sergio Aguero as their team principal. How are they going to do?
Lovely lob.
Ooh,
shot.
God, can you get a bit more in the corner?
Great play again, set up by that volley down the middle there to force Virseda to give that easy ball. And she was waiting for it on the net. And again, another lovely lob. Ooh, oh, right in. God, like, it must have been an inch from the back glass there. Not taking any chances.
Well worked.
Really forced that point there. Well played. Edging ahead at this now for this set.
Well, they've been here before. 30 left down and 5-4 down, and yet they came back And that's going to go somewhere, isn't it? It is.
Again, set up by that volley down the middle, and it's such a good combination. Is this serving towards the glass, force the returner to that side, play the first volley short and low down the middle to create a space. See this very common. Good block volley from Virseda, and Castello's just kept herself in. Oh, I think she was expecting something different there, Virseda. Looked like she was going to move one way and then tried to adapt.
So, set point for Castello and Ustero. What do you reckon she's saying here?
She's saying, let's make some balls. Let's get this ball in, make them play lots and lots of shots in this rally.
It wasn't as deep as she wanted, I don't think, was it?
Oh, and then a miscommunication at the last moment. Oh, that's that'll be frustrating for them.
That was waiting to be put away, wasn't it? Who's going to take that one?
Oh, and it's so difficult. That's the difficulty with a lefty and a righty in that middle zone. You're, especially on those easy balls, you almost have too much time to think, or too much time to go for it, both of you. This is a huge point.
So golden point for the set, quite possibly.
Oh, lovely volley. And then that body shot, yeah, excellent way to go for that little drop volley down to the fence, forcing them close. There wasn't really many other places for Jensen to go there other than to the block, to the volley, to the body, sorry.
So, we still don't know who's going to win this first set, and we're now off to a tie-break. 6-all. First to 7 in this tiebreak. The super tiebreak is the first to 10.
Oh, what a rouleau there, down to the angle. Yeah. You start with one point serving, and then the other two have 2 serves all the way to the end of that tiebreak.
Quite fitting, I think, we've gone to a tiebreak, because that has pretty much been.
It's felt that close.
Don't you think the whole time? No one has. There've been chances. Castello and Ustero will be haunted if they don't go and lose this first set. They had the chance there. It was so set up for them. For that volley.
Good, great volley. Oh, Virseda!
No.
What a shot down the line there.
Even Castello applauds that, because that was sensational. Can we see a replay? Because that was something else.
Well, she was fighting off the pressure at net, wasn't she? And they managed to get past her, and then she just managed to flick a racket to get the ball down the line.
Castello gives their applause.
Apologises.
And Ustero is like, what? How'd you do that?
Oh, what a shot there, Jensen. Great pickup from Ustero as well.
It is relentless.
Key to there from Jensen. That was a great decision from her. It's difficult when the ball is going that fast to almost in your mind to say, right, I'm going to slow this down with a Chiquita, and she does it. Great job of just putting that to the feet of Castello there, coming forward. Look, excellent play. That's when you know you're a paddle player through and through.
She'll take that as a badge of honour as someone who's a former tennis player. She's arrived, you feel.
Well, it's funny, for me, when I look at the Argentinian players against the Spanish players, I often think the Argentinians have almost a deeper use of the ball in the corner. If I think of the players like her, Osoro, Delphi Brea, like these Argentinians, that they just are able to create in that corner. Oh, she's gone for that. She probably could have played a normal forehand on that.
I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking, what are you doing? That's wonderful when it comes off. It's fantastic, but was it successful?
Yeah, she probably could have moved to the side to play a forehand there. Definitely would have been more accurate with the forehand. Yeah, solid play there. Just missing that lob volley. Not easy to get the lob volley because obviously you've got to still get it over your opponents and down before the glass, but off a volley you don't quite have the same length of court to do it.
First time they've taken the lead for a long time. Virseda and Jensen looking to close out this first set.
Oh, is that enough? Yeah.
Never in doubt. Andrea giving it everything, full beans.
Well, especially after a bounce like that, it's not easy. You need a lot of power to do that, but she has that.
So, first 6 points. We have our first change of ends. And it's still as close as ever. 6-all, so we go to a tiebreak, 3-all. And it's the first to 7.
It's been tight the whole way through as well, really. It's not been like you often see a bit of a seesaw where it's, 3-love, 3-all, 5-3, it's been contested the whole way through.
He's keeping his head down, is Sergio Aguero. His team crew. Just sense a little bit edgy, don't you reckon? That's not a team principal who's at peace with himself at the moment, hoping his team's going to come through. Lovely
Great
play.
volley. Excellent block there from Castello, pushing it into the corner. Again, another example of a slower volley winning the point. Slice volley. Yeah, excellent. Great setup from Castello there with that slice volley, forcing an easy ball, and Ustero's waiting on top for that changlitazo that was really.
Say that again.
Changlitazo.
Okay.
That's the shot. That's what they call it. The translation is a flip. It's a flip flop. Basically, it's a flip flop slap. Great block.
Just on her toes, Castello, just watching her. Ready, anticipating. Oh, it's getting away from team crew. 3 set points.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, watching the players off the ball. There's so much movement when they're not off the ball, and I think that's a big difference between the pro level and the amateur level, is that often at a lower level we get ball watching, whereas here there's definitely none of that.
Here's a chance then. 3 set points for Castello and Ustero. Is that going to go?
No, it hit the light post anyway. When the smash bounces, hits the glass and hits the light post, that counts as an automatic win there. And you can see that bounce and hit the... Can't quite see it on that replay, but it did hit the light post.
So 1 set point saved. Deep.
Oh, took a bit of a risk there. I mean, she knew that Castello was in there tight to the net, so she's going for that. It's a big risk. Yeah, she just, it would have been a slightly more sensible option there to go for that gancho, either down the line, down towards the fence, or soft down the middle, as opposed to that angle. But what a set of paddle.
That's, out of the matches we've done here, this is our 4th match together in day 2, that was absolutely enthralling. It wasn't, say, fireworks, it wasn't huge hits all the time, but the amount of brain power that went into the play by both sets of partners. Fantastic. That's a lot to live up to in set 2.
Well, it was just well contested, wasn't it? It was just good paddle, really, from both pairs. And it's almost like we said at the beginning of the match, where we were predicting that we'd see some creativity from Ustero and Jensen on that cross court, and we would see some very solid physical paddle from Castello and Virseda on their cross court. And that's really what we saw there, and they matched themselves well.
And we've got so much more still to come, because it's another 6 matches. We've got Alonso, who's replaced Agustin Tapia, who you've just joining us. He's injured. He picked up an injury yesterday in his defeat against Paquito Navarro and Alex Chozas for the Hexagon team, and they're going to be playing King Bela himself, Fernando Belasterin, making at last his first entrance in the Hexagon Cup. Had to drop out because of injury last year, with Tino Libaak, very promising young Argentine. Then Alejandra Salazar, who is former world number 1 with Aranza Osoro, and then Claudia Fernández against Tamara Icardo. Those are the next 2 matches, and all these matches contribute to the league table. And the top 2 teams at the end of 4 days of competition, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday, they will then contest the final, and the teams in 3rd and 4th will contest the final podium place.
And it looks like Jensen's getting a little bit of treatment here at the change of ends now. So I'm not sure if she's called a physio timeout, or if it's just going to be treatment, because you can get treatment during the change of end.
So your big thing in terms of stats, we can be blinded by them, is break points. How many you created, how many you took? I think, I mean, look, this set has been 42 points won versus 40, you know, 51%. I mean, it's neck and neck, really, and they've had slight, you know, a couple more break points, and they've both taken 2 each. So, yeah, well, I mean, it was it was a very close set. It was an hour of close paddle. 1 hour and 7 minutes, you can see, completely enthralling. But as Sandy has just said, while we digest these statistics, now you can see for yourselves. You look, when the general shot was there, we could see physio going to work on Claudia Jensen's lower back. Nothing wrong with Jess Castello and Andrea Ustero, one has to say. Team Brea Puerto Rico, very happy. So this is Claudia Jensen with a lot of massage to the lower back, and this is going to be a concern for her, Vera Virseda, and the team generally. What sort of state is she in? It's a longer competition. Now, you've had injuries in your time, both tennis and paddle. This isn't just like a loosen me up, is it? That seems a bit more deep and concerning.
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, actually, I went through, when I was a college tennis player, I had back spasms, and I would have kind of deep tissue massage on it. And obviously, it's not as bad as that, because she's, well, just played a set of paddle, and she's going to get back out. But yeah, tightness in the lower back is something to keep an eye on.
Got up more readily than I thought she was at one stage. That seemed distressing. There's Momo Gonzalez and Fede Chingotto. Wonder if they've given their team principal, Sergio Aguero, a bit of a paddle lesson. If not, then we can give in the founder of the paddle school. When are your next availability? We're underway. Set 2. 7-6 to Castello and Ustero after the first set. Don't go anywhere for the next hour, probably, because this could be just as absorbing and as prolonged.
It's important to start this set strong here, especially after a close fought set. It's tempting for the winning team to almost ease off.
15-0.
Well, the counterbalance to that is that if you weren't with us yesterday, we can tell you that Castello and Ustero took the first set in their opening match 6-1. And you thought, right, okay, this is pretty dominant. What happened in set 2? They lost it 6-1.
Well, they'll be determined not to make that mistake again, so that will definitely be in their minds now, and it will be in their coach's mind. Jorge Martinez will have crossed his mind for sure.
Front foot from Castello, and that was the feature of her play, particularly in the first set yesterday. Just became almost too passive. So let's see if the lessons have been learned.
A couple of mistakes here, Ustero, but I mean the previous point, Castello was being aggressive, so I think lessons will have been learned here. I'm hoping. Good attacking play there from Castello.
30 iguales.
And probably, if you've seen your opponent just have their back massage for an injury timeout, and I'm imagining they'll be making Jensen play more of the balls here, especially as Virseda herself is quite a physical player. Great shot, lovely. Oh, what a pickup from Jensen.
Magnificent.
Oh,
still playing.
Well.
God.
Oh, what a rally. I mean, great pickups there.
40-30.
That's a difficult ball for Ustero to go for there. She was a little bit far back and both players were at the net. Really almost a little fake towards the back would have probably been a good option. Great pickup there from Virseda was in. So even if that had gone in, I think she would probably have been in trouble.
Do you temper that boldness or just say keep going?
Well, I think she must have touched the net there.
Just thinking back to the previous point with Ustero, you know, because that was there waiting to be delivered and done.
Well, I think it's you know, choosing the right balls, and you don't want. We talked about this yesterday with Tapia. You almost don't want to take the flare away. You almost want to say to them, right, instead of going for a ball that there's a 20% chance of you missing it, go for balls that there's only a 10% or a 5% chance. Lovely smash there from Jensen.
That's a good solid start, particularly after losing the first set, and even more so after suffering that injury, what seemed to be like a timeout as well, just to make sure she was good.
Well, to hit that smash, she, often when it's lower back, it's you know, things like aggressive smashing is more difficult. So she's obviously not feeling too bad.
Player of the match, who would you like to say is your player of the match? You can vote wherever you are watching this second day of competition at the Alpine Hexagon Cup 2025. You can vote for your player of the match, Castello or Ustero or Jensen or Virseda.
Nice attack there, Castello. And that's the one to go for because she's so close to the net there. It's so much easier to bring it back.
Bring it back over the net onto your side with no chance for either Jensen or Virseda to get a touch.
Oh, lovely speed and angle there from Castello. She was quite wide, so when she played that down towards that first side glass, actually delivered the ball into the centre.
You think you're doing so well to follow it round. Not a problem. It's all under control. No, it's not. It's gone.
Yeah. And when you're learning, that's often how it happens, and it's super frustrating when you're going through that learning phase.
take off the fence there by Virseda.
Yeah, should be happy with that. It bounced up. Oh, that's a high lob. Look at that slice on the ball there from Ustero. You see, take the racket back, almost like an axeman chopping a tree there. I mean, she just comes down that ball so much. Look at that, creating the slice on that ball.
There aren't many who could match that, are there? I mean, for 17 years old, she's got this reputation as the big hitter, but that is another absolute gem of a weapon.
It's like her technique with her volleys that she chops down, and she creates slice on a lot of those balls.
A lot going to Claudia Jensen at the moment.
Oh, a little rouleau there to the fence, and that time it didn't bounce up for a winner. They both started this set strong.
The standard is still so high. Lovely deep lob.
Yeah, a little bit of slice on it meant it wasn't coming off the glass. Oh, lovely. She read it there.
0-15.
Came forward thinking that Virseda would play that Chiquita. She may have been in trouble if she'd have chosen the lob, but as it turns out, she was in the right place.
0-30.
Unforced error from Virseda. Don't often see that. Unforced error now from Ustero. I mean, the serve is towards the glass, but at this level, the players would consider that an unforced error.
You're a hard man. I was thinking that was a very difficult serve to get back, but they are the top.
At this level, there's no, you know, men's and women's. There's not really an impossible serve to get back. They are all so good with the glass and the defence that almost any return error would be considered an unforced error. Lovely rouleau there from Virseda down towards that corner and just catching Castello out with her court position slightly.
Rouleau being a tight, low volley.
No, rouleau is a topspin smash. So it's a topspin smash where you play it down towards the fence area. It can be played in attack where you're stepping into it, and it also can be played in defence when you're falling back and you brush up the ball. But it's when you play it as a topspin smash down on the diagonal to the fence. Oh, that's a lovely shot there from Jensen. Down her line, finding that gap. She's played a few of those in the first set.
How did she manage to dig that one up, Ustero?
Another mistake from Virseda on that. It's on a similar ball as well. It was a kind of just a casual vibra for her normally.
Golden point. Whoever wins this wins the game. Chosen Castello to go for.
Good block from Virseda there. Lovely vibra. Ustero's so good at digging that ball out and putting them in a difficult position. Great volley again there from Castello to finish that point. Again low into the back glass.
Castello and Ustero lead in this second set by 2 games to 1, and they took the first 7-6. So another break of serve. Just watching how Castello just kept on probing, and eventually drove into the corner, took the point, took the game, and they lead 2-1. Let's go down to Bruno, courtside.
Yeah, Jonathan, I've caught up with the president of this crew paddle team who sat there, as you've all spotted, in the back row with his cap on, Sergio Agüero. He was mentioning how excited he is to be here featuring for the first time with this team, and that the objective is to try and win the championship. Of course, he is someone that has won so many things as a football player. Well, he's trying to bring that across to his players here as Claudia Jensen continues to receive medical treatment. So we'll have to keep a close eye on how she's doing.
Top stuff. If you want a serial winner in a chosen sport, Sergio Agüero, what a street fighter. Never knew there was a lost cause. In fact, I'd say Fede Cingotto is the Sergio Agüero of paddle. Just keeps on going. This isn't going away, this problem, is it, for Claudia Jensen? And I know you would say, well, of course it wasn't going to, but that as a player, as much as a coach, doesn't that become distracting, because you're then thinking, can I go for it? Do I go for it and then it goes completely, or do I push it anyway? And either way, I'm not either go for 100% or I don't go at all.
I mean, it's really difficult at this stage in the competition as well. We're early doors, and so it's almost like you don't want to push too hard now, because you might be in trouble for later rounds. So it's also hard to know if this is, preventative. You massage and she's just feeling a little bit tight. It feels like it might be more than that. Only really the player can know.
Ustero leading the votes as player of the match.
Yeah, I mean she has probably been
by some way, dare I say it,
creative on the court, hasn't she?
"17 years old. I know it said a lot, but it's a fantastic achievement. And I'm sure the coach when you go, now remember, Jess, when you go out there again with Andrea, you've just seen Claudia on the ground having a massage. We're going. Are we targeting?
No, definitely. And also, it's one of those that you've got to still keep focused on your game. You can't get distracted by your opponent being injured and suddenly start pushing the ball to them. You've still got to play your paddle. Yeah, excellent volley there from Castello down towards the fence.
Chance to rub in real discomfort for Team Crew. 2-1, hold serve 3-1. Establish an advantage.
Great smash there, yeah.
30-0.
They've come out firing, which is good. They're taking the game to them, which is important not to get sidetracked.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
40-0.
Well, as you said earlier, having done so much that was good in the first set yesterday, and I know we're harking back to win 6-1, you thought, God, we're not going to be done in half an hour. Then they go and lose 6-1, completely different. It's like we can't have to order again, because you've got two very good players here, Jensen and Virseda.
Well, they're sticking to their games, and I think also they're probably a little bit more comfortable playing with each other now. Now they played the first round, and that was a lovely vibra there from Ustero into the corner, dying in that back corner. Still going for smashes though, Jensen. Just looking quite mobile, considering, the back, having an issue with her back.
Defiant so far. Let's see.
Lovely vibra from Ustero there, and Virseda did a great job of blocking that. The whip she got on that vibra as well, and I think it caught Virseda by surprise, and I think probably caught Castello by surprise, because Virseda just blocked it right back down the middle, down towards the feet.
That was almost just instinctive, wasn't it, Virseda? I mean, what else do you do? Because that was so hit with such power, as you say.
Yeah, and if you'd
onto
have
her so
left it,
fast. Yeah.
If you'd have left it, you'd have been in a bit of trouble after the glass on that one. Ooh, just out.
30-0.
This is what Team Crew needs, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And they want that they're playing more balls to Virseda at the moment, and I mean, Virseda they'll be wanting that. They want her to take the majority of the game. And look at Jensen. I mean, the back can't be that bad if we're playing a shot like that. You know, going for these smashes. Great change from Ustero there. Lovely hand. Well, she's going for it.
She's up for it, isn't she? Just a bit too keen, maybe.
Too ambitious.
But that's a good hold for Virseda and Jensen. Vital. 4-1, and we're looking at problems. Keep doing what you're doing, surely. So there's talking going on there, and if we look towards Team Crew, there is no massage going on there.
Yeah. I mean, it may have been just a preventative massage, and actually she just needed a bit of loosening up.
But as you say, easy to get distracted if you're the opposition, so that's not necessarily a factor. You can't influence what you're doing. Get out there, win as you would do.
It's so interesting, this dynamic of two coaches. You can hear both coaches talking over each other to the players, and it's great. I mean, it's amazing they've got Maxi Sánchez and Ramiro Choya on the bench, and what an experience for these players to have the team players that they do. Behind them they've got Chingotto and Momo, you know, sitting there supporting, and these coaches on the bench, and it's a great experience, this. And I'd love to almost be a fly on the wall for these team chats to see, you know, how these discussions goes, because here we're not only getting used to a different player, like playing partner, but you're also getting used to a different coach and a different coaching style, and how it works within this dynamic.
But two coaches is rarely a good idea. If they're both jabbering at the same time, well, how are you going to hear anything, basically?
Well,
keep it simple. Every coach has always said, just keep it simple.
It might be like American football, where you've got an offense and a defense coach. Oh, yeah, and that fence helped Ustero out there for the 3 meters.
Good leap, and swiftly on it as well.
Yeah, just long.
Oh, well moved.
She touched it. Oh. Yeah. Good sportsmanship to have called that. Padel still has very good sportsmanship, I think. You know, if I compare that to when I played pro tennis, it's, you know, the majority of padel players would call a shot like that, whereas I'm not sure if I could say the same for the tennis. And she's gone for that again. It's just got enough that time. Keeps going for it. I mean, that must have only cleared Virseda's racket by an inch or two.
What would you have done then instead? What would you say, Andrea? Just try.
Well, it's always difficult when it's just worked. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's bound on the fence. You know, so because the argument would be is like, well, it worked, and you'd say, but had she hit it slightly lower, then she'd have been in trouble. And so, yeah, I mean, when you're slightly further back like that, it could have been a Vibra, and she hits her Vibra so well. She hits all of her overheads well, so it could have been any number of options. I think that as she's a young talent, you know, you almost want to encourage her to go for those, though. Oof. Good reactions from Virseda there. Just a little bit too much for Castello. She was almost meeting her volley to volley.
How big for them if they could break back. 3-1 to 3-all.
This is what I like about Golden Point as well, is that even when you're serving and it's game point, you can't let up, because if they lose this, it ends up being gold point. And that was a beautiful little like roller down towards the fence. Look at that. Excellent speed.
Ranked 9 in the world. Big win in Acapulco earlier this year with Claudia Jensen.
Oh yeah, nice fast shot down there into the corner. Got her a bit caught up. Out.
There she goes.
Good get.
Oh, well played.
Oh, nice shot down there from Jensen into that corner. Castello doing well to go out and get that, because it did actually kick quite far out the fence, outside the court.
She's on her way, and what a great return. Great composure by Jensen too. Yep. Yeah, just got that right.
Yeah, got that right, and one player goes out, the other partner is then covering the court. Oh, Jensen's gone for a risky drop shot. Mind you, if you're going to do that, I suppose 30 love ups. There are worse times.
Oh my word.
Oh dear. Suddenly 30 all.
Clear the mind, go again. Ustero and Castello trying to seize the initiative.
Excellent pressure there from Ustero coming forward, giving them no time on that volley. Suddenly from 30 love up to 40-30 down.
And 5-2 this would be if there is a break of serve.
Two fence shots, setting it up. Good change. Oh, corner on the foot. Well played, Ustero, though. Almost playing the sensible option on the first one and then having a bit more time on the second.
And that's 5-2. You said it earlier. 30 love, looking good. And then suddenly 30 all, 40-30, 5-2. Now there's a job on their hands to save the match.
Well, it's always the way, isn't it? I mean, she went for that drop shot. She went for that forehand drop shot. There was a little bit of a risk. And then the next ball, she made an unforced error on an attacking volley. Now, that was probably the right shot, but she just made an execution error. And so, but this is padel. It can switch so quickly, you know, a matter of moments, and you know, you're on the other side.
Well, a flick of a switch, that's what Team Crew are looking for. And with a switch, we're straight down courtside with Bruno.
I've been keeping a close eye on the physers who are sat just here behind me, so you can see how close they are to Claudia Jensen in this case. They're overlooking to see how she is. And I asked them how she is, and they just gave me a short okay. They didn't want to give too much away. I can understand that sometimes, the privacy of the player and the injury, they don't want to give it away, but they did mention, I heard them over speaking, that they had to prepare for the eventuality of a potential withdrawal. But I suppose given how far they've come in the match and how little is left, Claudia Jensen will probably try and grind her teeth and get through this one until the end of the match.
Thank you, Bruno. Interesting. She could have done with a pick-me-up, that's the thing. Because there were the chances there, as we've just said. It's the same in all sports. You've got to take your chances, and she didn't. And more frustratingly, it's given a huge opportunity now for Andrea Ustero and Jessica Castello to close out this match. Win this set, and they've done it. Yep.
Ooh, yes, just.
Never in doubt.
Yeah. Well, whenever that ball bounces down and then hits the fence, could literally go anywhere. But she hit it with enough power that it even managed to go outside.
Well, not too much wrong with Claudia Jensen if she haired out of the court like that, you have to say. But 15 love down.
Lovely ruler there, down towards that glass. We're slowing the point down here, both pairs. Great smash from Castello there. A little bit flatter on that smash as well, so it just took off when it rebounded off that back glass, got away from Virseda. Well, she's gone for the 3 meters and difficult ball again to do that off the overhead.
30-15.
Good flat smash.
40-15.
And as the court is reacting quite quickly and at this altitude, that flat smash can be really effective, and that's brought up some match points.
3 match points for the player of the match, Ustero.
Oh, going for the
Yes.
the out the door finish drop shot.
That was the cherry on the cake, wasn't it?
Well, yeah.
However, still 2 match points.
Great block from Virseda there. And that's out.
And that's it for Castello and Ustero. 6-2. Straight sets. What a good pairing they've become.
Well, I mean, they deserved that, didn't they? They played great paddle in that match the whole way this time. It wasn't like yesterday where it was, one great set and they took their foot off the pedal. They did really well.
Hope you enjoyed that as much as we did. That was a really energizing, fascinating contest. Ebbing and flowing, with strategy very much at the forefront. And the more you were talking about how the players are manoeuvring each other around and playing 2 or 3 shots clear, you can see how they're going to contrive openings. Player of the match, age 17.
She was definitely the most creative player in the game there, wasn't she? She was opening spaces. You weren't quite sure where she was going to hit her overhead, and she has that power on it as well, whether it's the Vibra or the tops of the smash. She can just generate so much power.
As a coach then, without telling you what she should do, where else could she just improve? You're always going to improve age 17, but is there any way to work on that or something? Because I mean, she's got the disguise, she's got the smash, wonderful, and the creativity's there.
For me, it's the physicality, and she's young, so there's time, but that will be the difference, I think. Because as the game develops, we're going to have more and more players that have more and more weapons. So it will be. Because if she had the physicality of Castello, for example, or Virseda, then that would be a player to be reckoned with.
When you say physicality, what do you mean by that?
Speed around the court, endurance. Virseda and Castello are, really well trained, physically. They're physically strong, they're physically fast, they're fit, they could play all day. And as matches get more and more difficult throughout a season, and you're playing more matches, and it's a long season now, that is going to come into play. Yeah, so I mean, after that first set, it was very, very even, wasn't it? And you can see that it just kind of stretched away there a little bit. They won a lot of gold points, so that was probably a deciding factor. I know 3 of those goal points were in the first set actually, so yeah, and then they just stretched the lead in total points. But it was a well fought game.
She didn't even know she was playing a week ago, Jess Castello, because Bea Gonzalez was all set to come back, and we're sorry to her. We sent her our best wishes. There's her injury, which kept her out of the Barcelona finals, which you would have been working with. I know you were working out. She missed that, and she now had to sit out the HEXAGON Cup. Great frustration, but Jess Castello, one door shuts, another opens, and through she's walked. And how?
She played well yesterday. Probably she would be my choice for the match, and even today potentially.
Yes, it's interesting, the choices, but fair play. 17-year-old Andrea Ustero is the player of the match, and that's played to 1-2. There's the confirmation. And Andrea Ustero and Jess Castello are with our reporter, Bruno. Or maybe it's just Andrea.
Pues estamos con Andrea, MVP del encuentro, votado por la afición. Enhorabuena. Cuéntanos un poco tu análisis de lo que ha sido este partido y las sensaciones.
Bueno, pues como dije ayer, nos lo pone muy difícil.
Their coach Jorge on the bench, and that helped them to get through this game. 2 victorias de 2, habéis empezado perfectamente pese a ser una pareja un poco de último minuto. Háblanos un poco de tu compañera y cómo os entendéis en la pista.
Bueno, pues la verdad que solo tengo que acompañarla. Creo que tanto ayer como hoy ha hecho un partidazo. Me da mucha confianza, así que felicitarla y espero que mañana juguemos igual de bien.
And just mentioned that her partner gives her a lot of confidence and it makes life very easy for her. So, muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias indeed. Well, Jess Castello has done her role very impressively. Alejandra Alonso is her normal partner in the tour. In terms of the league table, the team's leaderboard, Team Bea, Puerto Rico go top. Impressive. This can all change. Early days. So that's how the standings look, with Team Bea on top because of their win. And now we get 2 for the price of 1. Here's Bruno.
Pues nos acompaña también Jess Castello, ya que Andreas has pasado el mal rato de las dos preguntas sola aquí. Me voy a centrar en ti, Jess. Hablábamos de la victoria. ¿Qué importancia ves que los momentos claves esta semana, ayer el super tiebreak lo sacáis adelante, el tiebreak de hoy también lo sacáis adelante, esos momentos en los que hay que dar ese paso adelante, pese a ser una pareja, como decíamos, un poco de último momento, estáis dando ese paso adelante?
Sí, bueno, creo que estamos jugando bien esos momentos. Justo hemos ganado el set y Andrea me dice, estábamos en el horno, así que bueno, la verdad que creo que sí, tanto en el tiebreak como en el 3-3 lo hemos hablado, que teníamos que intentar estar con más intensidad y bueno, la verdad que en los momentos importantes yo confío mucho en ella, sé que lo va a ganar sola y bueno, creo que esa confianza que tenemos las dos es lo que hace que al final juguemos tan bien en esos momentos y tan a gusto.
So just explaining that in the clutch moments they've got a lot of confidence and they're showing that on the court, and that's why they're getting through in those very tough moments in the super tiebreak and also in the tiebreak. Mirando hacia la competición en sí, los chicos perdieron, la pareja de Next Gen perdió. Estáis tirando del carro ahora mismo. ¿Os hace sentir un poco de presión añadida también el salir a pista sabiendo que hay que sumar puntos?
Bueno, creo que presión no, por lo menos en mi caso yo creo que Andrea todavía menos, porque la verdad que le da bastante igual, pero bueno, contentas, ¿no? De si tenemos que tirar nosotras del carro ahora, luego estaremos animando a los chicos, las chicas la verdad que también han hecho un gran partido hoy y al final no ha podido ser, pero bueno, seguro que ya te digo, esta tarde estamos con los chicos, Mañana seguiremos y al final creo que tenemos un gran equipo, es como una pequeña familia y confiamos los unos en los otros, así que bueno, cuando toca tirar, toca uno y cuando toca tirar, pues el otro.
So the team's one big family. They've got the points on the board so far, no one else has, but they'll be in that dugout, in that bench, making sure that they show all their support for the men's pairing and for the next gen pairing so that they also get some points on the board. Muchas gracias, chicas.
Great stuff, Bruno. Thank you very much. Team Brea, Puerto Rico then. Played 2-1-2. Next up against Salazar against Osoro. Now, if you're inspired by enthusiasm to play paddle, here is Sandy Farquharson telling you about the importance of communication on the paddle court.
Communication is absolutely crucial in paddle, and it's something that we see the pros doing loads of communication, and often newer players or amateur players don't communicate that much. So how it works is we're both at net. If my partner has been lobbed, my job now is immediately communicator, and I'm going to look out the corner of my eye to see if they're going to hit a bandeja or they're going to play after the glass. Either way, I'm communicating, and I'll move back if they're going back, and I'm going to call to them what our opponents are doing. And this is so crucial because I'm not telling them what shot to hit, I'm telling them where our opponents are so they can make the decision for themselves. And so I'm back in this position with them, constantly communicating about where the movements are of our opponents. It's something that you just need to get used to, and it will be both forward or both up or both back. And if you want to say one is cross or one is back, you'll say cross back, and that will imply the line is up or the other way round, and you'll get the other way round. You get the idea. It's not rocket science.
What do you think for people?
I think that the first thing is that in the sport that they will have come from, whichever that is, whether it's squash, tennis, badminton, non-racket sport, you don't communicate like that. You're not used to doing it. So it's partly you're not used to doing it, and then also players are so used to watching the ball that they end up following the ball around the court and not actually watching their opponents. So it's difficult to communicate where your opponents are when they've not been watching them, and then it's just getting used to it. Like we say to them, we say to a lot of our players, look, just say something, say anything to start with, and you will get better and better.
Like
as
what,
you practice.
for example, when you say anything?
Just say something. Someone's in, they're in, like, or they're back, or at the beginning it's really just getting players to talk on the court and get used to saying something, and it's just to be practiced.
It can make such a difference, and we've seen so much of it when we got one game. So we've had one down, we've still got 4 more matches to go today. We have our appetite whetted at the Madrid Arena on the second day of competition at the Alpine Hexagon Cup 2025. We've just seen a spellbinding women's match, and now we're preparing for a piece of Hexagon Cup history. The first entrance of King Bela. You're saying, King who? Fernando Bela, one of the great players. 16 years in a row was he world number one. He's responsible for producing the founder of the paddle school, Sandy Farquharson, just next to me. So here is what we've got still to come. We've had the first match with Castello and Ustero, winning in straight sets against Jensen and Virseda. To come now, we have King Bela, Fernando Bela and Tino Libaak for the 11-11 team against Robert Lewandowski's 9, John Sanz, and no Agustin Tapia. We'll come to him in a minute. The world number one is unfit, has gone home to Barcelona. We'll discuss that in a moment. Still to come also, former world number one Alejandra Salazar in match 3. And then we got the defending champions Martin de Nenno and Juan Tello for advantage in match 4. Delphi Brea and Sofia Araujo also for the advantage team in match 5. And then the final match of the day, Paquito Navarro and Alex Chozas against last year's losing finalists Alex Ruiz and Franco Stupuchuk. So much to look forward to. 1 down, 5 still to go. And we will start in a moment. We'll have King Bela, but first, Agustin Tapia, the world number one, out. We're thinking, we've heard it's a quadricep injury, and you're thinking maybe it was because of that slip maybe on the court yesterday when he seemed to not just lose his footing but also lose his rhythm.
Yeah, there was just a moment, wasn't there? There was a deep volley and he ran back towards the back glass, and you saw he looked like his foot caught in the sand, or he slipped slightly. And I mean, I don't know that it was that, but I mean that was just a moment in his match. And yeah, I mean he's probably, you know, in a position, it's early in the season, right? So he's got to be very careful not to, a man in his position, start the season with an injury. So yeah,
that's surely the point. It's a bit like all players, be it footballers or cricketers or rugby players, or if you go down and have a problem in pre-season, you are almost chasing your tail to get back to full fitness because everyone else is going well and you've had to wait, and you're behind, and you're constantly feeling surely you're playing catch up all the time.
I mean, I think as well, if you're, you know, especially if you're world number one and you're wanting to hold that title for as long as you can, and you're defending titles the moment you step on court in season, it's a slightly different story. If you were, you know, ranked 20 in the world and you're in this occasion, you might treat it slightly differently. But you know, he'll be under pressure from the moment he steps on court in the season.
Well, we wish him well, Agustin Tapia, to recover. The team he's playing for is RL9. You'll see them, the Robert Lewandowski team. 7th at the moment with just 1 point. Team Brea Puerto Rico have started well today. They picked up another win. 2 points. So it's 2 points for men's victory, 2 points for women's victory, and the next generation, the younger talent coming through, because there are 6 players in each team, they pick up 1 point for their victory. So Agustin Tapia goes out. What about Eduardo Alonso, who comes in? This is what we've got to look forward to. John Sanz, 2 Spaniards, Eduardo Alonso against 2 Argentine, Tino and King Bea.
I mean, it's always going to be tough filling Tapia's shoes, and it's going to be particularly difficult as a right court player coming on and playing as a left court player to fill Tapia's shoes. But I mean, he, like Edu, finished the season extremely well. You know, the tour finals, he had some great matches. He was on great form. He's playing well, and yeah, I mean, deserves to be on this court. Absolutely, it's going to be difficult for him on the left, without a doubt. But in a way, he's on the cross with Bela, who doesn't have the biggest weapons in the world. I mean, Bela is a master tactician, but yeah, it's he'll be in with a game.
24 going on 14 by the looks of it. Very young looking is Edu Alonso, but the same age as John Sanz. And this will be interesting to see how John Sanz reacts to this, because you felt at times he felt trapped a little bit by Tapia. So here they come, at last. The man who helped you on your journey, King Bela on the left-hand side, back on a professional paddle court again. He left in tears alongside Tino Libaak in Milano at the quarterfinals, his defeat, but he's here. He was due to be playing for the HEXAGON Cup last year, but picked up an elbow injury, but hey, he's back, and let's see what the King can deliver.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic role model for the sport, and, you know, so many of these young players, I mean, the young player by his side will have been, you know, watching him growing up, and yeah, I mean, an excellent example for all of those learning the game. And Miguel Sierra really is his coach, or was his coach, so, you know, that'll be a familiar face on the coaching bench.
A man responsible for launching so many careers, not least yours, as you might say. Well, you know, you were inspired to do it. He's been great help to you, and he's done this around the world. I mean, when you've been world number one for 16 years in a row, that's quite a record. That
is a record, yeah. There's, he will have, you know, many people starting the game will have joined while he was number one in the world.
And here he is, age 45, still going strong. Tino Libaak, 19 years old, so you got the oldest player on court, the youngest player on court, against two 24-year-olds.
And Libaak's exciting. I've only really kind of watched him play more this last season. I haven't seen him a lot before that, and he's an exciting player to watch on that right-hand side.
He was responsible for helping Argentina win the World Championship in the final set with Leo Augsburger. Had an injury, but it didn't show. Played quite brilliantly.
Yeah, they made a good pair this last season. Really, almost coming out of nowhere and challenging some big names in the paddle world.
So let's see how this unfolds. Plenty of storylines, not least the fact that here is Edu Alonso suddenly being called up to replace the world number one.
Yeah, that's
and also, to pick up your point, which is probably far more significant in your eyes, he's on the wrong side of the court where he normally plays.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, taking Tapia's spot in a way, I think will free up Sanz.
That'll be fascinating. Let's go down to Bruno, who's lucky courtside.
Yes, this is a collector's item. It won't happen many more times, as you just said. It's impossible to comprehend this sport without Fernando Belastegin, 26 years senior to his partner, Tino Libaak. They've got their chairman here, Dani Ormedes, in support for the two players out here today. So the minor advantage maybe that these two have with regards to other pairings in this competition is that they do regularly play together. So they've been on tour this season playing together. So let's see if that gives them a head start as we head across over to the RL9 bench. Of course, no Robert Lewandowski here. He was on Champions League duty yesterday with Football Club Barcelona. But it will be fascinating to see how these two gel together, John Sanz and Edu Alonso. Edu Alonso, normally a player that plays on the forehand side, so it's a very different role in paddle, playing on one side and to the other. So I'm sure Sandy will be able to enlighten us on that topic. Sorry, Sandy, I'm giving you a lot of homework today, but it'll be a different task today for Edu Alonso to what he's used to.
Don't worry, he loves it. We will be going through a lot, particularly that event. So, Robert Lewandowski's team have quite a tall order on their hands.
Excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
So this is how they're going to shape up. Sanz and Alonso. Sanz the left-hander, Edu Alonso the right-hander. So talk us through the challenge that he now has, playing on the wrong side, in inverted commas, of the court that he's used to.
Well, I think it's more, it's a setting on the court. So first of all, he's defending a different corner. So, and that's one thing, but it's also that kind of instinct. Now, he is playing with John Sanz, who is an aggressive lefty. So he will be able to play a bit of a right court style game with John Sanz. In other words, set the point up, be sensible, probe them, create it, and let John Sanz be aggressive, which is how John Sanz likes to play. He's got lovely overheads, he strikes the ball very well, he's very dangerous and unpredictable as an opponent. So they would match well on games. It's just whether Edu can get used to that left side and being aggressive on that left side.
I think your point about freeing up John Sanz is going to be fascinating, because often in that match yesterday, we were talking a lot about how Agustin was getting onto his side, and it was almost like he was being hemmed in.
Well, they've got nothing to lose here, right? And so now he's got a bit of freedom, he can be a bit more aggressive. He'll know that Edu will leave a lot of those balls down the middle for him. So, he'll be able to play how he wants.
They're up against one of the greats and someone who has designs on being a great. So, are they ready for the twin threat of Bela and Libaak?
You can't stop me, I'm running through.
Love this shot, coming down and then out onto court. The Lewandowski team on the right there, Sanz and Alonso, and then in green, Libaak on the left and Bela on the right.
And Bela,
where do you start? Where do you stop?
What to say about Bela? Still playing as well as he is at 45, and there's a reason he was world number one for 16 years. It's just his understanding of the game and his tactical know-how is fantastic. And the game was different in his era, so it didn't have the physicality, it didn't really have the Tapias, the Coellos, the LeBrons in that era. But he basically was consistently world number one because he was so consistent on court. He barely ever made mistakes. He fought all the time. He's extremely competitive as a player, and it just goes to show you how important the tactics are in the game, because he doesn't have the overhead that, well, even John Sanz has across the other side, but he knows where to place it, when to place it, how to move and respond. And his partner here is a young, very athletic Argentinian who, like we say, will have been growing up watching him from the age of, I don't know what age he started playing paddle, but probably around 5 or 6. And he's a very active defender, knows that corner really well. We said that about the Argentinians earlier, about really, having a depth of understanding of the game, and he's definitely someone that is in that category as well. You'll see him get forced into the corner here, from John Sanz, and he'll be defending really, really well, no doubt. I've seen him hit some lobs off almost ridiculous balls, a bit like we were saying with Ustero before, the way she can dig the ball out. And he's super athletic, Libaak, as well. So this is going to be an exciting encounter.
El partido comenzará en 2 minutos.
There's Franco Colapinto, Formula 1 driver with Williams, and Sergio Aguero. They've all come out to watch the paddle, and it's a great tournament, and we could be in for a real treat. And frankly, if you know nothing about paddle, but someone says, by the way, you're about to see one of the greats in any sport, you go, okay, I'll come and watch. We need 230 titles, 286 finals, 6 world championships, and as you say, number one for 16 years. Unbelievable in a row. So every reason to tune in for what could be an absorbing match. Maybe Sanz and Alonso will just run away with it, or we're going to see something quite unexpected. Sanz and Tapia did not run away with against Navarro and Chozas yesterday, so why should we expect anything different on the second day of competition? And they have played together before. They're playing last season, weren't they, in 2024. In fact, Libaak was on court in Milano, and he's got a big reputation. Was part of the World Championship winning team at the end of the year. Do you know Libaak? It's quite a challenge not to be daunted, though, when you're up against your partner by one of the greats. I must not make a mistake. Play my game.
Bela is so I mean, he's so down to earth, just as a person. I mean, he's really, really easy company, and you know,
he took you under your wing, under his wing anyway. Didn't essentially you went to get away, but you said you were saying yesterday how he invited you in, you talked over lunch, giving he's so much.
He's very welcoming, and I mean, well, you know, Tapia started with him as well, you know, and so he's that type of player that a lot of the players that are coming through want to play with Bela because, you know, he's a fantastic guide. I mean, 16 years is a long time to be world #1 in any sport, and so you know, he'll be great guidance for Libaak.
Juan Martin Diaz, 13 years together as world #1. Pablo Lima, the great Brazilian, and then more recently Agustin Tapia and Arturo Coello. He's got an eye for a player, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's for sure.
Wow.
And I mean, well, you know, at that time, everyone wanted to play with him. I mean, he was the player to be partnered with.
Comienza el partido. Al servicio, Fernando.
You're in the right place at the right time to watch a paddle king. And he's on serve for Team 11-11. His first appearance in the Hexagon Cup. You don't win a match in the first point.
No, and like with all these matches, there'll be a couple of errors here in these first few games as players get used to it. There's Edu's first.
Big moment for him as well. I mean, he is a huge star in paddle. Goes to the line with that serve.
And that's what Edu does so well. I mean, on that right side, you know, when he's playing against on the cross with a Chingotto or someone like that, or even a Libaak, he does that so well. And so that will probably be his game from the left as well.
Good early touches for Alonso. We saw him warming up this morning, didn't we, on the practice courts? Desperate to get as much in as possible with his usual partner, Alex Araujo, 23-year-old Spaniard.
Just feeling each other out at the moment, aren't they? Just kind of pushing the ball around. It's early days.
And just to pick up on your It's Not Racket Science lesson from just a few minutes ago, listen out for the communication between the players, what they're telling each other, how they're getting the movement coordinated. Nothing like a net cord to get things going.
Just long.
Nice start. Welcome. Hold serve. Doesn't matter whether you're an old master or a slightly anxious novice. Holding that first serve, it still means as much.
Al servicio, Jensen.
So John Sanz to serve first for team Robert Lewandowski 9, RL 9.
Nice little rouleau there. I mean, Libaak's got to really watch John Sanz because he can kick it out and he can hit the rouleau. So he's a very tough customer to face on that diagonal. Bela just making a mistake on the return there. Oh, lovely Bahada.
Little shout about Bela, wasn't there? I think from John Sanz where he was, wasn't there? Did I pick that up?
Yeah. Well, you'll be hearing a lot of this communication. And Edu's settling in all right on this left side. I mean, it's only really, I think, the overheads that might struggle there. And John Sanz getting pushed back on that rouleau. He'll be making those later in the game.
If you were Bela, would you be playing on Alonso and Libaak?
Not exclusively. I mean, I think both pairs here will just look to play good paddle and good strategic points. I don't think you would be focusing more on one than the other, but in certain situations you might, for example, against Edu and Sanz, you might lob to Edu as opposed to Sanz, like we've kind of just seen there. You can hear Edu really talking to John Sanz. See, you hear they talking the whole way through that lob there, and that's often one of the mistakes that recreational players is they wait to say where they are before speaking, and actually these players are talking the whole way through, almost commentating on where the opponents are. Good fake from Edu there. He looked like he was going to go for it, faked it. Little gancho down the line instead.
Defensive overhead shot, the gancho.
Servicio Valentino Libaak.
They're happy with that because that means they've closed out their first service match, first service game, and it's one set all. Now, Timo Libaak.
15-0.
A few return errors here from both sides, and I would almost wonder whether the court is fully played in yet. It probably needs to play in a little bit more. I mean, it's unusual to see these return errors from these players.
When you say played in, what are we looking for? What do you as a player be looking for? Consistency or something?
Well, a more even bounce, basically. Because what happens at the beginning is when you put a temporary court, because this is a temporary court, when you put a temporary court down, you put the carpet down and you put the sand in, and that's why we have all the leaf blowers and the court maintenance. But in the end, there's little air bubbles underneath that surface that they're essentially the best way to get it out is to play on it, and so the court will get better as the week goes on.
We already talked about the altitude and therefore the speed of the ball in Madrid, 650 metres.
Oh, John Sanz taking a bit of a risk there to come on that way across. It was, even if he had got that, he would have not been in a great position. You see here, he opened his side up. Yeah, feel like a few of them are just finding their feet here.
New partner for John Sanz, Edu Alonso, unexpected debut. Libaak and Bela just coming to terms with their first appearances on this stage.
Well, I mean, Edu and John Sanz will have never played together because they're both right court players. Lovely Chiquita there from John Sanz coming forward with that shot. Excellent. Oh, unlucky. Excellent manoeuvring there to get their way in. Chiquita from John Sanz coming in. Edu, playing a lovely shot choice there, but just overhit it slightly. That lob volley.
Chiquita, soft shot, landing at the feet of the opponents. So Libaak and Bela hoping to hold serve, and that's some way to make a statement.
There's that Changlitazo again. Yeah.
Is that your favourite word or favourite shot?
Bit of both.
Well, it was a decisive intervention. Sanz and Alonso then are 2-1 down. But this is all going with serve at the moment. Edu Alonso, we're about to see what he's made of on his first appearance in this competition. Two Spaniards against two Argentines.
Often the way.
Yes, I'm sure. One day, Sandy, when you've had your way, there will be two Brits somewhere. Maybe two Americans, two South Africans.
Well, there will be eventually, right? I mean, that's where the game is going now, and all of these countries they're building momentum, and I mean, those 3 countries you mentioned, I've spent time in those countries in the last couple of months, and you can see that the communities are growing quickly there, but there's an awful lot of catching up to do.
Very much a Spanish-Argentine dominated sport. But in terms of the more English-speaking world, then, they're like the... we can develop the other countries where Australia, Canada...
But they're further behind than UK, US...
and South Africa.
And South Africa at the moment.
2 dominant nations then on either side of the net. Good work by Libaak. There's the boast from Bela. Oh, hello, ole!
Yeah, and that's the risk if you go for it. And Libaak is, like we said earlier, is very athletic, so you're going to have to make sure you hit that well. If you're John Sanz, I don't think he quite caught it well enough. It didn't kick up as much as he was hoping.
That's a big confidence boost for Libaak.
Such a difficult smash to go for. You really got to time it perfectly. A few uncharacteristic mistakes from Bela here. Yeah, there's that Changlitato again, and a great shot from John Sanz. As soon as you see your opponent almost push that ball up and you're forced back, it's a good option because you're taking less risk, and you actually don't need to hit it, on a perfect location on the court. Oh, unusual from Edu there. It was almost too easy for him. Good from John Sanz. Oh, and actually, that's often what they look for is the back boast. So you see how they force the ball behind Bela. He hits a boast off the back glass. It's already coming with the type of spin that he wants in order to hit that ball to bring it back, because it's coming with slice on it. So it's already got the rotation. So he just has to add to it, and he got the ball he wanted, just mistimed it.
Break point then for the Argentine pair.
Another mistake from Bela.
And golden point. And if you're just joining us for the first time and wondering what a golden point is, there is no deuce as such. There's not an advantage and then another point. This is it. The server has chosen to serve to Libaak. Great placement by Libaak.
Good defending from Edu in that corner.
Unfamiliar. That's not normally his favoured place. Again, the running commentary from Alonso.
Oh, just that long volley, just a touch too hard. And they were quite lucky that John Sanz's Bahada off that back glass clipped the net.
They're very happy that they got that point. Level then, 2 games each.
Servicio Fernando Velastegui.
I feel like Bela's just got to play his way into this a little bit more.
Ali Sánchez, you just saw there, as part of the RL9 team, world number 1. Lost yesterday against Triay and Ortega. Later in the day against Delphi Brea and Sofia Araujo. There's a game and a half. Defending champions in the women's event.
Bela just getting Edu turned around in that corner. Bela doesn't hit with as much side spin on his overhead, so hopefully is easier for Edu to defend there. And what a powerful backhand volley from Libaak. Look at the way he got his body behind that.
Alonso had no chance to move at all. Ball almost hit him before he'd moved.
Not easy to do that on the backhand side, and then just
40-0.
slightly overhit that lob there, John Sanz. As we mentioned in an earlier match, it's almost this overhitting of lobs in these fast conditions.
The one feature so far has been the unforced errors by King Bela. But still 3 points or 2 points to the good and can close out another service game.
Yeah, excellent play from Libaak there. Playing that first fast ball, forcing an easier ball, and then down and out.
We're going with serve, which is very different to the opening match at the women's event, where it was lucky anyone could hold a serve. It was break of serve after break of serve. There's a pause in the action, change of ends, so let's go down to our reporter, Bruno Goreccia.
Yes, Jonathan, I've changed ends because the stadium's starting to fill out a bit. It's only natural that midweek, early games kicking off, it takes a time for the temperature to sort of rise. But as you can see here behind me, the VIP area is starting to fill out. The front rows with the players and the fans coming in, and everybody wants to grab a bit of Fernando Velasteguin. Everyone knows as well that there's only a couple more times that you can actually do this. Come and watch Fernando Velasteguin play live. So that's only going to be available exclusively here at the HEXAGON Cup this season. This is the last we'll ever see of him. So stadium filling out very nicely. Still a lot of paddle to be played, of course, today in match day 2 of the HEXAGON Cup.
Two Argentine legends then. Sergio Aguero, we can see there in the VIP area that Bruno was talking about, and the great Fernando Velasteguin. The onus now on John Sanz, coming back out. Here's the left-hander to serve and to hold. Bang on song, I have to say, with Tapia in the first set. 6-3 they took that yesterday, and then lost their way against Navarro and Chozas. He does love a good back boast, doesn't he?
Well, they're forcing him into a difficult position. It's often the best thing to do in that corner. Oh, that sat up nicely for them, yeah, and Libaak took advantage of that. Can't hit a floating chest-high volley at this level. Look, you see there, lovely backhand volley there from Libaak.
Dispatched with power and to some extent disdain.
John Sanz got away with that. Look at the ground Libaak covered from the back of the court to get to that volley position. He's so quick, you're going to have to be careful.
1m84. A giant compared to Fede Cingotto, than most people are.
Oh, well dug out there from Bela. Has so much power on his Bajada there. And he hits it with a bandeja technique, and I mean, he generates so much power off that. A lot of players find it difficult to do that, but it's almost been one of his trademark shots, that.
Tell us about those techniques then. What you said, like a mix of a bandeja and a bajada.
So if we yesterday we saw Paquito playing, and we saw Alex Ruiz earlier in the week, and they play what looks like a vibra off the black glass, and that is a cuchilla that we talked about. And the other technique is to use a bandeja, and that's the technique that Bela's used, and that's more of a chest as the prime mover, as the action, as opposed to a throwing action of the cuchilla. So there's almost two ways to hit your Bajada from the back of the court.
whole terminology in Spanish for anyone taking up paddle, if you really want to get into it.
Well played from Edu there. Just finding the feet of both the players as they were trying to transition towards the net.
Good recovery, 30 love down, and now chance to go 3-all, Holsing serve.
Another mistake from Bela there, really. I mean, he got the ball he wanted. He hit the lob up to Edu. He came in, was prepared to block it, and then just an error.
Servicio Valentino Libaak.
That is a special of his,
what a
isn't
volley.
it?
Yeah.
My word.
Yeah. I mean, he's so fast, and it's interesting watching him alongside Bela, because, you know, Bela's obviously 45 now, and I mean, I've seen Bela train at the moment. He trains so hard and so well, and he'll be the first to admit he has to keep up with these players. And then next to him, you've got a young, elastic Libaak who is, 19, I think it is, and it's. I mean, he's just so explosive.
What a master to learn from. And what another great shot.
He's a very talented player. Winning the deciding rubber in the World Championships as well. So he's been in pressure situations, and it doesn't get more pressure than that against Spain in the World Championship final. Again, super fast Bajada.
Look at that. A service game to love.
Ganan 4 juegos a 3. Cambio de bolas.
If you're going to break us, it's like you're going to have to do it the hard way. So throughout the competition here in the Hexagon Cup in the Madrid Arena, we're asking you to vote for your player of the match. Scan the QR code on your phone. And are you suitably impressed to go with King Bela? Or do you feel that Libaak is going to be your player of the match? And what about Edu Alonso on his debut? And then there's John Sanz. Been there, done that with Nieto. And was very impressive in the first set, certainly yesterday in his match with Agustin Tapia. But the world number 1 is injured, a quadricep injury, we understand it, back home in Barcelona, preparing, he hopes, for a quick return to action, not least in the first big tour event of the year in Riyadh next weekend. So he's got 9 days to get sorted. And we wish him well, but it's an opportunity to see the talent that is Edu Alonso.
There we can see, the majority of the game being played in that defensive position for Libaak and Belasteguin.
Al servicio, Eduardo Alonso con bolas nuevas.
New balls here, they're just knocking the air out of the fur.
We haven't seen that before when we've had new balls. They've just been presented as in tennis. Here we are, new balls. We haven't seen anyone getting the air out of them, as you might say.
Well, you will. Yeah, I think every time they will. They'll always look to come out and hit some almost slice volleys into the corner. And if you're watching, you think, what on earth are they doing? But they do that on the new balls.
And how does that help the new ball's performance then?
Well, the balls, when they come out and they're new, they almost slide on the glass initially, because the fur is almost so packed in with air. So it does actually make a difference.
So they'll rebound off them as opposed to slide.
Yeah. So that'll just be a truer bounce. And you see John Sanz there. He will have gone back there thinking we're using new balls, and he's gone for that. And it was nowhere near enough. Like for Libaak, it took advantage at the net. They've got to be careful here now. They do not want to get broken at this stage. Excellent smash there from John Sanz. That sat up nicely. He was able to get behind it.
I think he heard you. Because obviously 3-4, fine, and 4-all was great, but 3-5, and you're facing...
Same for Edu as well there. And that's that whole thing of, you know, seeing them at the back, knowing that look, Libaak's right back there, back against the glass. They know he's not going to be able to run forward to get that, so why not play with power off that back glass? Oh, what a shot.
My word.
What a shot from John Sanz down the line. And I mean, Libaak knew it was going there. Look how he came across, he covered all of it. You see where he is, but just squeaks down that line.
That was a game saver, literally. 4-all. But again, the power and the consistency of the Libaak backhand volley.
Great blocking from John Sanz there. Oh, just where he wanted it inside. Well played, John Sanz. Managed to force Bela down to that one side, creating an opening, forcing Libaak then to cover more court.
This should be a handy time to have a break of serve for Alonso and Sanz.
Well, it's early days. What a shot. Wow, look at that speed. And the players know it's coming as well. Like, you can see they're set ready to block this because they know that's one of his favourite shots. Even on that angle, he hit it so hard. Oof, just came off his racket too much.
Driving Libaak into the corner. Oh, it's gone too far. As we were, 4-all, 30-all. Great recovery. But
just overhitting slightly, aren't they? Like we've said in all of the matches at this stage. Oh, just in. Good fake from John Sanz.
He timed that to perfection. So break point.
This is a huge gold point here.
Johnson.
Backhand volley of Libaak. Oh, and it was just enough. God, he'd have been in trouble though if John Sanz had have got that back because there was no one in that corner.
And still we go with serve. Edu Alonso and John Sanz now have to return to the court after this break. 5-4 down to Bela and Libaak. Again, great entertainment. It's almost as if after the first day, few players just getting used to being back in a competitive environment. It's all very well practiced, but there's nothing like match sharpness. And our first match was spellbinding. with Ustero and Castello coming through against Jensen and Virseda in straight sets. And it's compelling now in this first men's match of the day. 3 men, 3 women matches making up day 2 of competition at the Hexagon Cup in 2025. More riding on this return to court, because this could be a chance, or is the chance, for Team 11-11 to close out this first set. So,
really
John
with,
Sanz.
Sorry, I was going to say I've been really impressed with Libaak at this stage. I mean, he's your
player of the match so far, is he?
Well, he is really. Yeah, he's causing them a lot of problems on that side, particularly at the back, but particularly when he gets to net. Oh, is this going to be good enough? And just, I mean, enough. Yeah. And even though it was enough that Libaak couldn't attack it, it still gave Libaak the net. So, I mean, again, I go back to this idea of going for this smash at a time when you feel like you can make it. Lovely Chiquita from Bela. Oh, look at that. Beautiful the way he came in off those Chiquitas.
He's like the older squash player, for those who play squash, just knows where to be at the right place at the right time and has everyone else running around, times it, never seems in a hurry.
He's conducting the game, isn't he, and just doing it so well. These days, though, these players defend so well, like he's got to do so much to finish a point, and this is where the game has changed, I think, in the last 5 to 10 years, is that now the physicality needed to win these points and beat these players is just so much more.
Fitter, faster?
Both. Stronger. Yeah.
What a point.
Great defending there from Edu and John Sanz. They were up against it. Libaak going for quite a difficult shot down that line.
Great expressive natures on both sides of the net, particularly John Sanz and Edu Alonso. Geeing each other up. Have to win this service game, have to hold it, otherwise they've lost the first set.
Oh, it looks like Libaak slipped there on the surface as well. You see there, just slipped with his back foot to push across. That's the one to go for there. You see there's a difference in about a metre in terms of court position, and so he's further up the court, so it means he's more likely. You see, look, he hit that just about the second post or roundabouts, maybe slightly further behind, but he wasn't pushed back, so it's basically playing within your capability of being able to do it. Oh, what a backhand.
What a shot. What a shot. Facing the wrong way, pretty much.
Backhand Bahada there from Bela, showing that he can hit both sides well.
The timing was just exquisite. Still a big chance of a break.
And that's not enough. Oh, we couldn't get rid of it.
Just over the net.
Now Edu's comfortable on this side. Yeah. There's actually the fast, flat smash. You see what happened there? Edu was pushed back, and Bela went fast, flat to his side, and that's where kind of experience comes in. Not trying to go for a topspin smash or anything like that, and it just meant John Sanz didn't have the time to cover.
Golden point, set point. Quiet word. But all the pressure now on John Sanz. Gone for Bela.
Yeah, from Libaak. Oh yeah, that's too short.
Big roar. We're level still, 5-all. Yes, that's the expression. That was close.
They defended well there, Libaak and Bela, but just, yeah, slightly too short on that lob. That's the difficulty, especially when you hit a few lobs and you overhit a little bit, you hit the glass, you think, oh, I don't want to overhit, especially on a golden point. Sometimes it just end up hitting a little bit short.
Keep those votes coming for your player of the match. Scan the QR code on your phone. Alonso or Sanz, HEXAGON or Libaak. It's a close run. They're all having their moments.
$15-0.
It is interesting what you said about how look for the different style.
Oh, 2 lobs overhit.
Ooh.
30-0.
With HEXAGON, how the player's evolved and how he's had to go for the fitness, just where he's going for his shots, what he's doing differently to the others, or how the game has moved on with the younger players playing. No, that's not going to go there either.
Smash from Libaak, yeah.
Very impressive.
And again, it was off a back post, so it's easier to hit that when the spin is already going in the direction that you want on the ball.
Great service game so far.
Oof, what a backhand volley he has.
He's desperately trying to get it away from him, but
no, that's out.
And thank you. Job done in a matter of seconds. 6-5. Off court, change of ends. Another chance to close this out for team 11-11 in green.
Tirando bien la pelota, que se vaya adelante como si está jugando con Juan Martín. Claro, y el tema lo que vemos nosotros es más atento a pescar.
Okay, de atrás.
Más atento,
pero
sí.
yo más que escuchar, más que en la red que vamos, cuando estamos en la red, esperamos los puntos.
En la red sí.
Es en el fondo.
Claro.
Que no te de atrás para cuando estamos en el fondo es vos solo contra 2 flacos, que no te
How much can you tell King Bela, given he's done everything in the match and in the world of paddle?
Y los flacos tienen el lobo. Entonces te vayan rápido de pierna, pero que la mano vaya más floja. Generar chiquita, Claro, pero si no logro globo no
Reassurance.
Bueno, pero generar algo, boludo, porque si no no está nada. Vale,
game plan, strategy, because they need to win this next service game.
Claro,
just the support really, more than anything. You know, you're not going to tell something to Bela that he doesn't already know, but having an outside perspective on the game can be really, really useful. Because when you're on the court, you might think one thing is happening, but then when you're sitting off the court, you get a different perspective on the game, and so that's where this coaching can be so valuable. And especially from, you know, Ciarelli for Bela. I mean, he's been his coach for years, and so he knows Bela, he knows the game, he knows everything so well. So he'll be a tremendous help on the side.
Great for him to have this last hurrah on a stage like the HEXAGON Cup. Not just here to make up the numbers, as we can tell.
He touched it. Good reactive volley there from Edu, but Libaak was at net waiting for it.
Again, almost playing for that to set him up, because he can see what a weapon it is for Libaak, can't he, Bela?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bela hit that so fast that he knows that the block coming will only be a reactive block. blocking forward. Oh no. When they get into that situation 2-on-2, it's almost, you know, who is going to have the reactive block that just skews away, and it's keeping the pressure up. I don't know if John Sanz did that on purpose there. It looked like he was winding up to hit 3 meters and then saw Libaak herring out of the door, and I think he maybe even intentionally just flattened it out slightly to avoid that.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm with you. I think he did.
Oh, Edu could have blocked that and kept the net, but managed to win the point there.
We're heading for a tie-break unless Libaak and Bela have got something they're ready to produce.
No.
Need it fast.
Nice bahada from Edu. Oh, good from Libaak. Lovely, down towards the fence there, and it just took a favourable bounce.
Alonso, Sanz.
Not much Bela could have done.
And it is a tie-break. Just as we had in our first match today. The bar has been raised. Second day of competition. Best in the world. Head to head. And relishing the competition so far.
Great defending, Edu. Oh, couldn't turn that way as well. Already turned one way round, and then to get forced on the next ball to go the other. It's great volley.
First to 7 in a tie-break, super tie-break if we need that, equivalent to the third set, is the first to 10.
Oh, is he going to go for that? Yeah, it's quite short. Is it enough? Yeah, it is. Good kick on that. You see the ball almost with that top spin just bounce and fly up off the back glass.
Tying Bela in a knot there.
I think Bela was expecting a little bit more side spin on that Vibra. It ended up being flatter and then therefore coming into his body a little bit more.
Is there any part of his game at the moment where you'd say if he was younger he could get that, or he could do this, or does he have such an array of talent that he can cope with anything and sort of improvise?
No, I mean, well, I'm not 45 yet, but I'm feeling, I mean, as you get older, like you just, the reactive capability is no longer there. And yeah, I mean, he is as sharp as anyone could be at this age, and he's obviously got, you know, his experience in the game and the power and things like that. But I mean, there's an example of, you know, a 25-year-old Bela would have probably had the physicality to do that. Now yeah, it's difficult for him. I mean, he's the fact that he's competing with these three players at 45 years old. You know, it's phenomenal.
It is extraordinary, and we're still waiting to find out whether he can take this first set. It's still there for the taking.
Was that enough? No, he touched it. Great athleticism from Libaak there. And he's got that as well.
They've done it again, but that's dispatched.
Excellent attacking play there. I mean, Libaak did all he could to maintain in that point. And it was that ball that really he struggled with. It was almost that block. As a player, you're preparing to block on your backhand side, so when it goes too fast to your forehand, it's difficult to get a good block on it.
6 points, first change of ends, and it's a 4-2 advantage to John Sanz and Edu Alonso. And we haven't seen too many of those leads for that pair. So he's engineered it. We're seeing some special John Sanz shots, aren't we? Just since he's getting into it, I felt restricted by Tapia, whereas now this is his court. It's a Spanish court. He's with Edu Alonso. They may not have played together. He realises Alonso is in a difficult position because it's not his favourite side of the court. So right, I'll show you what I can do.
Nice shot there from Bela. Great speed down the middle of the court. It was pinpoint accuracy between them. Mistakes. Just tie break.
2 more for Alonso and Sáinz. It's the first set.
Yeah, they'll take that.
5-4, Alonso Sánchez.
Not enough. Oh, I tell you what. Sáinz still in it.
Oh, fast flat towards the body. I mean, that was the thing, though. It was again that John Sanz smash that wasn't quite enough, and it gave Libaak the net.
Sánchez there, left of your screen. And that's a good recovery on team 11-11. 6-all, 5-all.
Ooh. Be upset with that. It bounced nicely off the glass there for him to be aggressive with the Bajada. A shot he usually hits pretty well.
Set point. A few words from Bela to Dino Libaak.
Great shot from Bela there.
Picks it off his toes.
Oh, God, what a shot. What a Bajada there. With slice, a few inches from the back glass, making it die.
Para Bela Libaak.
First set to Bela and Libaak. What a finish, what a flourish. 7-6. He may be 45 years old and he may be playing with a 19-year-old, but they are a heady concoction at the moment. Consecutive points, 1-5. Golden points, Sanz and Alonso. But in terms of points won percentage,
I mean, again, it was a very, very close set, that, wasn't it? I mean, there wasn't really much in it, a point here or a point there. It felt like Libaak and Bela just had the momentum. I mean, it was obviously very close to the tiebreak, but you felt like they just had the momentum that carried them through that set, really.
That's got us thinking and talking a bit. Wonderful to see King Bela and his young apprentice Tino Libaak. John Sanz finishing, of course, 2024 with a flourish, winning the Barcelona Tour finals, and you were there watching Sáinz and Nieto come through against Tapia and Coello. This has been a hesitant start so far, because they went down yesterday, Tapia and Sáinz, and they've got it all to do now. Went down against one Argentine and the Spaniard, Chozas with Navarro. This time it's double Argentine. So, one set down. Edu Alonso out already. What about our courtside reporter, Bruno Bergareccia?
Yeah, just quickly, I've come over to this end to see what the words were like in the Edu Alonso and John Sanz bench, and, well, encouraging words. You know, nothing to lose for them in this match. They gave it their all in that first set. They came close, and you feel that they're enjoying their paddle out there, because they don't really have the pressure to pick up a result today against Fernando Valestin, given the circumstances.
Do you take that as a coach, or are you there? Come on, get out there.
Well, it's one step at a time, isn't it? It's what's done is done.
True. Live for now. And that's what John Sanz is trying to do with Edu Alonso. Good enough.
Just enough. And again, it's the direction of that, really. You know, he's played that a couple of feet from the side glass, knowing that that's going to be a difficult place for someone to come across, because he knows he's not going to bring it back with the kick that, like John Sanz might do, for example. Forcing Edu to make a mistake there as well.
This goes back to what you said after the first match and the first set. The winning team has to maintain that level. The losing team in the first set has got to find another gear.
Well, and this is where having Bela on your side makes a big difference, because you can guarantee that he would not start this second set like with his foot off the gas. I mean, it's just not. Well, it's not in his nature, and it's not in his inexperience. And we said that he just missed that Chiquita, but still, it's you know, it's the way he would play.
That's why he become a 16-time in succession world champion. Oh, what a shot.
Good pick up from Edu, but is it enough? Not quite. Libaak ready there. I've been really impressed with Libaak in this match, to be honest. Both his attacking and his defensive game have been fantastic.
Well, if he's getting any coaching from his partner, and he's in position A. Early break, here we're going to see. And I'll just take
defense there from Edu. Ooh, that stayed in.
Brilliant shot.
Yep, that's enough.
And there is a physical representation of what you're saying. We go out there, Tino, and we go carry on 100 miles an hour. Okay, ready?
And the thing is it's his shot selection. Like Bela, you feel, would only go for that if he knows he can make that. He's I don't want to say he's risk averse, but he's definitely a calculated player.
But that's surely one of the keys you've been talking about in terms of younger players coming through, and maybe Tapia. There's the creative urges, there's the wish to be different and so on, and the flair, which you don't want to stifle, but at the same time you've also got to marry that with hard-headedness and winning.
Yeah, and I think there's a time for the flair, right? And you know, the previous match we had Ustero, we talking about the flair that she shows, and we had Tapia yesterday, and actually John Sanz carries a bit of that flair, but it's it's almost like using it at the right time, or going for the risky shot when it's almost less risky, if that makes sense.
The one thing you would say about Bela is that if there were less errors, they would be well clear, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, there were a few, weren't there, at the beginning of the match, the first few games of the match. There were a few, and then he managed to kind of iron them out. And there's just been a couple at the start of this set now. Oh, lovely bandeja down that side there from Edu.
Beautiful disguise.
I think they were both expecting him either to go towards the centre or go cross-court, which would be your normal place to hit that bandeja, and then sneaked it down the line, round Libaak. Unforced error there again from Bela. Over hitting that volley. Just giving that break straight back. So good at almost disguising it and taking the net there, Edu and John Sanz.
Oh dear. Game to love broken.
Edu and John Sanz needed that. They needed a bit of a pick-me-up, I felt, after that first set and then the first game. But they're back in it.
Your worst fears weren't realised.
Another error from Bela there, really. And like you say, I mean, actually, this is almost how the first set started, wasn't it? He made those errors, and you would have thought without them they would have gone clear, but that's not going to be good enough. And at this point, and this is what I was saying almost in Barcelona in colder conditions, because players were going for it more often, is that going for that touch and smash. I'd love to see the hit to success ratio, because often players talk about, oh well, he's brought back 5 balls in that match, but if he's had 25 attempts, then it's not been worth it. And so you would argue now that John Sanz has hit quite a few of those, and only a small percentage of them have been worth it, have been winners. Lovely lob there from Libaak. Oof, what a bullet there from his Vibra. Really got a whip in his arm there on that cross. John Sanz did his best to get a racket on it, but couldn't quite. Well played, John Sanz there, anticipating that ball down the middle, was in the right place, and all he had to do was just push it almost gently down between them.
Big hold of serve beckoning for Team RL9. Done it.
Juego Alonso Sanz, 2-1, segundo set. Cambio de bolas.
A few errors came out from 11 there.
That'll be frustrating, because they teed themselves up nicely by breaking the serve. Then they've lost 2 service games in a row. It's early days, we get that. But you know, as you said earlier, it's that level which you do not want to slip from, because if you allow the opposition a chance before the doors open and they're running through, running amok. Player of the match, well, let's see how this unfolds. Is there the sentimental vote for Fernando Belastagin, or do we prefer the young gun, Tino Libaak? Or is there going to be a twist with Edu Alonso or John Sanz, providing us with a Spanish stroll in sets 2 and 3? Who's your money on at the moment then? Who do you think? Well, I think Libaak. Well, yeah. Okay, they've been listening to you, so they like you.
I would go.
That's what Sandy really says, so that's what we do.
Yeah. I mean, he's just. I've been, as I said, I've been really impressed. He's come out and he's played that right side role really well, almost to the point that he's causing them trouble. Like, he's really, he's electric at net. He's getting into these good positions. He's attacking with both his volleys, attacking with his overheads, and when he's in trouble at the back, he's able to lob and put them under serious pressure. So I think, I would agree with that vote.
He's certainly got a bit of a oomph in his smash as well, hasn't he? Well clear of the rest.
Yeah, that's a significant speed, that 132.
Oh. It's not how fast you get there, it's whether you get there. Let's see. So, Tino Libaak to serve. Nope, that's gone long. 2-1.
I mean, it's a good shot from Bela there. Wasn't too complicated for Sanz, though. He could have kept it going. Isn't that enough? Oh, not quite. Great smash from Libaak there. Just had just enough kick to take him over Sanz. That won't. Oof. That was there though. He was guessing where that was going. That would have been for the highlight reel.
Wasn't that far away, just a couple of centimetres. Died into the fence and who knows where it had gone. Dug that up well.
All these balls are either good lobs or to the toes, aren't there? There's almost nothing in the middle. Oh, and error again from Bela.
Another really good standard, and in a way you go, well, all the best players in the world here, so why wouldn't it be a good standard? But you see, I saw a few scratchy matches yesterday. This is really something else.
Good defending from Edu there. Managed to maintain the net as well.
Oh, he was on the move.
Edu's doing a great job on this left court here. I mean, he really is. And unforced error from Bela again there, but Edu's holding his own in that left corner. Looking actually pretty comfortable particularly in the defensive part of this left side.
Nope. So break point.
Oh, what a vibra. Hit that back glass right where the intersection was, forcing it so close down the line and glass. Leading to an important break point. Oh, good slice off that.
Oh, what a return. Yeah. He's responding to all your praise. Give a bit of love and get a lot back.
I mean, Libaak hit a great volley here, and it looked like he was expecting it to be a winner, but no, Edu got underneath that. And that's what he does so well as a right court player, is just defends the most difficult balls. So, yeah.
3-1. They made the break. Oh, my word. What a recovery.
Wow, Libaak, fantastic there. Look at that defensive skills. I mean, here, look at this. Flicking off the back glass with your backhand is so difficult in that situation.
Please, can you coach me that?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I like Libaak's position there. He almost just crouches down like a wicket-keeper in cricket and waits for that next ball.
Not going anywhere. Ready to do what he can for the cause. Well, they won the first set. They're now behind by 2 games in this second.
Defence again from Edu. Look at this. And he's back in at net. Forced them back. Brilliant. Oh, just overcooked it slightly. Probably the right shot to go down towards that fence area. Just, yeah, miscued. Probably not used to hitting a lot of Bahadas in that position over that far on the left side. I equate it a bit like driving your car. You're so used to driving on one side that you know exactly where the corners are, and then when you drive, on the other side of the road in a different steering wheel on a different side, it's almost getting used to judging the corner in a slightly different space. Some errors here. They're getting ahead a little bit here, aren't they?
Well, if they hold serve, that's 4-1. What a return.
Oh, he's going for it.
40-30.
And he knew that Bela was going to stay at the back there, so down the line was a better option. Great volley, John Sanz.
That'll do nicely, okay? 4-1. So are we praising Sanz and Alonso, or are we questioning the errors made by their opponents on the other side of the net?
It doesn't have to be one or the other. I think there's always a bit of a contribution, and that's what we saw yesterday in some of those matches that seesawed, and it's often one leads to the other. Like Edu and John Sanz are, putting more pressure on. They're making the points longer. They're making it more difficult, and now some errors have slipped in.
Well, it's certainly made this interesting, and I can't believe any in the crowd are going to say, well, we're looking for this done in 2. We're looking for a super tie-break.
Well, I think that's where it's headed, isn't it? It's definitely looking that way.
Well, for Sanz and Edu Alonso, as a wider competition, not just winning their match, as any player would like to do, for the team competition, they need to get themselves moving. After going down yesterday, 2-1, losing to Navarro and Chozas.
Yeah, and they bounce. I mean, they're bouncing back, aren't they? It's there's still a lot of paddle left in this match.
So Bela, Fernando Belatagin.
Look at that Libra, lovely from Libaak. You saw as soon as he was winding up for that, you knew it was gonna come with some power, and it's got that precision right in by the corner as well.
The Spanish Viper. Can he get there? He can indeed. Oh, another good angle.
Look at these Chiquitas, nice.
That's going to go. Yep.
Yeah, Edu tried to play down off the back glass there. So sometimes you play your boast, and most of the time you go for a lob. And here, you see he tried to play it a bit lower, but it ends up being almost in the mid zone. Oh, yeah, is he getting it? Just. Oh. I mean, he'll take that. He wasn't necessarily going for that, but. Yeah, did well to get it, actually, even to reach it.
One stage I thought he'd put it straight into the glass. Hold is big now for Bela and Libaak. 5-1, it would not be a good look.
Yeah, excellent power there from Bela. I mean, the players at net almost leave that hoping that they're going to have more time off the back glass, but when he hits it with that slice as well, it's so difficult. It gets right behind it.
Just watching his head then, looking right up, and analysing where to put it, checking the opening, and then delivering.
And importantly, relying on partners' communication, because you don't know where they are as you're hitting it. And again, lovely volley from Libaak there, forcing that error.
Important hold, 4-2.
Servicio Eduardo Alonso.
Both going for the same ball.
Oh, he's got a spin on that lob as well. Great lob. Oh no, that's putting him in trouble though. Yeah, too much bounce on that ball there, and you can see it came off the double glass and it sat up for Libaak in order for him to attack. And at this level, every shot needs to be precise.
John Sanz is about to serve then.
Bela's funny. Bela is usually so on it. A bit of a laugh over the wrong server there. I think Bela's joking to say it almost goes back to 0-0, but great speed there. Nice soft bandeja down to the toes of Libaak. And that change of speed can actually be really difficult for a player to deal with. Yeah. Oh, he's gone for it. Not enough though. Yeah. And in fairness to Edu, he hasn't gone for many on that side. He knows that, you know, it's a shot that he's not used to playing on the left side of the court, so he hasn't gone for it a lot, but he paid the price there. Oh, Bela. Bela and Libaak really need this game here, really, this break, in order to stand a chance in this set.
God, that was close. God, where was the ball coming out?
Yeah, and that's the one, John Sanz. Hit that perfectly over a leaping Libaak.
He's got spring, he's got youth, but he didn't have the height then.
He's gone for it this time with more angle, and that's gone out nicely.
5-2. That was a very important hold, and also tightens the screw on their opposition. Bela and Libaak are in trouble. In terms of this set, it's going to be a super tiebreak, I think. What do you think, Bruno?
Well, I caught up earlier with Lucía Sáinz on the bench for RL9 team, obviously part of the women's pairing there alongside Ariana Sánchez. Just see what her thoughts were of how their men's pairing were playing and how they were responding to the adversity of the first set. She said she was very impressed with how they'd bounced back from losing that set in a tight tiebreak. And also, you need to acknowledge the fact that Edu Alonso was getting adjusted to a new position, a late call-up. So she said she's very impressed with the way they're both playing. They're all going to continue to give them energy over there on the sidelines. So they'll be looking to make sure that they can try and drive them into a deciding superset tiebreak.
I think they're well on their way. If you're 5-2 up and you don't close out at 6-2, there's a problem. Although one has to say, if Bela and Libaak do that, that is very much to their credit, because that'll be some turnaround. It was close in set 1, 7-6. We went to a tiebreak, and it looks we're all set to a super tiebreak. So Edu Alonso served in the last game. We're now waiting to see what Tino Libaak can manage. What havoc can he create? Can they haul themselves back into contention? What's the momentum, I suppose, can they generate towards a super tiebreak?
Well, exactly. Third set being a super tiebreak, it's almost like it's all square at that point. And they still need to win this set, Edu and John Sanz. Oh, lovely lob. A little bit too short on that lob there from Edu, and Bela just snapped it up. Nice, flat, powerful smash.
Ooh, hello. First miscue from one of the most powerful backhand volleys in the game.
Well, you can see how much he chops down on it. So that result there is, you know, that I suppose that will happen from time to time. But he's been incredibly accurate with it so far.
Power he generates. There we go. That's what he can do.
Great defending again from Edu. He's so good picking the balls up.
My word, what a great recovery that was. Oh,
it's in.
It's still. God, what a point. What a point. Doesn't matter where anyone is on the court, just enjoy this play.
That was too much.
Quite outstanding. Brilliant. What was that?
Didn't have time to move around on the backhand, just a little flick. That's a sign you really know where the ball is in that corner.
It's not racket science. We'll have that for her. Can you do that shot, please?
Yeah, that's
a few times.
up.
How to coach that? Good recovery.
Yeah, excellent Pajada there from Bela down that line into the corner. There's a big gap there. And quite rightly, because John Sanz really is thinking to cover the middle on that.
So now they're needing a break point, or break, service break against John Sanz. Done it perfectly.
Yeah, great smash.
To close out this second set and take us to a super tiebreak.
Oh, just enough there, Edu. I mean, Bela was in a dangerous position moving up the court, but Edu had just enough on it, and plus the fence, I think, helped him out a little bit as well. Oh, lovely change of direction there. Brilliant from Edu. Not only did he change direction, he changed the speed, and it really forced Libaak to backtrack.
I know you rate him highly as a player. He's certainly burnishing his reputation, isn't he? Edu Alonso. How about that? Get that done, double quick time. There's the game, there's the set, 6-3. We're going to a super tiebreak. It's just what this game deserves, this match. Great entertainment, great to watch.
What to say there? Can't be more even than that, really. What? 65. Yeah. Similar on the break opportunities. Just a few golden points in it.
Well, now it's all down to the nerves in the super tiebreak. First to 10.
It's going to be really important here to keep this momentum going. I mean, it's these first 3 or 4 points of the super tiebreak are crucial.
There's Paquito Navarro.
Come for the music.
Loves a bit of crowd though, doesn't he, hey? Can't bet a bit of crowd action for Paquito Navarro. We've got golden points here, we've got the super tiebreak here. How different is that to, say, another set, which could go on and on, as you might say?
Well, it's hugely different. I mean, it means that there's no room for error here. There's no room to get comfortable in this third set. It's every point counts. So yeah, I mean they're coming from this change of ends now, and they're really going to have to focus like 1 point at a time from the very start. We talked about unforced errors and.
So Bela on serve to launch this super tiebreak.
Lovely change from Bela. Oh, has that gone in from John Sanz? Wow. God, that was a little bit lucky there, and Libaak would be frustrated to miss that overhead. But great reactive play from John Sanz.
Who's now on serve. 1 point to the good. Can they double it? Get some daylight early on.
Great play from Bela there, coming forward. Not only defending that deep lob, hitting that down to the toes, but also managed to maintain the net position. Great block from Edu. Just set that up for the ball that John Sanz wanted. And they did well scrapping there. Libaak just almost couldn't keep it low enough there. Either needed to go to the toes or use the lob. Came into the strike zone of John Sanz on that forehand volley. Defense from John Sanz on that.
John Sanz was positioning himself straight away. He could see what was coming. He's moving already.
John Sanz has some unbelievable defence in that position, because that ball is flying from Libaak, and you can see Edu try to move around the side, get out of the way, but just couldn't.
Good sporting spirit there. 2-all.
Nice adaptation there to still hit the Chiquita.
This is what they do so well. When they're on the stretch and a difficult ball, they still manage to play a good lob or a good chiquita.
Seem to be reaching both those last two shots.
Yeah. And I mean, they were just pushing him, weren't they? Almost into that centre, down to the side. There, they made him go and fetch that ball down the middle. And that's where we talk about, 45 versus 25. It's that slight spring, and it might only be a millisecond, but it makes a difference at this level.
The speed around the court. It can be in the right place most of the time, but sometimes, as you say, when the ball's fizzing like it has been. 4-2. That could be big.
It looks like they've carried their momentum on from this second set.
So while they take a break, here's your chance to vote for your player of the match. Your last chance to vote. The QR code is there. Is it Edu Alonso? Is it John Sanz? Is it Fernando Bela, or is it Tino Libaak?
I have to say, Edu Alonso is, since the last discussion on the man of the match, he's really picked up. Maybe he's considering the competition.
Interesting. Ari Sánchez and Paulo José María, normally teammates and partners, but in opposition in this Hexagon Cup environment. Both losers yesterday. No respect of reputations. You've got to do it every match in this format.
Going out, but he's there. Oh, he was there as well. I think he probably just worried that he was getting too close to the side because it had so much side kick on that. Look how wide he went. You'll see it on this replay. Almost like he stopped because he felt like he was coming to the edge. Because when you're running out there, you can't see where you're running because you're running obviously to fetch the ball. So you're just hoping that your path is clear.
You're hoping there's not a TV camera there, for example, which would not be pleasant.
That bin that he will have seen.
All right. Have you had any bad moments like that?
Yeah, there's been a few.
You've ended up in a bin, have you?
No, not in a bin. You don't always get as much space as these courts here, where you've got 4 or 5 metres outside. That's going to be trouble. John Sanz way too far back in the court there to go for that shot. Showing he's feeling confident, though.
Well, there's every reason to be. They've got a good, strong hand on this. 5-3 to the good. First to 10. 2 clear if we get to 9 all. Ooh, that's not what you need then. Oh dear.
No, they got to pick themselves up. It's only 3 points, so in paddle that can turn around very quickly. Great shot, John Sanz. Wow, found that little gap round Bela. Perfect speed as well, so the second bounce was just dying off that back glass.
I think you said it a few points ago, you can just sense the confidence. This is all flowing. He can see a way forward. He and his teammate have really worked together. Alonso, oh, wow.
And that time going to the body of Bela, knowing that he had Libaak hanging around the net position, and probably from the last time thought, you know what, I didn't make it last time. It's a more sensible option to go with a powerful, flatter smash down that line.
Decent serve. But 4 points to make up.
Still a bit of a way to go there, but they're not down and out yet.
Second grouping of 6 points up to 12. Change of ends. Short and sharp. 2 more points needed by Alonso and Sanz. Bela and Libaak. much more of a tall order.
Great from Bela there.
Oh.
Well, they knew he was flying back into the net, so and the second lob will have forced him back. Oh, and the net cord. God. I mean, that's what they needed to get themselves out of that defensive position. Libaak and Bela really just hanging on in that point.
Well, hanging on anyway in this match, you have to say. But let's see if Alonso and Sanz can close this out. Here's Edo Alonso then. 2 points on his serve. We're done. 10-5. 2-1 winners.
Great reaction there from John Sanz, holding that position. God, look at they're the ones holding on now. John Sanz. Oh, I thought he was going to go for it again.
God, throwing himself. He's out of action at the moment. Down to Edo Alonso.
Bela just using everything in his toolbox here to finish this point.
Oh my word.
I mean, that is paddle really. I mean, the idea that you've got to be, put the ball away so many times at this level. Look at the way they scratch around to keep in the point, making them play another ball, and eventually it's almost like you run out of ideas as how to finish the point.
I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking, where can they go now?
And they just got to keep pressing and pressing, and it's almost like a relentless patience, but being aggressive at the same time.
4 match points.
Oh, wow. Very, very good.
That's how you finish it. 10-5. Welcome to the HEXAGON Cup for Edo Alonso. What a whirlwind. Well, 18 hours, really. Agustin Tapia gets injured. Edo, you're on. Let's go and practice. Oh, by the way, you're playing out of position in your wrong side of court, but this is what we've got to do. You're up against one of the best players ever to have graced a paddle court, and they've won.
And he did great, really. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell that he wasn't a left-sided player. I mean, the way he was defending that corner and the way he was almost attacking the net. There's only really a couple of things with, potentially his overheads and using the vibras and things like that you might notice, but generally, I mean, that was a fantastic performance for him on the other side.
Another great match, and you know what? You've called it again. MVP initially for you is Tino Libaak. MVP now?
Edo Alonso.
Is the right answer.
Yeah. That's how he played actually in the Tour finals in Barcelona at the end of last year. He was really, he was a really, really exciting player to watch, and he's gone and done that again now.
Were the odds stacked against him, surely?
In this match, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, I say definitely. You would, on paper, you would say this would be a very close match. You would say that he would be the one that would struggle because he's the one that's had to change sides, but I mean, in the end, he looked great out there.
Well, that is a massive win for Team RL9, Robert Lewandowski. Great to see King Bela back on court. I think he enjoyed himself, don't you, Edo Alonso?
Definitely.
And that's more like it for John Sanz as well. I mean, as you saw him in winning in Barcelona in the Tour finals, yesterday was a bit frustrating. 2 break points, 1 out of 4, 3 golden points, 52%. I mean, there wasn't much in it, but the way they accelerated in the tiebreak was impressive.
Yeah, and I think that the stats looks quite close, but it's almost like the way they played at the important moments was the difference there, and that tiebreak, I think, was a good example of that.
Well, there's a bit of inspiration for Ari Sánchez and Lucia Sáinz when they take to the court in a few hours' time. We've still got 2 more matches before them, and they're up against the defending champions for a team advantage, Delphi Brea and Sofia Araujo. There's Paula Jose Maria, normally the regular partner on the tour for Ari Sánchez. He's getting up there with Alejandra Alonso. You mentioned it before, but it's this rare sort of chance for players who are normally all out for themselves, not surprisingly, to be in a team environment and seeing friends, colleagues, partners on other teams and how that comes. So we'll discuss that a little further, but first let's get down to Brno and hear from the winning pair.
Pues estamos con la pareja vencedora, el MVP votado por la afición hoy, Edu Alonso. Edu, hace 24 horas ni siquiera sabías que ibas a jugar este partido, te has tenido que adaptar a la derecha. ¿Era un poco una sensación de que no había nada que perder hoy?
Sí, bueno, lo primero, buenas a todos. ¿Qué tal, Madrid? Ha sido todo un placer teneros aquí. Sí, como tú dices, hace 24 horas no sabía si iba a jugar y nada, cuando me dijeron que podía compartir pista la de Johnny, que es un gran jugador y un muy amigo mío, me puse muy feliz y hoy he intentado darlo todo. Creo que he empezado de menos a más. Me ha costado al principio un poquito, pero bueno, conforme iban pasando los juegos me iba sintiendo mejor y como digo, Johnny me ha ayudado bastante y estoy muy contento de haberle dado mi puntito al equipo. Así que nada, a ver si seguimos sumando victorias.
So I grew into the game. I was very happy to play alongside John, and I think I started off improving as the match went on. It's always a pleasure to play alongside John Sanz. John, un poco lo mismo, ¿no? ¿Cómo se prepara un partido en el que no tienes muy claro quién vas a tener a tu lado? Quizás tienes una táctica establecida de antemano. Es cierto que tú no es un jugador que está acostumbrado a jugar en ese lado de la pista. ¿Cómo os habéis adaptado a esas circunstancias?
Bueno, lo primero de todo, hola a todos. Muchas gracias por venir un jueves aquí a animarnos. La verdad que ayer al acabar el partido, Agus me dijo que había sentido una pequeña molestia, así que desde aquí quiero darle mucha fuerza y mucho ánimo. Esperemos verlo lo antes posible en las pistas y la verdad que hoy se le ha echado de menos aquí en el equipo y esperemos que se recupere pronto. Y nada, a mí me hacía especial ilusión jugar al lado de Edu, una grandísima persona, un gran jugador. Jugaba en la derecha hoy, le he dicho que al final del partido que era a su lado, ha jugado una auténtica barbaridad. Una pista difícil, no había probado la pista y ha dado la puntuación espectacular, así que muy feliz de haber dado estos 2 puntos al equipo y a la tarde animar a las chicas que esto sigue.
So a message for Agustín Tapia, hoping that he gets better soon, and obviously a big praise for his partner here today, Edu Alonso. And una última pregunta rápida. Obviamente estamos ante una leyenda del pádel como es Bela y sabemos que estamos viviendo sus últimos partidos. Os quiero preguntar qué representa para vosotros Bela.
No, yo creo que para todos un poco representa, sobre todo para mí, un ejemplo de trabajo y constancia enorme, más allá de los grandes resultados que ha tenido. Pero sí, ¿no? Es historia del pádel y es todo un placer jugar en contra de él. Es verdad que nunca había tenido que sufrirlo en el cruzado y tengo que decir que la pelota le va muy rápida y le sigue yendo muy rápida. Pero bueno, ¿no? Como te digo, es todo un placer jugar enfrente de un gran jugador y una gran leyenda como él.
A lot of praise also for Fernando Belasteguin, saying he's an absolute legend of the game and that he wasn't used to playing against him in that cross court, but it was a very nice moment for Edu and also for John here today. Muchas gracias, chicos.
Well played, Edu Alonso and John Sanz, not just winning but also seeing off one of the greats and picking up exactly what Sandy Farquharson was saying during the commentary. So this is how the teams look as we make our way through day 2. We've had 2 matches today, well 4 matches today including the next gen, but 2 men's, a men's and a women's match, and we've still got 4 more to go. This can all change. We're getting ready for Alejandra Salazar and Aranza Osoro for the Team Hexagon against Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo from X10 Padel. And we're now going to feature Alejandra Salazar and Alex Ruiz from Team Rafa. They've let us have a look at the photos on their phone. All I can say is they must be very, very brave.
A ver lo que nos encontramos por aquí. aquí, esta misma. Aquí haciendo el payaso con mi novia en Nochevieja, que fue una noche increíble. Empecé con mi familia y terminamos con su familia. Hicimos hasta peleas de baile. La verdad que lo pasamos muy bien y fue muy divertido.
Pues esta foto que ha salido me gusta mucho porque fue cuando ganamos en Roland Garros en cuartos de final a Claudia y a Gemma. Fue un partido muy bonito por 3 sets, con mucha intriga de idas y venidas, con altibajos, y es verdad que empezamos regulín, teníamos el partido bastante en contra y lo conseguimos levantar. Fue la verdad que un partidazo y esta, pues eso, es esa cara de wow, no me lo creo. Muy bonita esta foto que me sacaron. Es como ese sentimiento de satisfacción y de orgullo, ¿no?, de haber sacado ese partido.
There are many photos we could look on her phone because she's had an extraordinary time recently. But anyway, we'll look forward to talking about Alejandra Salazar very shortly. But in terms of just wrapping on what we've seen today, for Sáinz and Alonso, shortly, what do we reckon? How much of a potent force could they be?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably, like we said before this match, they went in with no pressure. There was nothing to lose. They played some great paddle. We're early on in the week, though. We're only on day 2, so let's see how they go. I mean, they're both in great form, obviously, but you know, there's still a lot of paddle to be played, a lot of matches to be won here. So, yeah, I think we can expect some good things from them, though.
Yanguas and Garrido on Saturday, so they've got a day's break, a little bit more practice for Alonso maybe on that different side of the court. So we're going to take a little breath, but not long, because we're going to launch straight into Alejandra Salazar and Osoro, Team Hexagon against ex-Padel, Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo. From Jonathan Edgard and Sandy Farquharson, don't go anywhere. the first time in Madrid in the Hexagon Cup 2025, we're about to witness the entrance of one of the greatest women's players ever, Alejandro Salazar, ranked 15 in the world, playing alongside Alonso Osoro. Nicknamed the Viking, and when you watch her play, you'll see she packs a punch in a big way. It's their first match, and it's against Fernández and Icardo. So here are the scores so far. Team Brea came through, Castello and Ustero in straight sets. And we've just witnessed a wonderful performance by Sanz and Alonso, and now match 3, the Hexagon team, with Alejandro Salazar and Alonso Osoro. Also in the team, Paquito Navarra and Alex Chozas, against X10 Padel with Mike Yangas and Javi Garrido, with Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo. She was a losing finalist last year, Tamara Icardo. So she's looking to bounce back from defeat yesterday. Then, still to come, look out for a team advantage in match 4 and match 5. The defending champions, Martin de Nenno and Tello and Delphi Brea and Sofia Araujo. So much to look forward to, and here is what we're served up next, with Alejandra Salazar and her Argentine partner against 2 Spaniards, Claudia Fernández, who has really taken the world of paddle by storm. Just 18 years old, playing in World Championship finals and winning contests, winning tournaments. Phenomenal. So, how do we call this one?
It's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, I would have to side with Osoro and Salazar, but, well, like we've seen for the rest of this tournament so far, it's anybody's game at the moment.
Here they come. Big smiles. I watched the practice match these two played yesterday against some next-gen players. My word. There was absolutely no friendliness in Osoro. She was hitting like it was winning the Hexagon Cup on Sunday.
They take these practice matches very, very seriously, and often play with a much higher intensity than they might do in the match, just so that it feels easier when they get on the match court. But they'll be up for this.
Well, Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo have got plenty of reasons to come back. They didn't give a fair account of themselves, really. Lost the first set against Castello and Ustero 6-1, came back and won the next 6-1, and then just seemed to lose their way in the super tiebreak 10-5. So Tamara Icardo on the left of your screen, Claudia Fernández with some interesting bandage on her right arm. We didn't have that yesterday.
Maybe just feeling a few aches and pains from, you know, almost the start of the season here.
Well, we've already seen Claudia Jensen have a few issues, so you can understand, and it is a long, punishing season, the longest season ever. So as paddle expands, so the demands on the players.
Definitely, and you almost don't want to see this too early in the season. We haven't actually even started the season yet, so you definitely don't want to be seeing it at this point.
That's the voice of the founder of the paddle school, Sandy Farquharson, who's alongside me, Jonathan Ledyard, as we look forward to match 3 in this afternoon session. Our second women's match. 3 more matches still to come. And it's interesting how a tournament unfolds, how each pairing, each partnership develops a momentum, or just completely sags and loses their way and loses a match. Having won, Castello and Ustero yesterday looked ready to go again and proved it by winning again. So for Fernández and Icardo, they've got some work to do. It is a team event, but like any sport, if you're playing, you want to win. And particularly someone like Alejandro Salazar and the Viking alongside her. Why are they calling her the Viking then? Give us the background to that.
I honestly don't know. I mean, this is the first I've heard of it. So
Argentine. But if they're determined to conquer, then she packs a mighty swing when she plays. 28-year-old Osoro. Home ground for Salazar. 39 years old now. born and brought up, born and bred in Madrid. And interesting for her, she played with Jess Castello and also last season Tamara Icardo. No wins last season for Alejandro Salazar. Ale Salazar. 4 finals and a fair few semi-finals and quarter-finals. But when you're a 4-time world champion over a number of decades, you want to win. Right, let's go down courtside, shall we, to our reporter Bruno Bergareccia.
So again, always very fun to see when the players come out and when you see the benches and everyone sort of forming their positions in the lineup. And it's a moment for them also to engage with the fans. We saw Mike Yanguas, of course, the hero last night, getting that win for X10 Paddle. There's their little slogan, we could say, celebration, the X. Very much like West Ham. But they'll be looking for much needed points because everybody's sort of bunched together in the middle. But there's a team that also needs the points. It's Hexagon team. They know what this competition is all about. Well, of course, they're called the Hexagon team. You can see on that bench, there's always smiles. There's always a good time when you've got Paquito Navarro, when you've got Alex Chostas, Juan Martín Díaz, you can see there, an absolute legend of the sport, also having a very good time out here supporting his team. So now it's down to the ladies. It's the first time we're going to see them in action in this competition. Alejandra Salazar and Osoro.
We'll look forward to more from Bruno. For the fans, for the players, for the game. Alejandra Salazar and Araujo Osoro ready to go. Osoro is there, but we're going to focus now on Ale Salazar, 4 times a world champion, or 4 times world number 1, 6 times a world champion. There's not much she hasn't won and not much she doesn't know about this game.
Very similar to Bela there in that, you know, one of the best players of all time, best female players of all time now, and you know, just so much experience and understanding in the game and control of the ball, understands how to use the tactics. And she's partnered up with Osoro, who is a very exciting player to watch. One of my favourite female players to watch. She's another one that can almost create some magic from nothing. Excellent talent, a lot of power on the overheads, and I think they will team up quite nicely. Their games will mesh well together, I think, as you know, and end up being a dynamic pair.
Well, if anyone needs the X factor, it's Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo. Losers first time out, they need to go better this time. 6 tournament wins last season. Claudia Fernández with Gemma Triay. What a prospect. And I say that she's 18, and yet if you won 6 tournaments, you've got to be good.
Well, it's like we talked about earlier. It's almost like you're seeing a player with less experience partnered with an experienced player, and she partnered with Gemma Triay this last year, and it was brilliant for her to, you know, establish herself as a top flight player, and that's exactly what she did. She built her confidence, she built her play, and now she's in great form. She defends so well, she uses the lob really well, and also when she comes into net, she's great. I mean, particularly with her backhand volley, but she's really great at blocking and putting pressure from the net as well. So, yeah, excellent right-sided player here, Claudia.
Ranked 3 in the world, aged 18. That tells you something. Here's Tamara Icardo, 17 ranked in the world, 29 years old.
Yeah, and she's had last season just 1 or 2 kind of injury niggles really, and didn't probably get the season that she was looking for, but almost finished the previous season of 2023 on fire really. And so it's yeah, she's almost just finding her form, but you can never count her out. She fights well. She's a good player on that left side. It'll really be about their chemistry together, I think.
Losing finalists against Brea and Araujo, ironically with Alejandro Salazar from Team Hexagon in that final. All a great experience of playing with Delphi Brea. Top 3 ranking she's had. Very significant as someone from Valencia to become the first big tour winner from Valencia, being in the top 10, as Sanny was just saying, for the last few years. Some story too about Ale Salazar. I mean, that heart condition when she was, some say, 5 minutes from death. I mean, extraordinary to hear. See, A, thankfully she's come through. B, playing as hard and as fast as ever.
Yeah. I mean, that was you know, probably a very, very scary moment for her, and to be able to put that behind you and still compete to the level that she has and is fantastic.
Her motto is never stop believing. I think any sports person had to have that, don't they? Probably matter for life for all of us, surely, in a way. She didn't stop believing. She certainly, thankfully, didn't stop breathing, and here she is, didn't stop playing. So, much to look forward to from Ale Salazar there on the right, and Aranza Osoro. There's a game face already. Surely Fernández and Icardo can't be as tame as they were, subdued as they were yesterday. If they get themselves out there.
But it's already good to see them running out of the seats and running onto court and bouncing around. And I mean, for those two, they're just as characters on court, they're quite kind of calm and quiet. And so, you know, I don't often see Claudia bouncing around like this and getting into the game. So this is going to be really important for them, that they start with positive energy together and really, you know, a bit of intensity.
Osoro, her middle name could be Intensity, I say, having watched her and seen her yesterday as well.
You very much enjoyed that practice.
I did. I was really fully engaged. Right. Tamara Icardo for X10 Padel.
Nice smasher there from Icardo, just enough to get past the Osoro running forward. Yeah, nice sharp volley from Fernández. Claudia's so good at like that short, sharp action with the volley. She read it there. She knows Osoro. I mean, Osoro, you see already there, she's being a bit creative, almost playing down to one side, flicking to the other with that angle, but Claudia was on it. Great block from Salazar.
Commentary continues from Osoro. Oh, but the point doesn't. And that's a service game to love for Icardo.
Very quick game, wasn't it? Not really even long points.
Compared to the two games we've watched, men's and women's, that was a blink of an eye.
Well, it's early days. It was just the first game, but yeah, it was. Didn't quite give themselves a chance to get into it.
Already more, as you picked up, when they bounced on court for X10 paddle, the conviction, the sense of energy. Take that energy out on court, take it into the match.
Servicio Aranza Osoro.
Osoro first to serve for Hexagon.
Great shot from Osoro. That change of direction there. It was like a little kind of gancho down the line in towards the fence.
Their first point in the match underway. They're on the board.
Oh, great block volley there, pushing into the corner. And then, actually, sorry, something we haven't talked about is Salazar playing on the left side. She's normally a right-sided player, and I was watching that, thinking that something looks weird about that as she's defending in that left corner.
Challenge like we've just seen for Edu Alonso. Well, if she acquits herself as well as he did,
Oh,
MVP. That's
change.
A wonderful shot.
She loves to whip the crowd up as well, Osoro. So we'll definitely be seeing a little bit of that. Great change of direction.
She was missing a crowd yesterday. It was only me in the practice match.
You were enthusiastic. It's enthusiastic enough for everyone, I think. There.
Well, post-match, but during, I'd just let them play.
Oof. I don't think Alejandra was expecting that ball to come back to her.
30 iguales.
And that will be, yeah, this will be a difficult matchup, I think, for Alejandra Salazar. I didn't actually even think she would be the one playing on the left. You would have thought, I would have guessed that Osoro would have done with a bit more power on the overheads and things like that, but yeah, nicely dictating that point, Osoro.
Iguales, punto de oro.
That a little bit. First goal point
Al resto,
of the match.
Icardo.
If you just joined us and you're wondering what the golden point is, this is instead of a deuce where we have an advantage and then we play another point. This is it. Winner takes all. But they take the point anyway and take the game. Icardo waiting.
Good calling, good communication from Osoro there. Oh, she went for a difficult shot in that corner. She was already being forced across to the left side of the court there. There wasn't a lot of space for her to find that angle towards the fence.
Al servicio, Claudia Fernández.
Where would you put it? Where would you have said it was a better?
Well, I mean, the further you move into the left-hand court, the more options then become, you know, the centre or the other side. Great play, lovely, forcing themselves into the net there, stretching their opponents from one corner to the other side. See how they moved Icardo there, forcing them into the middle and then open the gap where Claudia's line was. Yeah.
You think, what a great return by Osoro, but then where's it come? They're in position A, just to go, thank you very much indeed. We'll dispatch that.
What a lob.
Brilliant.
Perfect. Great play from Alejandra Salazar coming in after that bandeja. Oh, she did all the work there as well and just missed that angle towards the fence.
That's what she needed to do. They need a break of serve here. They need to take this. 3-0 is not a good look.
Good smash from Icardo there, and Icardo and Fernández looking like they're coming out with a little bit more vigour from the match yesterday.
There's belief, that sense that they need to get moving, get started. Beautifully played.
Lovely Vibras there from Claudia, forcing him in the corner.
No break of serve, far from it. It's pedal to the metal for X10 paddle, Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo. 3 games, 3 victories. Nice. So a bit of thinking to be done by the Hexagon team, and our man there to tell us all about it is Bruno Bergareccia.
Yeah, not the start they were anticipating, was it? I'm going to step aside so you can see a little bit the energy on the other end, because there's a lot of conversations going on the Hexagon team bench, understandably. We even saw a little pause in the previous game between Salazar and Osoro for them to chat and try and sort of iron things out. You can see a lot more smiles on the other side. They've started the game exactly how they wanted, but you can see everyone's getting involved here. You mentioned earlier, sometimes it's too much information, but all 3 coaches trying to give their little bit of input to try and turn things around here after this poor start from Salazar and Osoro.
Something needs to change. We've yet to see a 6-love set. Getting ahead of myself, I'm well aware, but there needs to be something changing for Team Hexagon. That's Juan Martín Díaz. Was standing tall, now he's obscurious. Playing with Jessica Castello in 2025, Aranza Osoro, and played with Virseda, who we saw earlier with Claudia Jensen in our opening match, won by Team Brea of Puerto Rico. Ustero and Castello looking very impressive. And that's what Osoro and Salazar need to produce. Castello and Ustero, if you weren't with us yesterday, put Fernández and Icardo in there. Play 6-1 in the first set and then 6-1 in the second as well. That was in favour of the X10 paddle team. That's gone too long.
Unforced error there. Really got to cut this out.
You cannot give points if you lost the first 3 games of the first set.
Oh, and that just came off the racket a little bit there. She did the right job though of almost bringing Claudia and well, her partner Claudia back into net, but this time that
beautiful. Could read that what we're already coming off the back glass and straight away.
Yeah. She moved immediately forward, and the players are so used to doing that, reacting to a fast smash by running forward, and it's quite counterintuitive when you're learning paddle that the glass behind you is going to spring the ball forward. Difficult. Some errors here.
Haven't got a rhythm at all, Salazar and Osoro.
Well, if it keeps like this, I wonder if they'll switch them for the sides for the second set, which they're allowed to do. I've still got a little bit of way to go, though. And that is a sign of a right court player there, that she wasn't confident where the door was, and to run out like that. You can see that she got there and almost was uncertain, looking for where the fence is. And you know, I felt that many a time when I've had to switch sides. It's getting used to that.
And if it's someone as good and as successful as Ali Salazar, that tells you the challenge that she's facing, and also how well Alonso did.
I mean, all of these players will be able to adapt well. I mean, they're all, you know, the world's best players, so they'll be able to adapt, but it's just almost what they're used to. It's like the instinct of it.
You just know where to go and what will happen, whereas if you're thinking it through, you've lost valuable microseconds. There's another one.
And in a way, Osoro, like the type of player she is, and I'm going to go back to this analysis of an Argentinian, but it's almost the understanding of the game is so deep. I don't know if it's almost the way that they're brought up playing in Argentina, or the way they, you know, process the game. But it's yeah, she was the one running forward here, and Alejandra's got that one out the door this time.
Oh,
she
brilliant!
Had a bit more time on it.
Inspiration. Oh, slipped in early.
30-0.
They're trying. They just can't quite find the rhythm of this.
Great recovery.
Good blocking at net from Icardo and Fernández, though.
40-0.
Haven't quite just woken up in a way, have it? It feels like there's just almost like a lack of confidence, which, knowing those two, is unusual.
A bit like watching Fernández and Icardo yesterday in the first set, when they didn't seem to even know each other. So much more confidence and assurance.
Great play there from Salazar. Oh, what a lob, Ricardo.
Juego Fernández, Icardo.
5
a su favor en el primer set.
Not got the energy either. They need a sterling team talk at this change of ends.
But what do you say as a coach then, when you know you've done lots of work? There's no point in going hard, is there really? Because they're low, and what good is that? What are the positives to be able to pass on to a pairing who just haven't got started, to put it mildly?
Well, I don't think you would go hard in this situation anyway, and I think it's more around giving them a game plan that is something slightly different that they can almost fix their minds on now. So it would almost be saying to them, right, let's play the majority of the balls here and let's force this situation. It's something that they haven't done. He's going to have to completely switch up the tactics now in order to get a bit of a change of mindset. So it's like, right, okay, now, as an example, let's really press the net and show high energy at the net and do this and do something very different, because if you've lost the first 5 games in that amount of time, you need to do something different.
And here's something that you picked up on at the start, and it's maintain. Who's first out on court, who's bouncing around, and who are you going to vote for as your player of the match? Well, it's got to be one of these two at the moment.
And that's what I would change, is I would, at next set, I'd probably switch their sides, and I would say, right, you get out first.
So,
al servicio Araujo Osoro.
Araujo Osoro, this is your chance to keep the Hexagon team in the first set in this match.
0-15.
And that hasn't started in the right way.
Interesting though, so they've switched sides now, which they can do on the serve. So Osoro is now playing on the left. as the change. They were listening to us.
Listening to you. Good work from the founder of the paddle school.
Lovely Bajada. Yeah. And that's a good call, and obviously they can do this on the service game, because on the serve you can choose where you want to stand. They wouldn't be allowed to do this should they win this game. On the return they're going to have to go back to where they were, but in a new set you can change. Oh, just out.
15-30.
And I think Osoro will cause them much more damage on the left, because she has that variety in her shots. And Alejandra Salazar, well, I mean, you don't be world #1 for as long as she was on the right-hand side and not know how to play that to perfection. Oh, what a shot from Icardo, though.
Almost wrong-footed, and yet still made absolutely perfect contact. And here we are, 3 set points.
Oh, they're now not sure on the sides. She's going to the right.
And that's it. 6-love first set. First time we've seen that in the tournament so far. And this shot pretty much sums up what's been happening for Team Hexagon in that first set.
Now they got 4 coaches around them. I mean, it's a difficult situation. They need to do something drastically different in this set.
But that, again, I would say, looking from the outside in, 4 coaches, crumbs. That's enough to complicate everything.
And that's as one-sided as we would see statistics.
80%. My word. Well, I can see that, but help. So there's an SOS from Team Hexagon, whereas for X10 paddle, you just keep on it. A completely different pairing, and how often does that happen? It's like a day at work. Some days you're just on it, and other days it just does not happen for whatever reason.
Yeah. And there, I mean, you can see that, I mean, with the heat map there, it's showing Icardo is playing more aggressive today, spending more time up at the net, moving forward up the court. And first out again, on their toes, energy, they mean business today. And actually, I mean, this is a good approach, I think, for, you know, Fernández, well, for both of them actually, to almost bring this into their matches generally, because they're playing much better by showing a bit more intensity and almost, you know, jumping up and running out. It's not quite to a Rafael Nadal style, but it's on its way.
So let's see, have they taken the paddle school approach? Have they switched sides for this second set? Is Salazar still on the right, Osoro on the left?
Yeah, they've switched, so I think that's probably a good decision. Excellent volley right in that corner there from Fernández. Good play.
Well, that's an advance, because the first set was gone. First game disappeared. Never managed to point.
Good, a bit more patience there, almost forcing the error, and Alejandra Salazar already looking a bit more comfortable in this game. I think Osoro, if I was also coaching, I'd say Osoro to go for those smashes a little bit. You know, on the right side, you don't get the opportunity as often, but now she's on the left. She's almost got a bit more allowance to go for these smashes if she wants. Nice shot there, keeping it low from Icardo on that bandeja. Oh, lovely shot. Soft down that middle, so that second bounce is dying on that back glass. Excellent use of the court from Osoro.
So, 2 break points. And they forced it. Well, we never thought that was going to happen at one stage. No wonder Juan Martín Díaz is happy. Whoever had the idea, apart from Sandy Farquharson, to change the partnership from right to left, well, it's worked.
And it takes a little, you know, when it's been 6-love first set, you need a bit of a drastic change, and switching sides is almost the most drastic change you can do in paddle, so it's had that effect.
So all those people who are saying it's all done, Claudia Fernández or Tamara Icardo, I'd have bet Claudia Fernández. She won the vote yesterday when they lost against Castello and Ustero. Well, let's see. Here comes the Viking, Osoro, and the 4-time world #1 Salazar in her home city of Madrid. That's one game now.
Al servicio con bolas nuevas, Alejandra Salazar.
Salazar the serve to follow up.
Lovely, powerful smash there.
15-0.
And that's what we need, really, almost to give her a bit of confidence. I mean, I know that was an easy smash, but still, it's good to get that out of the system.
Oh, wonderful play. Just decisive. A player reborn at the moment.
Lovely shot down that line, finding that gap.
Good depth, good pace, and of course excellent placement.
She'll be able to cause them trouble on this left side. The left side player, you have a bit more kind of freedom of movement. Oh, lovely shot there from Claudia. It's that backhand volley. She's so sharp on that. Look at that short take back and boom, in towards the fence. She's pumped up as well now, Osoro. Once she gets in this mindset, she competes really well. Great get from Alejandra as well on that drop shot.
She may be playing with a 6-time world champion, but who's calling the shots? Or the voice is the louder. Very impressive. Good teamwork, good coordination for Team Hexagon.
Good change.
Oh, lovely. Has it worked?
No, they're in trouble now. Oh, and it was that smash from Alejandra Salazar that just didn't have enough on it.
40-30.
Allowed. That was a great dummy there, but that smash from Salazar allowed Icardo back in, and they lost the net.
And she knows it. Ooh.
Iguales, punto de oro.
Costly. That was looking very comfortable towards
Resto, Tamara Icardo.
2-love. Now golden point, break point.
Lovely change. Look at that, rolled over the top of the ball, just dipping it down towards the fence there, turning that aggressive Bajada into almost like a little Chiquita Bajada towards the fence.
You're doubling up now.
I know, getting excited.
Was a great shot.
Claudia Fernández.
Look at the trouble she's causing them.
Fascinating how a change like that has completely freed up and changed the dynamic. Good movement, fast. Oh, still. Does she need Salazar?
Was out. Great play from Osoro there.
Wonderful.
It's actually why when they were walking out, I assume before they stepped on court, I assume they would have had Osoro on the left for this creativity that she has. Yeah, nice shot to the fence. Oh, she's gone for that. Not quite though. Yeah, not quite enough there to kick over the fence. And Icardo's so fast moving up the court that she could get herself into a good position. Great defense from Alejandra.
Great angle as well by Osoro, which had Icardo stretching.
And now all that's really happened is they've just shown a bit more intensity, haven't they? They've made some more balls, they've put a bit more pressure on, and now the opponents start to make a mistake or two. There was almost nowhere near enough pressure in the first set.
Way too easy. Just didn't seem to believe. It's almost as if it's like, I know we've practiced this, and that's what they did yesterday.
From Osoro, brilliant defense.
But they didn't believe that the different formation with Salazar on the left and Osoro on the right was going to work, and so it proved. Now,
she's got away with that. Salazar, I think she knows it. But she was in position and asked them the question.
Three break points. Oh my word. And it's 3-love. It's just like
another seesaw.
Just like the last match involving Fernández and Icardo. Lost the first set 6-1. took the second 6-1 as if, just as well, someone flicked a switch. Now you're in light, now you're in darkness. So many more smiles from Ale Salazar. What were you saying about momentum shifts in paddle? There's no other sport like it where you think they've just got it sorted. No, they haven't.
I mean, it just can happen so quickly, because I mean we compare it to chess, but in chess you've got time to think between your moves, and here there's not, and also because the time between points is so short. It's not like tennis where you walk to the back of the court, you towel yourself down, you pick up a ball, you do your shoot. I mean, you know, here you finish a point and there's only 5 seconds before you start the next point. It's not really enough time to change a momentum shift. And here we're seeing a lot of time spent in that transition. Yeah, it's it's obviously that's an area of the game you can see a lot of coming forward and backward on the court.
It's not that they don't want to attack; it's the chance to get there. So who's getting out on the court first? That's been a feature of this match, with Fernández and Icardo out there. But is there the bounce that we've seen in previous times? Answer, not really. Not as pronounced as before. A bit more bounce. Fernández just waiting for serve. Shifting from foot to foot. So they need to find their energy again. At the moment, Team HEXAGON are running on emotion, relief, and also exuberance from rediscovering their touch.
Oh, a lucky net cord. Should be thankful for that. They were both really pressed to the net.
First set, that would have got into the net.
Good blocking from Icardo to keep the net there. Oh, she's going for it, staying in though. Oh, beautifully done from Osoro. Just flicking ever so slightly, touching that ball so that it hits and comes with a bit of backspin towards the net. Lovely hands. Look at that.
Guarantee that one again happened in the first set. There's just a confidence now. The crowd will respond.
Oh, and that's the other side of confidence. It's going for
glory.
For a difficult, very difficult shot. It's very capable of doing it, but that was an unforced error.
Donde?
Good communication.
Yes, non-stop. Where is she?
Yeah, exactly. Great Bajada there from Salazar coming in behind it. Amazing defence though from Fernández. Everyone's being patient at this point.
Ooh, not easy off that fence, but still in play.
Great Chiquita angle. Both looking for little chinks in the armour here, aren't they? Oh, and we went for a difficult drop shot there. It's almost like you run out, you reach a limit of patience, isn't it? You think, right, well, what number of balls in it? And at the pro level, it's 35 shot rally that you lose your patience, you try and go for something else. And that number gets lower and lower as, you know, until beginner level where you're completely impatient. Unforced error there from Fernández.
4-love.
That's paddle.
Well, it's fascinating. It's the Hexagon Cup. Don't try and second guess what's going to happen in the super tiebreak, which is surely going to happen now.
Great volley there from Fernández into that corner. Again, that backhand volley. Nice punch he has on that.
Great speed around the court, Osoro now.
Ooh, just a bit too much.
30-0.
Not her favoured part of the court. Good enough.
40-0.
Well executed, nothing that Salazar could do there. So, this will be a significant milestone if they manage to hold this, and they do.
Fernández, Icardo,
4-1. The comeback starts now.
Salazar, Osoro en el segundo set.
That was a comfortable hold as well there, wasn't it, to love?
Great reactions. Heads held up high again after a very chasing experience in the first set. So, what do Hexagon do now, Bruno Gugareccia?
Well, I was just chatting to, sorry, I can hear you there with the loud music. I was chatting to Juan Martín Díaz asking what the decision was, who had made the decision to switch sides for Alejandra and Aránzazu, and he said it was the two players themselves who came out and said, you know, we need to change this, can we do this? And with everybody being a part of the dialogue and agreeing on it, they said they needed to change something, obviously, and well, they've tinkered on that, and it's clearly brought them some good positive results. So turning things around, and very much like the match we saw yesterday involving their opponents, one-sided set, and it looks like we're heading towards a super set tiebreak.
Thank you, Bruno. Interesting the players made that decision.
Don't often see a heat map like that, but that's obviously showing it court coverage from both sides of the court there. That looks like Alejandra Salazar is playing a game of singles, but no, I mean at this level, look, you know, they're such experienced players that they're the ones on the court. They make the ultimate decision. The coaches are there just to advise, and I often say, you know, a good coach has really brought a player up to make their decisions for themselves. So, you know, they look a bit happier in this set as well. Well, they would do, wouldn't they?
Well, they made the decision, and it's paid off. They were empowered to feel that way by their coaching team, and let's see if they can give another demonstration of what they're hoping to achieve. 5-1 would be very good. 6-1, and then we're into a super tiebreak, and who knows what's going to happen there. The fact that they're happy in this setup, and that's the big change from the first set, would suggest they may go into that super tiebreak with more confidence, but let's see.
Well, they both look more assertive, don't they, on the court? You know, they look almost kind of unsure of themselves in that first set. What a defence there from Fernández to get that ball back, and now covered that as well down the line. Beautifully done.
15 iguales.
It's a really good little counter puncher, if that's a word.
Counter puncher, yep, we'll take that. Too
what
much.
A shot. What a shot from Osoro there, finding that angle from the centre. Slightly risky, but you know if you can find that gap, it's a winner. Little mistake in there, and now when they're playing better, it's almost like you think to yourself, I've got to force a winner, and that's where the mistakes creep in.
If this goes 5-1, then it's the super tiebreak they need to be thinking about. Get that momentum. You discover some belief, because it's like they've just lost their way again.
Well, it will definitely be in this match, in this situation. Ooh. Oh, she got a bit excited there. But I think it will definitely be almost who can start that tiebreak with the most energy and intensity. Because that's if you look at what's happened on the court so far in this match, it's been that that's led it. Lovely lob into that corner. Oh, Alejandra, your bandeja. Her best shots as well now. Set up a very important golden point. It's the difference between 4-2 and 5-1.
Important not to go off the boil for Team Hexagon. Icardo and Fernández have been doing. It's more what they've done for themselves, Team Hexagon. Keep that assertiveness you were talking about.
Yes, great shot in the corner. Lovely defensive lob down the line from Icardo. Oh! Claudia just... there.
5-1. They weather that self-inflicted storm, shall we say. So now, chance to close it out and take us to a super tiebreak.
Lovely shot there from Fernández.
Quite magical.
It's almost like she anticipated Alejandra Salazar coming across like that to find that gap. Look at that, she knew she was going to cover the middle. Great point, lovely rouleau into the fence there.
Lovely shot.
30-0.
Great hands and change there for her. See the backspin on that, just taking it away.
Oops.
30-15.
There on that volley, going for the drop shot. It's almost like they're going for it a little bit too early in the point there as well, really. It's almost like we could have waited for a few more exchanges. Oh. That was a great change. Icardo looked like she was going to hit for 3 meters and try and kick it over the fence, and then last minute changed to a rouleau and went down to the feet of Osoro, who couldn't really adjust in time.
That'll do nicely, 5-2. That's much more conviction and X10 paddle being more assertive, just to extend what you were talking about, the other team who just seem to not switch off, but not quite get it right. It's been a dizzying rise, hasn't it, for Claudia Fernández? 18 years old and you're winning and you're third in the world. You're taking Player of the Match awards yesterday and maybe today. Let's see what happens. It's interesting just to read one story about how she found she needed support, psychological support, because you're 18, you're suddenly catapulted into this maelstrom of success, and you were just playing quite happily at home, and now you're suddenly, everyone wants a part of you in the paddle world.
Yeah, and I mean, a year ago she was obviously playing good paddle because Gemma Triai made the decision to play with her in the season, and I remember that moment when they made that decision, and lots of people were saying, you know, it was a mistake for Gemma to play with someone so young, and could they handle it and everything like that, and almost from the beginning she showed great maturity on court. Now she didn't have the confidence she has now, but it's improved.
Pero esta porque mala fortuna me pegó en paleta. Vamos chicas, bien. No quiero
Really interesting to see here that we're playing this. I mean, this is the overall match return, right? So we obviously first set had Alejandra on that side, but 71% to see that down the line is an interesting stat, because you would imagine it would be 50-50 generally. Most of the time you would play back to the server unless you have a more comfortable side yourself.
They're out there first. There's a bit of a bounce as Mike Yanguas watches on. Teammate in X10 paddle, Yanguas and Javi Garrido coming through against Coello and Nieto yesterday in a super tiebreak spectacular. The other big news, if you haven't heard, is sadly Agustin Tapia is home with an injury, quadricep injury. So Edu Alonso took his place with John Sanz, and he performed very well, MVP, and they won. Coello next on court after this match. Ooh, another mistake by Icardo, and she knows it.
Salazar tempted her with that shot, almost coming across here, Alejandra, and lucky for Alejandra she didn't make that shot, because she did have a little bit of her line exposed, but took the chance. Good defending from Fernández. Nice exchange, very great volleys there from Salazar. Impressive pressure there she put on both players, and then finishing with that nice aggressive shot cross court. Look at that with a volley. Don't often see her really rip a vibra, but that's what she just did. That can be the difficulty when you play a really good point as well. It's almost the next one you kind of your mind is elsewhere.
Interesting, just having a little chat, taking the time. 5-2, 2 more points. They closed out 6-2 the second set. And now we have 3 set points. No slip up, as you would say. Continue being ruthless. Players going for the same ball, but there's still another.
Nice shot from Claudia. That was right down the middle there.
2 set points. Ooh.
Iguales, punto de oro.
Oh, a double fault. We don't often see that.
Tamara Icardo.
Wow.
They're laughing about it because it's so infrequent that you would see that. It's especially at 40-30.
Set point. 2 set points.
Almost like she just wanted to make it a bit more exciting.
But it's still set point on golden point.
She's gone for the aggressive smash, and it was okay enough to not be attacked, but it's given them the net. She's so patient in the back corner, Osoro, just waiting for the right time. Oh, what a drop volley.
What a fantastic shot. Brilliant.
Gutsy little shot to go for there on goal point. She had the space because Alejandra Salazar was right at the back. So they've still got a bit of work to do to win this set. Salazar and Osoro.
Oh, Icardo and Fernández finding their form and their touch once more, and their belief.
Another good rouleau. Oh, another drop. We're seeing quite a few drop volleys here.
This is good. This is good, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're working because they're either winning the point or bringing them in for difficult balls. So even though Osoro got to this, she wasn't in a great position and they could win it on the next one.
There's a look that's worried. 5-4 is very, very interesting.
Just lost a little bit of a spark, haven't they, Salazar and Osoro? Just
almost as if they thought they got it done. Got to 5-1, here we go. And suddenly 2 games have gone, and if they're not careful, it'll be 3.
Ooh, that's where she wanted it as well. That's her favourite place. It's not like Icardo and Fernández have really changed their game much, have they? I mean, they've kept pretty solid throughout. It's almost been Osoro and Salazar that's kind of seesawed slightly.
First set they were nowhere, out of position, as in left and right, wrongly.
No, touched the net.
Now this is getting much more squeaky bum time, isn't it? Because this is 40-15 to make it 5-4.
Yeah, lovely attack there from Fernández, and she's pumped about it.
Right, this is a service break which has got a lot more oomph to it. Big, hard-hitting drive to the bottom of the court, or the back of the court, and now they're out and at it. 5-4, just 1 game in it. And we were talking about super tie breaks. We may be going to a tie break itself. So what are they going to have to do here? How's your Spanish? Tune in.
But I don't think, I mean, obviously the coaches are giving their advices of where to play and what's working well for the opponents and what they should be doing, but it feels like it's almost like the intensity that has to be the focus here. It's like, right,
your player of the match, who is that to be? Claudia Fernández is leading the way at the moment, 40%. Osoro 25%. Salazar just 10%. So Osoro and Icardo have got work to do, but Claudia Fernández, big favourite, just as she was yesterday, when she only showed flashes of what she can do. But here is real grit and resolve. I love the way that Juan Martín Díaz is smiling all the time. No matter whether you're winning or losing, keep that positive approach.
He's a very, very positive guy.
Servicio Alejandra Salazar.
Big surface game coming up. Can they close out the set? Or are we heading for a super tie break? Lovely lob.
Oh, great harder, great pickup as well from Fernández. And they've managed to keep the net. That's what they needed to start that game, was a bit of enthusiasm. Look at that, and the pickup as well from Fernández. Amazing.
Not seen enough of that in the last few games. Zazu Osoro.
Just in.
But can they take the point? Icardo looks to where the opponents are. Can't find a way past just yet.
Cardo's playing well. She's doing a good job of keeping that net. They all know the importance of this point. Oh, she's going to hit this. Oh, what a volley from Salazar.
And she's done it.
Excellent finish. Well played. What a point. They had to throw everything at them there to win that. And this is the one where that back post just bounced in. Icardo's probably wishing that to go wide.
Well done smash as well there by...
Yeah, good
Osoro.
finish.
Yep, that had to go out and unobtainable.
Ooh, just ever so slightly clipped the back glass first there.
So 4 set points. Find the corner.
Well played, Osoro. Very nice.
But that is what they needed. 6-4. We are going to a super tiebreak. From 6-love down, they've taken the second set 6-4. Salazar and Osoro still have a chance of winning their first match of the HEXAGON Cup 2025 and taking 2 points for their team. So in terms of the match summary, 1 hour and 6 minutes, 58% of the points won by Fernández and Icardo. You can understand that, particularly after that first set. But anything else stand out for you?
No, well, I mean, if you look at the total match summary, it looks like Claudia and Tamara have been quite dominant here. But I mean, it is the first set really kind of skewed those stats, really, haven't they? I mean, I think going into this super tiebreak now, we're pretty even in terms of momentum. Like Claudia and Tamara, they got themselves back into that set. Okay, yes, they ended up, losing it at the end, but I'd say that at the moment it's fairly even for this super tiebreak, but it will be who's going to start with the most intensity.
Few words for Fernández and Icardo with the umpire, and then and also Bruno, if you look, our reporter, if you look at the Hexagon team and go slightly left, you can see Bruno talking with Paquito Navarro. Maybe he can tell us what he thinks. Paquito, of course, one of the big names playing for the Hexagon team, Team Hexagon.
It's brilliant to have players like that in the team as well. I mean, not just, you know, for his performance yesterday, but it's just that, you know,
he gives, doesn't he?
An ambassador for the sport, and he'll be a very positive teammate.
So the super tiebreak, 1st to 10, or 2 points clear if we get to 9-all.
Que se va a desarrollar en un super tiebreak a 10. Comenzará sirviendo Tamara Icardo.
So Tamara Icardo started this whole match, and here she is getting us underway for the tiebreak, which will decide who takes the 2 points.
Great shot there from Salazar, dying in the corner.
Lovely.
Played Osoro there, stretching them, forcing that ball to right towards that back glass for them to defend, and then taking advantage of it.
Set it up and put it away. So after the first serve by Tamara Icardo, everyone else now gets 2 serves.
Oh, great defence there from Icardo. Yeah, and they come out the blocks here, attacking.
Salazar, Osoro.
Great angle to see that, to see the sense of decision and control, decisiveness. Can't afford to go passive. Now is the time to step on it. Cleverly and tactically.
Good Bahada there from Salazar. Nice 1-2 combination going over Tamara's head. That's the one she would have wanted as well. It wasn't a deep bandeja.
Even Juan Martín Díaz looks a little bit pained by that on the sidelines. 3-0 would have been a big opening for this super tiebreak.
Oh, an unforced error there. You almost can't give them one. If you've just seen Salazar make that bandeja error, you've got to almost make the next rally last as long as possible. She got out of the way of it so she could defend it off the glass. Lovely play. Tamara's fighting hard here, playing a lot of the balls in this point.
Patience, persistence. Is it going to pay off?
Great play.
Oh, magical. What a great finish.
The way she thinks to do that as well. It's, I mean, it was great defending from Osoro here to go against that back glass there. You know that it's going to be a low ball because she can't lob with that angle, but Claudia just almost like she planned it.
He liked it, Mike Yanguas. Just a point in it.
Tres iguales, cambio de lado.
Forced error there.
First change of ends after the first 6 games. Well, where could we be? This could easily be 5-1, couldn't it? In favour of Salazar and Osoro. Instead, it's all still to play for. 1 set all and 3 all.
I mean, they've been close 4 points, to be fair, long points, so it's still neck and neck.
Well, at least we've got a match, because at one stage it seemed after the first set 6-0. Heavens, this is going to be done in 40 minutes.
Tiempo.
Who's got the fight? The endurance, and your big word, physicality.
Big word. Come out with some long words today, is that what you're thinking?
No, far from it. Your favourite word then, in terms of what can be key in terms of the talents and attributes needed to succeed.
Oh, wow. Claudia, that's some seriously good defensive skills from Claudia Fernández there.
Brilliant return, and still very much at the net too.
Lovely shot from Salazar, setting this up. It's almost the easiest ball of that rally. She almost didn't get involved enough earlier on in the rally, and therefore when she did get that one, it was almost the first ball she touched for a little while.
How important is that error going to be?
Oh, wow, great recovery from Icardo, especially considering...
I think she thought Fernández was going to take that, and so did she. Good recovery.
4 iguales.
I mean, you know one player on the point, on the court, who's going to get pumped up in this tie break, and that's going to be Osoro.
That was a searching serve, and that was a follow-up to take that on the heel. The body shot 5-4.
A little bit unlucky for Salazar there. Had that gone past her, she would have been in a good, probably in a good position to take advantage of it. Feel it for her there. It's
there are too many of these unforced errors creeping in at the wrong time.
Great play from Claudia again. She's really stepped up in this tie break.
The Claudia Fernández fan club have found their voice. They've already been texting votes for their favourite player or player of the match.
I think that chant was coming from the team.
Well, she's doing a great job at the moment.
That is a short lob, and will she get away with it? She has.
So far, let's see.
Oh, and the winning lob bouncing and then over the fence.
Fernández, Icardo, cambio de lado.
Good time for that to happen for her.
Cambio de lado. Cambio de lado, por favor.
another 12-point mark. 7-5 in favour of X10 paddle, Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo. And this is your last chance to vote for your player of the match. Salazar, Osoro, Fernández or Icardo. What do you reckon, Sandy? Who's called it pretty much right every time, so...
Well, there's some pressure on me there. It's difficult, isn't it? I think I hate to say it because I'm enjoying Osoro being excited and pumped and showing so much creativity. But I just feel like Claudia and Tamara are carrying the momentum at the moment. Oh, and that's not... She touched it. I think
she did.
It looks like she did touch it.
Yep.
She would have wanted to finish that.
That was meant to go hard and fast and out, but didn't.
She took a massive swing at it.
Can they rescue this one?
Oh, great defending. Oh, lovely angle.
Brilliant.
Wow, Claudia.
Guess
lovely
who?
Little angle
Guess
down
who?
To that side.
8-5, Fernández, Icardo.
I mean, she's playing really well, Claudia. I mean, that should have been a simple finish there for Osoro.
It's another error. And maybe you think I'm being harsh, but these errors have cost them big time. They should have been through in the second set, and they should have been very dominant in this tiebreak. Well, they've had the chance to be, let's put it that way.
I think they're going to recall that. That serve went in.
Two more points needed for match victory for Fernández and Icardo.
Claudia Fernández, she's playing really well at the moment, finding that gap on that cross court, giving Alejandra Salazar such a tough time with that space down towards the fence. Look at that, open the court up beautifully.
I think we've seen our player of the match, haven't we? The last 2 points, outstanding.
The whole tie break, to be honest, she's really stepped up on that. 18
years old. Ranked 3 in the world, and there we go. That's good enough. 4 match points, they don't need them all. 10-5. They lost in the opening day in a sorry way. This was much more like it. X10 paddle have 2 points, and they've seen off Team Hexagon. Alejandra Salazar in her home city, and Zazu Osoro. Nice sporting spirit there from Claudia Fernández, who goes to thank the opposition, and then the victory celebrations can begin. This is becoming a habit. Mike Yanguas and Javi Garrido last night, and now Fernández and Icardo. So played 1-1 and lost 1. And next up, Ari Sánchez and Sainz on Saturday. So they've got a day's respite. And that was the killer points. That was when X10 paddle, Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo could celebrate. We'll be seeing them very shortly. The winners, talking to our reporter Bruno Garecha La Vikinga.
We've got a little bit of celebrating to do first. And well done. That would have been a bit of a seesaw of emotions as well, that, because almost when you kind of go up and down like that, can be quite difficult.
The chances were there for Team Hexagon, but they didn't take them. Ignore that first set. They were very good, very much improved in set 2, but then lost their way again at the big points in the super tiebreak. Muy bien indeed, very good. So overall, well, there's a gloss now, but slightly skewed, as Sandy was saying. That's 6-love scoreline in the first set. One hour and 20. We thought it was going to be done in about 20 minutes given that first set. But the switch for Osoro and Salazar made a difference. But was the mental sharpness there when it was needed at big points thereafter? So you can see the player of the match, not by much, but Claudia Fernández is the winner. So Salazar gained votes too. We can now join our reporter Bruno, who has the two winners.
Pues de nuevo con las vencedoras del tercer partido de la jornada en la HEXAGON CUP. Claudia, empiezo contigo. Segundo MVP consecutivo, pero me imagino que hoy con mejor sabor de boca, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad que ayer también me lo dieron. No creo que lo merecí ayer porque las chicas hicieron un muy buen partido y bueno, creo que hoy por fin hemos podido dar 2 puntitos al equipo. Estamos muy contentas y nada, la verdad que es espectacular jugar aquí en Madrid, en mi casa, así que nada, también agradecer a todo el equipo que ha estado apoyando y mañana vamos a por más.
So 2 points on the board. Very happy the team have been supporting them all throughout the game, and well, happy to have been named MVP for the second day on the bounce. Tamara, menos partidos lleváis, ¿no? 2 días un poco de partidos difíciles de explicar, ¿no? Con unos altibajos tremendos, pero lo importante hoy, supongo que era, después de lo de ayer, salir fuertes, que es precisamente lo que habéis hecho.
Sí, al final, bueno, ayer las chicas jugaron muy bien, pero es verdad que Claudia y yo no habíamos jugado nunca juntas y bueno, pues nos teníamos que acoplar, pero nada, muy contenta de jugar a su lado, que es una maravilla y nada, ya le hemos dado nuestro puntito al equipo.
Well, I think that's self-explanatory. MVP chants from the team as they're celebrating another win.
Love it. Bruno getting taken over by the celebrations. It's a release as well. It's all very well being MVP. Lovely. Fans love you. But actually what the journey was to win. And they didn't do yesterday. Today, though, X10 Paddle are up into second place. And they, along with Team Brea Puerto Rico, are the leading contenders to be in Sunday's final. But, of course, there is still a long way to go. We've got 3 more matches now. We've got Martin de Nenno and Juan Tello against Coello and Nieto, Delphi Brea and Sofia Araujo against Sánchez and Sáinz, and then Navarra and Chozas against Ruiz and Stupacek. All still to come. So we've got plenty to look forward to. And also, we're going to go a bit of a deeper dive now into one of the key players here at this tournament. Sadly, his tour partner, Agustin Tapia, is at home with injury, but that's not the case for Arturo Coello. We've asked the world number 1 the reasons why he plays paddle.
Bueno, yo con 7 años en mi pueblo en Mojados, mis padres empezaron a jugar porque pusieron una pista de pádel de muro y poco a poco pues fuimos introduciéndonos en el deporte, en la afición y nada, desde ahí pues hasta ahora mismo no he parado nunca de jugar al pádel. Era más un hobby que ninguna pretensión ni ningún sueño. Y ya pasados los años me di cuenta que quizás era la oportunidad de poder dedicarme a ello, pero tardó mucho. Cuando tenía 15 o 16 años, que yo ya me había mudado a Extremadura por el trabajo de mis padres y decidí volver otra vez a mi ciudad, que era Valladolid, para seguir dedicándome, yo creo que ahí fue como un punto de inflexión en el que yo dije, bueno, si me muevo de mi ciudad, dejo mi familia aquí para entrenar, era como el momento en el que decía, bueno, si lo hago todo este esfuerzo, también que sea para algo, voy a intentar ser profesional, voy a intentar dedicarme y ver a ver hasta dónde llegaba. Como partes difíciles, al final en una cosa como es ser jugador profesional de un deporte hay muchas. O sea, está la cara bonita de la moneda que la gente ve, que nos ve en los torneos, que ve que tenemos una vida privilegiada, que es verdad, que nos dedicamos a lo que nos gusta, pero existe la cara B de la moneda. que es la cara que nadie ve, que es dejar la familia lejos. Es difícil de compaginar la relación, porque yo con mi novia llevo 3 años y casi que no nos vemos tanto y me gustaría verla, me gustaría estar más con mis amigos. Al final, el hecho de estar viajando tanto por el mundo nos limita el estar con la gente que más queremos. Lo que más me afecta a mí, lo que más me cuesta y lo que más duro veo es dejar a la gente que quieres lejos. Mis padres, ellos son los primeros y las personas más importantes en este proceso. Obviamente también mi equipo de trabajo, mi preparador, mi psicólogo, pero mis padres y sobre todo también Miki, mi manager, han sido las 2 piezas claves de este engranaje. Bueno, yo creo que al margen de que muchos objetivos en mi carrera ya los he podido lograr y estoy muy orgulloso de ello, siempre aparecen nuevos objetivos y nuevas ambiciones. Este año tenemos mucho por lo que pelear, mucho por lo que luchar, muchas cosas bonitas que vivir y cuando ganas mucho, en este caso nosotros llevamos 2 años muy buenos, siempre quieres más, por lo cual la ambición sigue, por no decir que ha aumentado y queremos seguir por más porque es lo que nos gusta, es lo que nos motiva cada día por la mañana y en mi caso tengo la suerte de que cada día que me despierto por la mañana tengo la misma ambición o más que el primer día que empecé a jugar al pádel.
Arturo Coello, what a player. Lost yesterday with Nieto, so he's the next match up. What are we expecting there? Because as he said, he's a winner. He's used to it, not liking to lose.
Well, a little bit like we saw from Fernández and Icardo there. They came out after the loss yesterday and were firing on all cylinders. I'm sure he will very much be doing the same now, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him really like pressuring the net and playing fast, aggressive paddle to almost turn it round, really.
Because the other interesting part of it is not just Coello, it's also Nenno and Tello. They were the defending champions, lost their first match as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this level, all of the games there's nothing that is given, right? And they were up against Chingotto and Momo, I think, and that's a really tough game. So they'll also want to be coming out and proving a point. So this is building up to be a very exciting game.
Have we whetted your appetite? I hope so. Don't go anywhere. It's about to get even better. Welcome back to the Madrid Arena. We are halfway through day 2 of the 2025 Alpine HEXAGON Cup. There's been drama aplenty already, and there is so much more to look forward to, with the biggest names in the sport chomping at the bit, all going in search of the first prize of 1.2 million euros. Imminently, for Team Advantage, Martin Di Nenno and Juan Tello, the defending champions, up against the world number 1 Arturo Coello and Jorge Nieto, Coqui Nieto. Both teams are fabulous, but both teams lost yesterday. So of course they are desperate to make amends straight away. And here come the two men who won it 12 months ago, saving a match point in the final. Martin Di Nenno of Argentina and his fellow countryman Juan Tello, a terrific combination. They're used to winning. They were upset though by Fede Chingoto and Momo Gonzalez in a terrific tussle yesterday. 5-7, 6-4, 10-8. It was tight. A couple of key moments. Neither played badly by any means, but they'll have to be that much better today to ensure they don't go 0-2. And don't forget, every win is worth 2 points for your team. The exception to that rule is with the next gen, where the winners pick up 1 point per match. Here come two other fabulous performers. The tall, elegant world number 1, Arturo Coello. And alongside him, a man who you just can't take your eyes off when he's playing, Coqui Nieto. Smaller of stature, but full of energy and determination, with a little bit of extra oomph after what happened yesterday. So what a start to the evening session. Nice little bit of sportsmanship between the two teams. They're all friends. It's a pretty small world, paddle. But of course, friendships are put on hold. Different partners for this event. They change partners all the time anyway. So they're used to being friends one day, arch enemies the next, as long as you can make sure once you go off court, you put that to one side and get on with each other as best as possible, which is what we do in the commentary box. I'm Marcus Buckland, and I'm delighted to have Mauro Andrini alongside me, super coach, super former player, knows it all. And I'll get Mary's thoughts in just a moment as we go through the preliminaries. Just a reminder, boys, what's expected of you. We're going to have a coin toss in a moment. Play nicely. Don't do anything untoward. As Mary was telling me yesterday, it's never been a case of two teams actually coming to blows physically, but inevitably there's a little bit of an edge. So this is the first of the evening matches. Here's a quick reminder of what's already happened here today. And it began brilliantly for Team Brea, consisting of Jessica Castello and Andrea Ustero, who have now played 2 and won 2. They came through 7-6, 6-2 against Claudia Jensen and Veronica Virseda of Team Crew. What a combination they are proving to be, and put together at the last minute because of an injury to Bea Gonzalez. Well done, Jessica. Then a battle of RL9 and 11-11, which went the way of Eduardo Alonso, who's come in for the injured Agustin Tapia, and John Sanz, 6-7, 6-3, 10-5 against the master Fernando Belasteguin and Valentino Libaak, playing their first match of the week. So success for Robert Lewandowski's team. And just a few moments ago, an extraordinary battle in so many ways. Team HEXAGON against the Team 10X paddle. 6-love, 4-6, 10-5 in the super tie-break in favour of Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo against Alejandro Salazar and Aranzazu Osoro. Further proof that you never quite know what's going to happen in a paddle match. It ebbed and flowed, and the celebrations in the end belonged to Team X. So here's confirmation of exactly what has happened so far and what we still have to look forward to. Match 5, Team Advantage on the women's side up against the RL9 team. And then we finish with a HEXAGON Rafa battle between the men. So settle down and enjoy. And courtside for us once again this evening is Christina Gullen. Good evening, Christina. What are you up to?
Good evening, guys. I want to introduce you to Maria Esteves. She's one of the owners of Team Bela Puerto Rico. Hi, Maria. Can we have a word with you, please? Of course. Fantastic. So, first of all, congratulations. 2 victories for your team, and you are on the top of the table.
Yes, we're super happy. We had a close match last night, but we know that today we're going to have a great win with Arturo and Coqui, and looking forward for Sunday participation for us for the first time.
So good luck for tonight, and let's enjoy the game.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Plenty of passion from Team Bela. We heard from Carlos Lopez late last night. They want to win, but so, of course, to the defending champions. Two superstars representing the defending champions. I have mentioned it a couple of times, but they saved a match point in last year's final before emerging triumphant. Mary is alongside me. We're having a look at 27-year-old Martin Di Nenno, currently ranked at 6 in the world. What makes him so special for you?
Yeah, well, welcome everybody. Yeah, so we had Martin Di Nenno. Actually, they lost yesterday the match. Martin and Gato Tello. Marcus, I got to tell to everybody that you're becoming a master in padel already. I thought that you would become a master by Sunday, but you're already talking like perfect. Yeah, everything was going on in this HEXAGON Cup, which is not an easy task to do. So well done. Yeah, so this pair, you know, they've got a lot to do in order to come back to get the title as last year did. Gato Tello, we know Juan Tello is a padel expert. I would say, you know, he's the most experienced player in this court, I would say. But they go in front of them. They go Mr. Coello and Nieto, who yesterday they lost their match. And I would tell you something. Do you remember yesterday that Coello played one shot that changed the game? So we're going to talk about that later. You will see.
Well, there's been so much intrigue. I just love the subtle tactics, and anything I do know, Mary, has come from you. So thank you for that. We've had a look at team advantage. Let's have a closer look at Team Bela, who have those stars just mentioned. They lost a thriller yesterday to Mike Yanguas and Javier Garrido, who gave their all. They were down on their knees on more than a couple of occasions getting the ball back into play. It worked for them, 7-6, 2-6, 10-5. So obviously, Coello and Nieto feel they have a little extra to prove today, Mary.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I think they lost the match just for little silly mistakes they've done throughout the second set. I think they had a complete control of the game. We got Arturo Coello here, #1 in the world, but not for a reason more than covering the whole court, being very active. Such great reactions for this player, and of course the massive, powerful smash. I would say the most powerful smash we've ever seen in the sport of padel. So together with Nieto, a very perseverant player, very consistent performance in every single match. I always said, you know, Coqui is an 8.5 player every single match. So, you know, this pair has a lot to do, and I think they will prove it in this following match.
Oh, okay. So you're getting your predictions lined up straight away, are you?
Yes, but those wonders too.
Well, there's a terrific atmosphere once again inside the arena. Just a reminder that ticket sales this year have risen dramatically, 4 times as many tickets sold as in 2024. It's a sellout on Saturday. They're not saying it, but I think they're expecting a sellout or pretty close to it on Sunday as well. If you're in the area, you fancy coming along on Sunday, you need to get those tickets pretty quickly. If you're not around, don't worry, we're going to bring you every single match live. 6 of them every day through to the finals, when of course the top 2 teams will battle for glory, and 3rd and 4th battle for their own rights as well.
It's a lot of celebrities around as well, you know. Not only the teams, you know. We got the those team investors into this fantastic event. But also, I just was there, and the VIP area was from Colapinto, the Argentinian driver, the Formula 1 driver. It was I don't know, man. Kun Agüero was around there, and all these celebrities that help paddle to grow around the world fantastically.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that you were hanging around in the VIP area.
Well,
Mary, I wondered where you were and why I hadn't been invited, but...
You're always invited. Can
you bring some of them up here? I'd like to talk to Sergio Aguero about that goal he scored in the last minute for Manchester City against Queen's Park Rangers to win the Premier League title a few years back. But he's in charge of one of the teams. It means so much to all of these celebrity owners.
Well, I think both pairs have to win this match. I mean, they haven't, they lost both matches yesterday, and now they got to demonstrate that they're here, and they got to get these 2 points very needed for their own teams, because as we said yesterday, every match counts, and then when Saturday arrives, then you got to see who's going to be the winner, third, fourth position. Perhaps the points that you need are from, for Thursday, Friday. So they need to fight today in order to get
Coello.
Here we go.
The title.
Andrei Shevchenko, another great striker, is in the house as well today. And I'm sure he's going to enjoy this.
I just worked with him.
15.
Oh, of course you
I was
did.
with him there. To move into HEXAGON perhaps soon. Shh, don't say anything.
Why not? It's the sport to be involved in, the fastest growing sport in the world. And footballers in particular love the fact that they want to be good at racket sports. It's perhaps just a little easier to get started in paddle than tennis, though, as Mary was saying yesterday, to get to this sort of level, if you had 4 talented youngsters, it would take the best part of 10 years. So it's not a quick fix before you're playing lights out paddle, such as we've become accustomed to over the first day and a half here. Coello then on serve.
Yeah, 30-15, little unforced error there from Martin Nenno, which actually, is the beginning of the match. They've already played yesterday, in this court. They know how it works. They're just finding out a little bit the feelings of themselves of today's match. You know what I mean? So they already know how fast the court is. They know how the aircon or the heater is on the stadium. They know, well, pretty much the partner a little bit. They had already played, so now it's a matter of how they're feeling. And but it seems that Coelho, always covering a big part of the court.
Oh, well, I mean, he's supremely talented. He's always calm. He's allowed to make the odd error, especially early on in a match.
Usually happens. Actually, he tried to play a vivora there, and it makes sense that he misses the vivora because he's usually smashing most of the shots or playing a kick bandeja or smashing per tres. And it makes sense that, tennis players don't know to play how they play the bandeja or miss the vivoras because they usually play more smashes. That's the same thing for Arturo Coelho.
So, a relatively comfortable hold despite that error from Arturo Coelho, who comes from Valladolid in Spain. He's 22 years of age, newcomer of the year in 2020, became the world number 1 at the tender age of just 21 with the great Fernando Belasteguin. And he intends to retain that exalted position for a very, very long time. But interestingly, yesterday we saw 3 world number 1s all lose. So there are no guarantees.
Well, as I told you, before, for Arturo it's much easier to play that shot that he just played, like in line with his body, to play that kick cross court, rather than play a vivora or a bandeja. A bandeja is not on the list to do for Arturo. He doesn't really need it.
No. And if those Spanish words, the terminology confuses you a little bit, well, every now and then Mary will just explain exactly what they all mean. Part of the learning process for those who are embracing this sport. You only have to play it once to realise what fun it is.
There we go. That's how they should work, I think. Actually, it was Arturo was at the back and Coqui was at the net. That really surprises me a little bit because, Arturo would be the one who is always like in between the transition area in order to volley and go for more aggressive shots. So when Coqui was at the back, he was dominating a little bit more the game.
30-15.
Coqui Nieto, by the way, 26 years of age, ranked 9 in the world, also a Spaniard from Madrid, so he'll have plenty of local support today.
Segundo servicio.
Up against a couple of Argentinians in Martin Di Nenno and Juan Tello.
High lob is coming.
Already the cat and mouse nature of this sport becoming so apparent. And that little extra rat-a-tat-tat at the net leads to the error. Of course, if you hit the ball straight onto the back wall, you lose the point.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Tello was already at the net, pushing Martin Di Nenno to do something, because having Arturo Coelho there doesn't really allow you to defend properly, you know. So you go to play to Coqui, and if you play to Coqui and Tello is at the net, then you can make your opponent to struggle. So I think Di Nenno, when he's back, also Tello has to come a little bit more at the back as well to help him out, and not to push him to take amazing decisions all the time.
The other thing that becomes very clear very quickly is the fantastic communication between the teams. They're talking all the time. Sometimes one word is enough. A couple of times yesterday we had, well, lengthy paragraphs that had to be understood in a split second, but it works. That didn't.
Iguales al resto.
Bad mistake there. Even though, because the opponents were at the back, no one was doing anything, and Tello played that shot that put now in a golden point. A little bit risky to start the, you know, for the beginning of the match.
Yeah, golden point
for the advantage team.
Decides the game.
Well, Di Nenno is always there, you know. So yeah, if you have a Di Nenno next to you, then relax and play a bandeja. Everything's going to be good.
Well, I mentioned Martin Di Nenno, the revelation player of 2020, and we did touch upon the really tragic circumstances to his rise to the top, and every time I mention it, Mary understandably gets emotional, but he was travelling in a car with two of his very best friends, incredibly talented young paddle players, Nenno Rodriguez and Elias Esterfel, and in the accident they both lost their lives, sadly. Di Nenno was very seriously injured, told he wouldn't walk again, never mind play paddle. His response? Well, he's been back at the top of the game for a long time to come, but he's had to suffer a lot to get there, and ooh, that'll be painful as well.
Yeah, no, I thought it hit his eyes, but no, not really. Yeah, actually, the crazy thing about Martin, you know, when he won the first title back in 2 years ago together with Paquito Navarro, he said something that was all around social media, all around the world in paddle, that he said, I only wanted to play one more paddle match.
Yeah, well, he showed that he could do a lot more than that, which is testament to his fighting spirit, but goodness me, everybody in the world of paddle will never forget the two young men who so tragically lost their lives at such an early stage and were destined for great things as well. Life can be so cruel.
The thing is, Arturo with those shots of the backward, that many people ask me, oh, Mari, why did Arturo play well? Have a look from where he creates that power. I mean, the angle, I mean, think about the Arturo is 1.93 meters height, so he's quite a tall boy. And when he hits the ball from that height, actually think 20. So the amount of angle plus the power he can generate from that angle, that makes, you know, a lot of easier, I would say, at some point, to go for more winners. That's why when Arturo has a shot off the back, well, it's not like Paquito skills or Di Nenno, they play great shot off the back. Well, also, he got the height and the power. We make it very difficult, like that beautiful volley from Martin Di Nenno down the middle. Slow enough. That's paddle about. You know, how fast, depending on your opponent's position. That volley, if Arturo was at the back, it wasn't good.
Yeah.
Arturo was at that was the volley. That's paddle about.
I mean, that's the beauty, yeah. It's not all about the power, it's the placement, the positioning, the understanding, remembering the walls are your friends, all these extraordinary little bounces that you get used to. I mean, anything is possible on a paddle court, and we saw that yesterday. As with tennis, a change ends every couple of games. An opportunity for the coaching staff to issue a few words of wisdom. It's a very interactive experience. A lot of passion, of course, and you'd expect that with South Americans playing. Spanish players in the home of paddle, certainly they would see it. Maori here in Madrid, and very noticeable that as we head into the early evening in the Spanish capital, a lot of people are arriving. There's going to be a fantastic atmosphere tonight.
I promise you, I'm quite surprised about it. I mean, not even sometimes, I promise you, man, I don't want to talk out loud about this, but in the main circuit, it doesn't really happen, the thing. Wednesday, yesterday, I don't know how many people we had. Today, well, half stadium is already full. I mean, it's fantastic. But Thursday, like what, 6 p.m., 7 p.m., it's amazing what this is generating. These kind of events like HEXAGON Cup. You know, players are also enjoying playing with the teams. It's something completely different, new version of competition in paddle, and I think it's it's perfect.
There is that extra weight of responsibility and expectation on your shoulders when you're part of a team. 2 points up for grabs, and they all want the 1.2 million euros come Sunday evening.
Exactly, and what I told you before, Marcus, I was telling you this before about the prize money, that for the men it might not be that much because what they're earning a little bit more, but for the women is a lot. So that's why it's very important for the whole team to win.
Very well positioned serve to get this fourth game underway. Big stretch.
30-0. Coqui do the job. It's not great actually, but I'm not used to see Coquito playing Chiquitas and going forward to attack actually.
Here he goes again. And that's out of the court.
Por cuatro. From Mr. We call him the radio from Ezeiza. Ezeiza is the city. We call Martin Di Nenno, we call him the radio because he does not stop talking. Kind of me, but on court.
Oh, I was going to say.
Yes, man. Because the communication with his partner is like a lot all the time. But everyone loves to play with him, you know, because he's giving you the right information at all the times. What?
40-15.
That's power.
That was coming back with no opportunity whatsoever for his two opponents to get their racket on the ball.
What a chiquita there from Coqui again. What a chiquita, allowing him to step forward, push them opponents to take a bad decision. This is about decision making, guys. I promise you. And Coquito knows it. Oh! No way! Oh my goodness! That's reactions. That's paddle about, you know, it's like you restart the point again. With this lob, Arturo is restarting the point again.
I mean, you get 10 points with one, don't you? You get your money's worth, that's for sure. Through the legs, back in
lob
play.
Always resets, which is a very good shot to play, always. Always you're not under pressure. Look at that lob. Yes, perfect decision. I mean, from Di Nenno, of course. Pushing Arturo, I will tell you something, and this is gold level, yes? So it's something which is... So whenever that happens, like Arturo just hit that ball back magically. I don't know how he did after Tello smash. So then he will feel like he has the responsibility to win the points, to make this point a highlight.
Okay.
So Di Nenno knows it, and Di Nenno knows that Coelho would like to smash that shot. So he waited until a good lob was coming.
Outside the court, you can of course play and hit winners from outside the court, but the ball didn't quite do what he wanted it to there. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. These block volleys the agility, but more than anything, being able to read, to anticipate what is happening, I guess, makes it possible.
100%. It's like, okay, if I play this and the opponent hits the ball at this angle, 87% of the time the ball will come back here. Okay, I put the racket here. But to take that decision is, well, you got to be at this level, a different level. Well, I think there Martin could reach that shot at the net. He was already almost at the net position. But it's very hard to decide either to let the ball rebound or not, because is Coelho hitting the smash? It's not me.
No. There's very precious little time to make that decision.
No, that shot is incredible. No, well, that shot that Nenno just played is incredible because it's slow. This is another goal tip. It's slow. If that shot was a little bit harder, perhaps Nieto would reach it because the ball is very outside. But this shot is just slightly next to the door, making the ball very complicated for Coqui to reach it. Just a little kick for
40-30.
Angled away nicely there by Coelho. This is action-packed. What a start to the evening session. .360-degree turn from Nieto. You have to be so athletic and agile in every single regard here.
Wow, look at that backward boast from Arturo with the forehand. That is going to be out. Yeah, it was. So that is 3-4 to team advantage. Yeah, Coqui and Arturo. Well, on the edge. On the edge.
Well, we thought this was going to be special. Two teams just licking their wounds a little after those defeats yesterday. And they have hit the ground running. Nothing between them so far. And lots still to come, of course. 6 matches every day. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. And then the battle for the title. The top 2 teams on Sunday, plus 3rd against 4th, as we head courtside and rejoin Christina.
Hello again, guys. So I was talking to my cameraman because I want to show you some insights of the technical part of this HEXAGON Cup. So we have this cameraman here, okay? These are the regular ones, right? You've seen it probably in the stadiums, in big venues here in Madrid, such as, for example, the Santiago Bernabeu. But this is something unique that the HEXAGON Cup has used for the very first time. This dolly shot here, it is something that we have seen several times in Hollywood movies, or for example, in big La Liga games like El Clásico or the UEFA Champions League final. But this is one of the very first times, this dolly shot that we have here, this type of camera, that it is used for a padel tournament like the one that we are having today.
It's just another sign, thank you Christina, another sign of the rapid development of this sport.
We just had a look there on the return of the players. Actually, you know, it also says if they play with the first or second return, if they would go for a lob, perhaps for a low shots, but that shows the lobs that they play more lobs at Coqui Nieto than Arturo, and that actually makes sense. Like this shot Arturo plays usually, he likes to play the first shot down. And Coqui is the kind of player who would prefer to start leading the game just with a nice and good lob. Look at that block. Well, yeah. Tello stepping forward, trying to block Coqui Nieto's shot. Actually, could have been good, but Coqui's bandeja was amazingly to the corner. Yeah, that was very hard for Tello to reach that.
So Nenno serving. Love 15.
Wow.
Oh, that's
my
clever.
Goodness. What a defense from Martin Nenno there. Will he go? Not really. He did the Arturo's one. What about now? A right side player on the left. Now change sides again. No way! Look at that block! Oh, Nenno, you're the defender of the Hexagon 2025. Oh, so unlucky, Tello. The cat couldn't catch the mouse.
He was close. He was close, but that was a quite ridiculous point. Unbelievable from all four players.
Wow.
0-30.
Well, Nenno is his comfortable zone, I would say. You know, he was defending. I mean, if Tello touches that ball and goes through the door, that could be easily the point of the day.
The good thing is, I think we can be guaranteed plenty more, but it is extraordinary. Honestly, you do have to win the rally 8 times over sometimes just to get the point.
What makes Arturo or Tello, these kind of players, more spectacular is the amount of power they bring to the shot, that kick por tres, making the opponents to run out of the court. Shots like this one that he will reach it. No, he didn't. And if Arturo doesn't reach it, which is the Eiffel Tower of panel, I think we would not do it neither, yeah?
No, but if he's not reaching it...
together, we could,
no, even if I was on your shoulders, we would not make it. If he can't, we can't.
Koki there at the back also doing his job defending. Think about Arturo didn't touch the ball yet. But Koki is comfortable there, doing his job. Great decision from Arturo. Slow to the middle. Absolutely different level shot from this fantastic player, Koki Nieto. But hey, do you know what is very difficult from what Arturo did? Was not hitting any of the shots, but was always ready, just in case I do. And that's very difficult in panel, because no, I'm the fridge, they don't play the ball to me because I'm better. You shut up and just do the job that you have to do, which is being involved, helping your partner to bring the best from your partner. Yes?
Yeah. You may be the fridge in that regard for that point, but he remains red hot. And these are break points at 15:40. 3 of them.
No way. Come on, Arturo. Oh, come on. You got to be kidding me with this. Oh, unlucky. What I told you yesterday, same thing. Whenever you do an amazing job, then you feel as a partner, you feel like, if I miss this, but yeah, usually you do.
Well, Koki says sorry. Not so Koki just then, but...
You see, look at his partner, kind of apologizing.
Yeah.
Once you understand panel, as I told you yesterday, you got to understand you're going to lose thanks to your partner sometimes, but you're also going to win thanks to your partner.
Nobody's perfect. It's a near perfect shot.
Oof,
great depth.
What an angle. And then he goes.
Oh, he nearly got the touch again.
Hey, Juice, huh? That was on the edge, and that was a little bit danger for Nenno and Tello.
There's still danger because we've got another golden point. There goes the snitch. The lights change colour. This point decides the game. Well, it's a hold in the end. They did it the hard way.
Al servicio, Jorge Nieto.
And as wonderful as the paddle play was yesterday, the first 6 games of this set, to me, they've gone up another level. It's so intense, every point.
I think the 4 players got on, in shape straight away, after just jumping on the court. The first game was enough, rather than yesterday. We took perhaps, 20 minutes, 25 minutes match to really start playing at the highest. And now you could tell, players are not even thinking about the court, they're not thinking about the heat or the ball, they're just playing the best paddle they can play.
Well, when he winds up like that.
My goodness, that shot.
Yeah. When he winds up like that, the point 99 times out of 100 comes to a very sudden halt. And of course, the other thing to mention here, these are two fantastic teams. One of them is destined to go 0-2, with both losing yesterday. So there is that extra edge today to make sure you get the job done. And I mentioned the communication that is constant. You can hear it. And
that is going to be out. And Gatto's not going to reach it because the perfect combination between a slow volley down the middle from Nieto and then kick it out slowly out of the court. It was impossible to Juan Tello.
Yeah, on the subject of that communication, the great thing, well, one of the great things about having Mauri here is that he can tell us if there's anything of great interest that is said. And both teams can now sit down and have a further chat. And you, of course, can vote for your player of the match. That is the QR code. We had some really interesting voting yesterday. Arturo Coello, despite losing his match, was given the vote. He was a little bit surprised. I think it shows that he's rather popular, though. There's a lot of Coello fans out there. The choice is yours, as always. Early on, of course, but set the trend. Tell us which of the four have impressed you the most thus far. Nenno is involved in a lengthy conversation. I love the passion on the benches. It's a little different to, you know, you watch the Great Britain Davis Cup team, for example, in tennis, and being Brits, we're quite restrained. You know, good luck, old fella, maybe just try this. But, oh no, they give it their all here.
Creo que hay algunos que están yendo bien, entonces puedes caminar. Y yo creo que también ellos están un pasito más para atrás. Todavía no jugamos ninguna chiquita. Entonces en algún momento vamos a hacernos los boludos y volcar una. Por lo menos para acercarnos 2 metros y tirar un globo y que yo tenga menos tiempo para retroceder.
Si la van a volcar, perfectamente por el lado de Koki, que Koki es el que está un poco más retrasado.
Espera
el globo. ¿Entendés? No tengan apuro por tirar el globo.
Si querés cuando la tenés completamente regalada, jugale el globo paralelo a Arturo y caminá.
Well, they said, okay, so think about it from the tactical point of view. They say that I will tell you in a second. Wait.
Tiempo.
Because it's important that what they're going to do now, yeah, they said that Arturo and Koki are not actually attacking a lot close to the net, so they will either prefer now Tello and Nenno to play a little bit more, sometimes chiquitas, some chiquitas, which is a shot actually that you try your opponents to hit the ball below the net height, not allowing the opponents to attack. So, and they said that whoever's going to play a lob to Arturo will be Tello, not Nenno. In order that if Arturo decides to go for a winner, will be a little bit more complicated for him to kick the ball by 3. Beautiful volley. Because if you want to kick the ball by por 3, yes, it's better if your opponent hit the ball from cross court. It's more physically works better. If you hit the ball por 3 in down the line, it's very risky, I would say. Well, that's what he tried. You see, that was a chiquita, but that's a risk because the net.
I was going to say these tactics are fascinating, but sometimes it's not quite so easy to do what you know you've got to do.
Segundo servicio.
The chiquita, top of my list of key terminology points. The slow, low shot from the back of the court to feet, and we see an awful lot of those. And we see an awful lot of that as well. Fend it off if you can.
That wasn't a chiquita at all, I would say.
No. The direct opposite.
The crazy thing about this sport, Marcos, is actually, for example, now, let's say Arturo and Nieto found out that their opponents are playing some more chiquitas, so they will just perhaps step a little bit more in front. So the next game changes the tactic. And in a set, changes the tactic again, because you go to... That's the job of the coaches who are outside on the bench.
And it illustrates the point we made yesterday that in tactical terms there is so much more you can do on a paddle court than on a tennis court.
That was, that's why Martín Nenno said to Tello, well done, Gato. That was because he played the chiquita, he went forward. If that volley from Tello was in, that was the tactic to follow. And actually they will carry on because it's working. The thing is that the ball is now in, yeah? Good serve down the middle. think that return from Arturo should have been a little bit more cross-court in order that the court is slightly bigger, longer, because he just missed the lob for an inch. If he played that shot slightly more to the corner, that shot is in. But from here, from the box of commentators, it's very easy.
Oh, of course it is, Mary. Yeah, I mean,
we never miss here.
We'd be picking up the 1.2 million here and now, having wrapped up the points required.
Wow, Arturo, my goodness. That's the advantage you have when you are a very powerful smasher, that you can slow it down and your opponent thinks you're going to smash it.
Yeah, and he got the angle spot on into that fence, which can deliver such an awkward bounce. Worked perfectly for him there. And on the Tello serve, we have another golden point, another opportunity for Coello and Nieto to break.
We had like 4 golden points already in 7 games. Very even.
Segundo servicio.
Yeah, serve. The first serve just missed.
Segundo servicio.
See means you go for it, and so Juan Tello did it. Fantastic shot from Juan Tello. This is more even than ever. This is 4-0 first set.
I love it. See,
is like, man, go for it.
Well, yes. It was exactly the right thing to do.
Juan Tello was like thinking, okay, Martin, you will reach this. And Martin was like, no, man, you are the one who has to defend to finish this shot.
They're living dangerously on serve, but it is 4 apiece.
Be careful with this game. I said just that. Be careful now for Arturo and Koki. Let's see if Tello, and because 3-0, 4-0 in paddle, very dramatical moments for the set, each set.
And I guess in the back of their minds, well, we've had those opportunities to break, we haven't taken them. Now let's be careful we're not exploited.
You see exactly what they wanted. Just play down, wait, and whenever you think you can play the lob, go for it. So you will make your opponents take a bad decision. The thing is that what they wanted is not to play the lob straight in the first shot. Just wait to the right shot. Just play 1, 2, 3 down. That's what they said before. One chiquita if you can. That was out. Big mistake. What I told you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You know what you're talking about here, Mary.
I've seen them few matches before this one. But yeah, man. Interesting. Oh. That was riskier. Risky, but what? Risky for me.
I can't make up my mind, Mary, whether I am more impressed by his incredible block volleys or when he unleashes blockbusters like that.
Very good from Martin Nenno, blocking there a little bit, just closing the angle, pushing Koki to do the job. But he's
40-30.
It's very hard to make Koki to miss. He would miss, yeah, like the last bandeja he did, but usually when you push him to play 8 shots in a row, he's like, okay, boom, control mode. He pressed the button. And now he's not going to miss that. That wasn't the edge, but not enough for team advantage to get this game. And Arturo and Koki are leading for 5-4.
The DJ does his bit during the break, a resident DJ who knows how to get the crowd going as we have a look at the smash speeds of the 4 players so far today. Tello actually coming out on top, but that doesn't necessarily reflect them in terms of their career.
You should count the height as well. So
yes,
I prefer 100 kilometers with the height of Coelho rather than 150 with the height of Chingoto.
Arturo ahí arriba tiene mucho más peligro que el otro. Si ve que viene de fallar una bandejita, trata de meterle el dedo. Sí, trata de meterle el dedo en la llaga, a ver si...
Hard work being the coach, isn't it? Because the games rattle through, and you've got to be quick, you've got to be intense, you've got to keep your players up, you've got to know the right thing to say. I always wonder, I mean, it comes naturally to some. You're a coach yourself, but everybody's so different as an individual, Mary.
100%. So that is your job, you know, as a coach. You've got to know your players, you've got to know what to say at which time, because perhaps you've got things to say. You cannot say 7 things that you see during the match, you know, and change ends. But you say, okay, this is what is important. Which are the priorities of these change ends? Okay, this is this and this and this. Which we're going to play? Lobs in parallel, and we're going to defend down. We're not going to play many lobs. Okay, good. Yes, we're going to try to go with first serve. Forget about missing the first serve. Just make it seem, okay, there are little tactics you can talk about, not 7 in a row.
Segundo servicio.
Nenno serving to stay in the first set at 4-5, and of course they've diced a little bit on serve, these two, so far today, and that's not going to help the cause.
0-15.
A little too keen to get that away.
That's the disadvantage of being that powerful player, that sometimes make you do some unforced errors, which, you know, a nice forehand and volley down the middle could have been perhaps more effective than just going for that amount of power. Actually, he missed a shot in the middle of the net, not on the top of the net. That talks about how bad the mistake was. Great bandeja. Well, nowadays we have to work very hard to get this game back, because it's love 30 with Arturo, with Coqui not mistaken, and Arturo on fire. So alarms to team advantage.
Yeah. Team Brea Puerto Rico will be thinking 3rd time lucky in terms of getting the break, and if we do this time, it's not just the break, it's the set.
Oh, Coqui. Coqui could be playing like this, like for, I don't know, 3-4 months in a row, no problem. Defending, 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 until, wow! Martin Di Nenno there on fire. I mean, that's a good mistake from Arturo. I mean, he won the last 3 smashes from, I don't know, behind the line, smashing it perfectly. And this smash, he was slightly closer, yeah, to the net, let's say 1 meter in front of the line. That would be very simple for him. And perhaps that position, he was like, too comfortable to hit this smash. And then you reduce a little bit the amount of power.
Just got a little glimpse of your mate Andrei Shevchenko in the crowd.
Is he there?
30 iguales.
He's watching every single point with interest. Is he good? Does he play?
Yeah, he does actually. Perhaps I'm playing a match tomorrow with them, yeah, in the morning. Let's see, let's see. I'm not sure. I will let you know tomorrow.
I'll come and watch.
Yes.
Who are you going to play against?
I don't know yet. Hopefully people who don't make me run much. Tello's position there is pushing a lot to Di Nenno. Wow. What a match. What a game. Slow volley. Not slow enough. Arturo reach it. Here we go. And Arturo will do exactly this por cuatro after an amazing point just played for the 4 players. Fantastic game we're watching, Marcos.
Oh, Mary, that was absolutely brilliant.
But decision there, because you think when you play the smash, if the ball bounces and doesn't reach the highest point of the back, well, the ball is not going to take the parable needed like very high. So Arturo is like a giraffe. He's going to reach it.
Segundo servicio.
So the power that Juan Tello brings to that shot should be like a little bit more downwards in order to allow the ball to reach the highest point of the back wall to bring it back, to make it more impossible for the players.
The reward, 2 set points.
Yes. Wow! Big applause to the master of the shot, the slow shots like Nieto.
Well, that was a set of the highest quality, but you got the feeling that Coello and Nieto just had that little edge. They had a couple of opportunities to break before they did. It was a case of third time lucky, and now it's going to be fascinating to see how Tello and Nenno respond, because clearly they don't want to go 0-2. But yeah, you certainly sense that Nieto and Coello have found their A game this afternoon. Indeed, of course, and so's the DJ. The stats and the golden points are so important, of course. 3 to zip in favour of Nenno and Tello in that regard. And actually 35 points to 26, quite a disparate gap as well.
Yeah, actually, I told you there were 3 golden points. I thought it was 4, but there were 3 golden points in the beginning of the match. And then actually there are much more points for one set. Think about it, there are 9 more points. 9 points is like almost 2.5 games.
Yeah.
Which is a lot actually from the pair of Team Bela.
Well, it's just as well that Tello and Nenno won those golden points. We'll head down to Christina courtside.
So I'm now with Pablo Martinez. He is one of the physiotherapists of the HEXAGON Cup, and I would like you to describe for us what is the recovery work that you usually do with the players after the game.
Hello. Normally we do some pre-activation, and after the match, normally we do therapy manual, or we use some Indivas, game ready, to have all the players get all the activation, and the next day they have all the recovery and can continue during the tournament with zero painful.
So you must be very busy these days, right?
Yeah, normally in the tournaments the players want to be recovered every day, so we have to be 100% with them to have all the time and get to the last matches.
So we'll let you to go back to your recovery room, and thank you so much, Pablo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Going back to you guys.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Christina. That's an important job. And of course there have been a couple of notable injuries already this week.
Al servicio, Arturo Coello.
Most notably Augustin Dabia, the world #1 who was forced to pull out after his match yesterday. They hope it'll be nothing serious, but you can't take any risks.
We're back here now, the second set. This fantastic match we're watching. So I told you in the beginning.
Hang on a minute, Mary's videoing this, but you've got my wrong side. If I'd known you were going to do that here, I'd have brushed my hair. What are you drinking, by the way? What is that?
Well, this is an Argentinian drink that all the Argentinians mind. I mean, have you ever seen Messi perhaps drinking the mate? We call it mate.
Yeah.
And the mate is a herb with hot water. This is a straw that has a filter there, so it's like a green tea. Yeah, it's a very
I shall have to try one.
It's very bitter.
Oh.
It's not,
Then
it's not that sweet,
I shan't have to try one.
So I told you in the beginning of the match, Marcus, that, that Arturo and Coqui, I'm not telling you they're the favorites here, but I think from the tactical point of view that they got a little advantage just because this boy, a massive, powerful player who wins more points than, than perhaps the cross-court opponents, which is Martin. Martin is very conservative and is an amazing player. But, sometimes for this kind of match, it's not enough. And it's not me, it's the ranking talks,
Yeah.
Wow. Fantastic.
Just the way he manipulates the angles.
Yes,
he has his opponents second-guessing themselves. An artist at work.
But as I told you, that you got to be ready all the time. I mean, even though they're not playing the shots to you, you got to be able to cover the court. You got to be able to help your partner. That shot should have been from Arturo. But Coqui's not used to play with Arturo. So exactly, he's more used to block those shots. Wow. 2 amazing chiquitas from both players. Arturo is not on his... okay, now he's going back home. Yeah, left-handed players. As I told you, I'm also left-handed, and we play on the right side of the court always because we cover the middle with the forehand side of our body, so it makes much more comfortable for bandejas, vibras, smash, shot of the back. Well, you know, so we control more the game. So whenever any situation puts us like on the left side of the court, somehow we're going to play a lob or just go for a winner, because we're going to that point to end up the sooner the better.
Will you still practice on the other side just in case you're forced into...
No, not left-handed players, no. But right-handed players do. Right-handed players are more, they can play both sides at some point. I always say that right-side players can also play on the left side comfortably at some point because they really understand the game. But left-side players, because they are more powerful, more... If I put Tello to play on the right side, he will be quite lost, I would say, because tactically he's not that good as Nenno, because Nenno doesn't have that power to finish the shot, so tactically it's better.
15-0.
So you would never get two left-handers playing together?
Never. It did happen, but didn't work. I mean, it could work but never to semi-finals, you know, it's impossible. I mean, it could happen because there are two right-handed there. Do you know what I mean? But it would be a waste because it's like, well, it's 2.8% of the population. So we are like a treasure in the sport of paddle, you know. So if you're a lefty, you're thinking to start to play paddle, it's your chance.
Yeah.
30-0.
Didn't bounce quite as he expected.
Well, that's what means, you know, when you practice the bandejas or the vibras, you got to make sure that the ball bounces, rebounds off the backward and gets close to the siphons where the ball is dying, in order not to give more rebound to the shot, allowing the opponents to play a lob or chiquitas. To play, so that shot you train for this different level.
Clever.
30-15.
Well, he's known for being very, very quick. Volleys extremely well, Nieto. Such a good technique. There we go again.
Amazing. If Coqui plays like this and Arturo carries on with the way he plays, it's a bad news for team advantage, huh?
You would think they'd become now unbeatable, yes.
Hey, and actually Nenno and Tello are playing amazingly good. They got to. This match pushes them to play good.
Read it though, sat up, he was in the perfect place, and of course occasionally you will hit your opponent. I don't mean to hurt the opponent, but hey, it's a great way to win a point.
Nieto started like, Coqui is like, what, 26, something like that, 25? So
26.
Yeah, he used to play with Javi Rico, and they were like two very little boys. At the end of my career, I was there competing, and these two little guys come over and they beat me 6-3, 6-4 in Valladolid, actually, where Arturo Coelho comes from. And we lost, and I thought, like, what these two guys, man? Yeah, all of a sudden, 2 matches later, 2 tournaments later, they were in quarterfinals. That was the World Padel Tour before, around 5 or 6 years ago. Anyways.
And you mentioned Valladolid, and here we are in Madrid, and I think most people will say, okay, this is the home of paddle now, but talking to a few people, the general perception is that actually it was in Valladolid that paddle really started to build some momentum, and there's a big tournament there. Coelho won it not so long ago, and it meant so much to him.
15-0.
Constantly talking to each other, like a married couple.
Yeah, because actually Nenno played a bad shot. I would say that he's not used to miss that shot. And Tello said, "Que lástima." Means like, I'm sorry about that shot, but it was a great decision. Well done, Martin. I don't know if it was well done or not, but he's trying to, you know, how to say, like, yeah.
Just pump up his feathers.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I wouldn't say that way because you know, your English perfect.
Actually, no, that's not right. You don't pump up feathers. I've half got that right. You plump up your feathers.
Okay.
40-0.
Okay. Well, you can pump them up too, but technically you should plump up feathers.
That's what try that Martin Tello to do with the partner. Not enough yet because 40 love. You could really tell that when Coqui and Coelho are at the net, it's a big trouble for team advantage to lead the game. No, Arturo. No. This point is just ridiculous. Amazing smash. Better done by Nenno, but Nieto was there to say, hey, listen, this is for us.
Well, just getting the replay of that last point, and look at all 4 players smiling at the end of it, because that was something special, as Mary said.
I saw Arturo going, and I thought, like, no, Arturo, really? But look at that. You got to be like very active.
You're telling me?
Go there and win that point from like Coqui did.
That anticipation, the reflexes. One thing thinking about it, then you've got to adapt your situation, your position, your technique. The deftest of touches. What a way to win a point. Now, if you're the coach, you just say, well, just keep doing that, please.
How we can't hear the players now, unfortunately. I love to hear the feet of the players when they're moving around the court. That shows the coordination they got.
Well, it's that physical demand. We were talking yesterday about which of the racket sports requires the greatest amount of fitness, and that's an argument that can go on forever. And as I said at the time, if you talk to a squash player, they'll say, well, yeah, it's squash. If you talk to a badminton player, they'll give you the reasons why they think it's badminton. Mary said yesterday, in terms of physical prowess, tennis obviously, and you just look at Rafael Nadal, who has one of the teams here. He's an example of just what a supreme specimen you can become. You have to become if you want to dominate the world of tennis. But this is so intense, the fact that you do have to win the same point over and over again. You've not got too much space to operate in, but you've got to twist and turn, keep plumping up your partner, and have very little respite in between. This is the 4th of 6 matches today. We've got some more quality waiting in the wings for you. Delphi Brea, Sofia Araujo. They're representing team advantage against the Robert Lewandowski 9. Magic Harry Sánchez, the world #1 who lost yesterday, alongside Lucia Saint. So they're looking to bounce back. That's going to be fascinating. Oh, yes. And our final match this evening, that features Team Hexagon, Paquito Navarro and Alex Chozas. They won against Agustin Tapia and Jean Sanz yesterday, and they played the Team Rafa duo of Franco Stupacek and Alex Ruiz, who are making their first appearance of the week.
15 iguales.
So if you were thinking of leaving us, please don't. Tello, 1-2, 15 all.
30-15.
A welcome cheap point there for Tello on serve as the return goes long.
Segundo servicio.
That first serve is long. We saw, I think, one double fault yesterday. When Mary told me we wouldn't see any, but there was just the one.
I told you there is 1 by 10,000 more or less. So
there was one earlier today as well.
Yeah, exactly. So you took the 9,450. You were there already.
We didn't see an ace last night. There was one yesterday morning, as that gets the treatment.
40-15.
But of course, double faults are extremely rare. However, there's no point just plopping your serve inside the box. You've got to do as much with it as possible. And actually yesterday, Sandy with his It's Not Racket Sanz was showing us the main three variations of what you can do with the serve. Fascinating. You're looking for the corner, you're looking to go at the player, or of course go down the tee with the spin, the depth, and get on top of the point straight away. Just a rare miscommunication there.
Well, yeah, that makes sense at some point because Coqui is not used to play with such a big monster next to him. You know, usually he goes to cover that shot, but when you play with Arturo Coelho that covers 87% of the court, that makes sense that you can hit your rackets in the middle. But it's a good news. It's a good sign that both of them try. You know, it's much better to both players try. I see sometimes, I see the at intermediate level players just to go both to the middle and then, no, that's mine, that's yours. Man, it's a good news that you both go.
Oh, another superb footballer from the not too distant past, David Virs in the house today.
Wow. Well, Arturo, man, that's what I was telling you, that the coverage of that shot is very hard for Tello, man. Tello plays padel since he was 6 years old, and if it's difficult for him, unpredictable that Arturo can reach that shot down the middle. Arturo pushes you to play like a different game every single shot, under pressure all the time. Yeah. Exactly. That's why he played that mistake. Tello, because he cannot play down the line. He cannot play to the middle. He has to play very close court, and that's risky because we got the side fence and the sidewalls.
Yeah, he was caught in the trap there, and you could hear just what he thought of it. Oh, my word. But
yeah, he touched it.
Wonderful defense, keeps the point going.
It's one at the net, one at the back. What's happening in the team advantage? I think Arturo wants to play some more shots.
40-30.
Well, there was a little bit of everything in that point. That's mine, says Coello, and he's quite right to claim it.
Juego Coello, Nieto, 3 juegos a 2 a su favor, segundo set.
This smash that Arturo just played shows a lot, because in the previous points, for example, in the second set, there was a moment that he had the chance to smash and he didn't smash properly, and now he's, he knows that they are a little bit under pressure. They got to finalize the points, so he was there, very close to the net, but he gave his 100% on that shot.
Where's your vote going at the moment? Don't forget, wherever you are, just use the QR code and tell us which of the 4 have impressed you the most. Can you make a definitive judgment at this stage, Mary?
Well, at this match, I think Arturo is doing a very good job, not only with the volleys, also with the partnerships with Coqui that was a little bit under pressure at some point, helped him out, winning most of the points, I would say, on the Team Bela. So, well, yeah, if I got to think in any of those 4, I would go for him. Look at the return of direction of the shots. That makes sense that Coqui, Jorge Nieto, is playing the lobs in parallel. As we got Juan Tello in the cross-court side with a powerful smash, so a little bit more convenience to play the lobs down the line from this player, from Coqui Nieto. We deserve, he said, we deserve this shot.
Well, Arturo Coelho, with that laconic, laid-back stroll onto the court, has achieved so much at such a tender age. He is still only 22. Says work ethic and mental strength are keys to his success. And it's also that he sacrificed a lot when he was young. Of course, that's the case with most men and women who've gone on to pursue an individual sport. You do have to give up a lot, and more often than not, you're not really rewarded for it, but his hard work has definitely paid off.
Well, alarms on again, I would say, for team advantage, as now it's 3-2. The match starts getting slightly slowly to the end. You never know if it could end up in this set on we go to 3-set match.
Yeah, as well as they've played, that you just feel they've ever so slightly been on the back foot.
It's bad news for Team Advantage as Coqui is like calling for the shot. Arturo as well, you know, it's very dangerous now because they're on fire. Tello and Nenno are not showing something different to do, you know, like some vigorous down the line from Nenno or some powerful shots in parallel from Tello. Not any variation, and that could cost them the second set. And so the match.
Yeah, I'm afraid that would be the match. Lovely control there, just to simply win that last point. I say simply, it takes a lot of tactical nous to get to that position in the first place, of course. Another high ball.
I would play that one down the line if I were, you know, I would play that one down the line, the previous one. So at least to do a little variation. I know Arturo is Arturo, but Nieto is defending very well at the moment, so I don't know.
Yeah, but unfortunately that error could prove very costly because it brings up 4 break points.
Wow!
Gets there!
Fantastic por 4! El Gatto Tello. Great shot.
Well, he had to get there, and he did. Like a cat, so agile.
Have a look that Arturo was more back than usual with that shot, and then he stepped a little bit forward. I think he lost a little bit of power by having that amount of time to hit that powerful smash.
Still danger though, still 3 break points to defend.
That's what I meant before, to play that little shot that, for example, Nenno did. That's the one in parallel? No. What a bajada. And that was out, and so this is a break for Team Bela.
Yeah, that's a major setback, it goes without saying. For Team Bela, they've got such a passionate ownership. I love listening to, well, we've heard from a couple of their owners, but in particular last night, Carlos Lopez-Ley, who was watching one of the matches and saying he thought he was going to have a heart attack. He could barely look, had his hands over his eyes for most of it. They're doing pretty well overall. I mean, obviously after every match we'll update the leaderboard. There's not a lot between any of the teams, but that means every single match is critical. New balls, and we learned yesterday exactly when they changed the balls, Mary. What is it, after every 7 games at the start? Yeah, and then 9.
And then 9, every 9 games they change balls again. Counting the warm map with the first balls the players play.
And actually, I was listening to Jonathan and Sandy earlier, and they were saying when you get these new balls, you whack them against the wall a couple of times just to get a bit of the air out of them. Is that right?
Man, the shot Arturo just played is something that you don't see. No. Well, I mean, the thing is that, you know what happens? That then people come to our academy and say, well, Mari, do you know what? I want to learn what Arturo does. And I said, well, that shot of the back wall is something that comes somehow naturally. You know, of course you can teach someone to go for a winner, but the decision-making behind the shot and that amount of power comes from, you know, from a big process. It's not something you learn with a month in a lessons.
40-0.
It's amazing. Man, if I've been involved in panel for the last 34 years and impressed me to watch this, it's because it might be impressive, for many people, I believe. No. Yes?
Oh. He did it.
No, man, sometimes because we hear
40
heart breathing. Look. If that ball bounces inside, that ball is in, and that would be the match, the point of the ear, I would say. It was an amazing decision, but didn't work. It's too much sometimes. Sometimes with that smooth and slow shot to the middle is much better.
Yeah, I mean, that worked absolutely perfectly.
it's the contrast, though, Mary, that we were talking about, you know, the power and the precision. They all work. We'll head courtside in a moment. Christina's on the prowl again. She's promised to get us some food this evening. We saw her outside. We said, listen, if you start showing those apples and bananas and all the nut bars that they're using on the court, you better bring some up here as well.
Otherwise, she's we're not with her tomorrow, otherwise. I mean, she has to bring something here.
She's aware. She's aware of the danger that she's in. Although I noticed that you brought, as well as your fantastic Argentinian tea, you've got a sandwich or something else in your bag, so we've got a bit of a feast to look forward to, haven't we?
Don't have anything. Let's have a listen what the guys have to say.
Let's quickly go down to Christina. Has she got a racket with her?
Is she?
Christina.
Yes, I don't have food for you guys, but I do have a racket. Actually, this is the racket of Sofia Araujo, one of the current winners, actually, from the Advantage team. Now, for our international audience, I want to give you some details about these paddle rackets. The materials they're made of, they have a mixture between fiberglass, carbon glass, and also foam. So they mix these materials to get different sensations and different feelings when the players hit the ball. Oh, we have to go back, so I will keep you posted and we'll get back to you after this game, okay?
Thank you, Christina. Get Mary to talk about your technique in a moment.
Yeah, I thought she's going to hate us, you know. But, yeah, that was good. Good. Yeah, nowadays, remember, as I told you before, when I started playing paddle, the 90th in Argentina, in a little town, Pehuajó is called the city, where Bela comes from as well. I say hello to all the people there, but no one speaks English actually there, but it's fine. And yeah, we play with wooden rackets. Nowadays, you know, it's a concrete walls before. Now we're playing with these fantastic courts. Technologies have changed, and paddle is much more fun. That's why we're going to explode it around the world.
You already are.
Well, good first points for the team Advantage. They just want, they will say, okay, you're going to win the match, not with our serve.
Well, they battled with that serve between the two of them in the first set. Ultimately, it cost them in the 10th game. And here they are. Potentially a game away from defeat. That's a high ball.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Great. I mean, this tactic actually works in places like this one or outdoors, where you can play a very high lobs, and then one of the, you know, the players who is in parallel goes forward in order to be ready, because when the ball is very high, the player cannot hit the bandeja down, has to hit the bandeja straight, and that allows you to play the volley. So it's a tactic that we usually use, and even more at this level. No, Arturo is not going to reach that.
Didn't even attempt it, so this is important, really important, of course, for Nenno and Tello. They've got to hold on to their serve here. Posed a question to Arturo Coello and Jorge Nieto, who have been so impressive so far today, and misses the first serve. So again, just some of the advantage you have with the serve goes as a result. Oh, no, of course.
That was a little bit too much.
Just for a moment, I thought, goodness me, he guided that perfectly, but yeah, a bit too much.
Well, that's the thing, you know, that's why the right side player in that case, like Nenno, should cover the middle. Yeah, you cover the middle, because if the ball goes to the side fence, will either go or fast, the ball could be out, or slow, giving you time to reach that shot. Well, very good from Tello, doing something different. They got to do something. And now, this is extraordinary. Different level. This is Martin Nenno. The man, how they read the game, how they play tactically, this point was fantastic. And actually, Marcus, what I told you before, they got to do something, and they're up to it now. They're going for it.
Unbelievable. And I know I've said it before. I know I've said it before, but it is unbelievable. They're fighting to stay alive.
Fantastic. Fantastic. We're watching what I wanted to watch it, and I think that everyone was looking for this momentum, like the right moment to start doing something for these pair. I knew that Nenno and Tello would do something in order to change, either to lose 6-3 or to come closer and at the end of the match.
So how's the world number one going to respond? Love 30 serving for the match.
What a change. I mean, Nenno played one shot cross court to Arturo. Arturo kept the net position, so then another lob, and he plays low to the parallel. And when Tello said both coming, he plays low to the middle. Wow. Less risk, but better decisions.
Yeah, and a moment of hesitation, and here are 4 breakback points.
You tell me how padel works? Well, I don't know. Salí de ahí. Salí de ahí means just escape from that situation. Limpiar means clean up, just play high lob. Wow.
15-40.
Yeah, well, clearly, Coello and Nieto are saying if you're going to break us, you're going to have to work a little bit harder. Those first 3 points were too simple for our liking, but still 3 breakback points. Misses the first serve again, going for that angle.
Wow. What a risk from Nenno. That makes sense, actually, you know, at some point. It's 15-40. Vibra cross court, the pace off, and team advantage wants to be there and go to the third set. I don't know if they're going to make it happen.
They give themselves a chance.
What a Vibra, man. Fantastic.
Just when we thought maybe this first match of the evening session was drawing towards a conclusion, we have to think again. We've had so many super tie breaks already in the first day and a half, and that was a terrific response from Martin Nenno and Juan Tello. See if Mary can listen into the instructions here.
The hard shots to Tello, the coach says the hard shots to Tello doesn't really make sense. You know, you have to make him move, because hard shots to Tello, he likes to play fast. And he is all about laughs, you know, and everything is fantastic. So now it's harder, you know. Look at Martin Nenno's first serve, you know, pushing to Coello to play those lobs down the middle, serving 94% of the times down to the middle of the court, to the center of the court, pushing Arturo Coello to play that lob from the middle of the court back to his side. So
Me hizo mal ese viejo.
I mean, they're a charismatic couple. Oh, come on, tell us what they were saying. Whatever it was, they were enjoying themselves.
He said, actually, I think they were talking about Bela. I mean, think about that. Bela played with Tello this year and part of the season, you know, the first half of the season. And he said, that old guy made me wrong, you know, because it makes him run more than what Nenno is making him run. But it was a funny way to tell you, because he knows that the cameras are there as well. And he's a friend of Bela as well. So, no.
So close.
Look where Nieto is.
Yeah, he's out at the stadium.
Man, he's in the Madrid center.
He's halfway to the Bernabeu.
He's in Madrid city center. He's almost gone off the stadium. Look. A little bit higher, and that point goes on. Look.
Well, that's an important first point. They got the break back, but they're not out of the woods, of course. They're still serving to stay in the match at 4-5.
Backward bows with the backhand. Bad decision there from Arturo, trying to do I don't know what, but, you know, it's going there. Beautiful lob.
Yeah, he's recovered his position okay.
Yeah, of course he's going to go.
Now he is.
And then, you know, I think there's asking, because I'm not sure that he hit the ball on his side. And remember, you cannot invade your opponent's side if the ball didn't bounce. So I am not sure that he hit the ball on Arturo's side. That Arturo hit the ball on his side, or if he invaded a little bit.
Well, they have VAR.
Are you sure? Okay, so let's see this. I mean, so I think that, listen to this, crazy, because Lapido Yo says Arturo, because I think that the umpire said that the... Yeah, you see, I told you, he's hitting the ball, invading the opponent's side, or on the edge. No way! I think he was invading, but man, an inch or less.
I mean, even with the benefit of the slow motion.
Wow, no, yeah, he did. That's point for Tello and Nenno. What I see, I don't know what the umpire sees.
Is it an invasion?
Well, there wasn't. There was a point for Coello and Nieto, it seems.
Yeah.
So it's 15-0.
Which, based on that slow motion replay, is slightly confusing.
What a bajada! The high shot of the back row from Martin Di Nenno. Nothing to do with that backhand from Arturo Coelho.
No, even the great blocker could do nothing about that.
Wow, what a change.
30 iguales.
30-0. It's a tough moment for both pairs, I would say, because, you know, Arturo and Coqui have nothing to lose, but perhaps the confidence if they don't win this coming ball.
4-5, 30 all, couple of points, potentially separating Coello and Nieto from victory.
Oh my God, how can you do that lob after the double rebound of the backward? It's crazy. Unbelievable shot from Coello as well. Coqui keeps holding on, waiting, right moment to come.
Yeah. Oh, we've seen that a few times. He's so quick to spot the gap, take the pace off the ball, create the winner, and bring up
a match point.
A match point.
Say. Yeah, Di Nenno's still smiling, you know. This is what the good things about the pro players. You got to understand that they enjoy. And if they do, why don't you on court when you're playing sometimes? What a lob from Arturo Coelho. And let's see what he decides in this shot of the backward. Be ready. I told you, be ready. And he is ready, Marcus. You could tell.
Oh, a world number one who played like a world number one today, but alongside a fantastic partner. Terrific from Coqui Nieto as well.
Well, at the beginning of the match, I told you, well, these pair have a lot to do, and, you know, they just demonstrate. And actually, Di Nenno and Tello played an amazing match, so very congratulations to Team Advantage as well. But the leaders of this match was Arturo Coelho and Coqui Nieto, winning in 2 sets, and we go to the next match.
Yes, we do. There's very little to stop the entertainment. We will hear from the key participants, though, including the most valuable player, and I think the man in our picture will probably pick up that award for the 2nd day running. He was part of the losing team yesterday, was a little surprised to be named player of the match, but if he gets the award, and we'll find out for sure in a moment, then there'll be no complaints. That said, as you mentioned, Coqui Nieto was fantastic as his partner, and Martin Di Nenno and Juan Tello fought tooth and nail. They were always just slightly behind the curveball, but they've made it interesting towards the end. That, though, is the reaction of a very happy team. Top quality stuff. from start to finish. Coello and Nieto making up for their defeat yesterday. Tough for Nenno and Tello. Of course, it's an event with all the best players in the world, so picking up any sort of a victory is not easy, but they've gone 0-2. The team that won it for their team advantage 12 months ago, saving that match point in the final. Team advantage owned by Andy Murray and also Anthony Joshua, along with Danny Valverde, who was part of Team Murray for many years. But they've been beaten on this occasion. I'm absolutely sure that Carlos Lopez Ley, the owner of Team Bela Puerto Rico, is well, he'll be relieved because he gets so tense during every match. And often there's such a small gap between winning and losing, and it makes all the difference in the world, at least until the next match. Very little time to relax and enjoy the success, of course, because your team will be back on again. With all these matches, 2 next-gen matches starting every day, 1 point for the winner of each, and then 2 points for the winner of each men's and women's doubles. And there are the stats from this one: 4-4. 3 golden points actually going the way of Nenno and Tello. And so often, of course, if you win the golden point, you tend to win the match because they're so significant. On this occasion, they weren't. Actually created a whole host of break points as well, 3 from 9 as opposed to 1 for 2 for Nenno and Tello. The bottom line, after an hour and 18 minutes, it is 2 precious points for Team Bela Puerto Rico. And it's high time we got some reaction courtside with Cristina Golan.
Bueno, pues ya estamos con el MVP del partido, Arturo Coello. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas tardes y enhorabuena.
Bueno, contento, ¿no? por dar el primer punto de la pareja al Team Bella. La verdad que súper contento de que Carlos y María hoy puedan sumar este puntito y nada, sí, muy feliz de jugar con Coquito, de ganar a una pareja durísima como son Martín y el Gato y nada, súper contentos.
Además con el añadido de que ellos ganaron el año pasado.
Sí, totalmente, ¿no? La verdad que ellos dos juntos son una pareja muy complicada. Sabíamos que teníamos que jugar muy bien, hemos podido descansar y la verdad que nada, súper contentos de ganar este partido y de sumar 2 puntitos más al Team Bella.
No solo son 2 puntos más, son 2 puntos, Coqui, que os sitúan en lo más alto de la tabla.
Sí, bueno, lo primero de todo, agradecer a Madrid por venir. Bueno, para mí es un placer jugar aquí siempre, porque estoy aquí y jugar con caras conocidas en la grada es una maravilla. Y bueno, déjame agradecer a Arturo de darme la oportunidad de jugar con el otro partido más, agradecer al Team Bella que nos tratan como su familia. Y bueno, como dicen, nos ponemos primeros en la tabla, esperemos que mañana seguir sumando puntos para el equipo, así que ojalá poder llegar a la final el domingo.
Bueno, pues un fuerte aplauso para los ganadores de este partido. Enhorabuena.
Escucha, promesa, si mañana ganamos, Coquito toca.
Thank you, Cristina. Well done, guys. Mary would normally translate, but he's been drinking too much of that Argentinian tea, so he's nipped off to the gents. I think we got the gist of it. They were very happy. And no wonder, as we look at the leaderboard, Team Bela Puerto Rico, for now, a couple of points clear. They have played more matches than anybody else. 1-3, lost 2, sets 1, 7, sets lost 5. 10 paddle in second place at the moment, but it's such a bunched leaderboard, which is great. 11-11 will feel they've got a little bit of work to do. And watch out for Rafa Nadal Academy. They've played 2, they have won 2, and they've yet to drop a set. The defending champions, team advantage, just dropping down that leaderboard a little bit. But we've got 2 more matches today, and of course then 2 more full days of action on Friday and Saturday before we know the final order. Right, time for a little bit of information from Sandy about the transition.
If you've been playing paddle for a while, you will have discovered this no man's land. Now, for a recreational, lower level, beginner, intermediate player, between the second post and the service line is no man's land. If you get here, you're a bit too far forward to defend properly and too far back in order to attack from the net. At the pro level, this is the transition zone. So if you watch the pros playing, you'll see that they come into this zone in order to prepare to move forward and to move back, and they might be stationed here. So if you're at home and you're wanting to improve your game and your intermediate level or below, you want to avoid this. And if you happen to be a pro, then this is your transition zone. It's not racket science.
Sandy Farquharson, part of our commentary team alongside Jonathan Ledger. They bring the first 3 matches of the day. I know he says it's not racket science. It's all quite complicated and confusing for me. So there's your thoughts on the transition area of the court, Mary?
Yeah, well, as Sandy said, there is a moment there where, you know, that you see some of the pro players, man. You see Chingato or you see Arturo. For their skills, that makes sense that they are on the transition area to go from back to forward, from forward to backwards. But usually they can play there. They can play there because they got the skills and they train for that thing. But if you're not them, then you better stay on the transition. Don't stay on the transition area. Go at the back, stay at the net. And there are 2 shots that will give you the amount of time you need in order to go from back to forward, which are the chiquitas and the lobs. Whenever you can play those shots will give you the time available to reach the net position and perhaps to win with the next coming shot. So, said that, also you got to consider that sometimes you're playing with players who play so many lobs to you. So depending on the match you're playing, it would make more sense to play on the transition area, but you got to be able to read who you're playing against and who you're playing with in order to position yourself properly. But that, it needs a few lessons, but you know, it's a good tip to consider.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have more from Sandy. He's an expert in his own right. Came to the sport relatively late in life. He was a tennis player. His brother actually won Junior Wimbledon, the doubles with Liam Brody, but he's made a life in the paddle world. When you win, life is sweet. Coqui Nieto and Arturo Coello are going to give a couple of balls to a couple of lucky people. And once they have cleared the court, we will get ready for the penultimate match of day 2. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Again, it's team advantage up against the Robert Lewandowski 9. Before that, a reminder of what we've just seen. Welcome back to the Madrid Arena. The first match of the evening session has been concluded. What an absolute blockbuster it turned out to be. Arturo Coello looking every inch the world #1 and emerging victorious alongside Coqui Nieto. But they were given a bit of a scare late on by Martin Di Nenno and Juan Tello, who may have lost their first 2 matches but have played a lot better than an 0-2 scoreline would suggest. And here's confirmation of everything that has happened today and is still to come. As I've mentioned, we've seen 4 matches, team advantage just losing that last one, the 2 players that won the HEXAGON Cup 2024. But their female counterparts could make up for that in just a moment, because it is team advantage again against the Robert Lewandowski 9. And talking of quality, well, Ari Sánchez, the reigning world #1, is part of the Lewandowski team. She'll be back on court alongside Lucia Sainz. Now, they lost yesterday, so obviously there's another world #1 looking to bounce back, just as Arturo Coello did. But plenty of quality performers in all 6 of those matches. And of course, don't forget the next gen players as well, who are picking up important points as well. 1-pointer win for them. Next up for us, I mentioned team advantage, Delphi Brea and Sofia Araujo against Lucia Sainz, 40 years of age, but such a clever player, still loving the sport. And Magic Ari, who, by her own remarkable standards, wasn't at her very best yesterday, but I'm sure 24 hours on, she'll know exactly what she needs to do this time around. Bang on time.
Well, this pair yesterday played, they started struggling a little bit in the beginning of the match, but then all of a sudden they started, like, you know, linking each other, playing tactically very good. And I think this pair is a very good pair, I got to tell. Delphi Brea, we all know, is a very great defender, you know, covering the middle all the time, like perfectly with her backhand. And Sofia Araujo, she's the Portuguese player #1. The best player ever from Portugal, and actually she is a player that has not been discovered yet at some point. I mean, I think that she has such a potential, but she took the sport a little bit late. You know, padel to Portugal arrived like around 15 years ago, I would say. And so, but I think we got a lot to say about the Portuguese player. But now it's time to talk about these 2 fantastic players from Catalonia, from Reus.
Yes, indeed, from Reus.
You know, Reus has an airport as well, like Barcelona. Reus is around 1 hour away from Barcelona, is where Ari Sánchez was born, but actually he lives in Barcelona now, the same as Lucia Sainz, and they both know very well each other. And actually, so for Ari Sánchez was Lucia Sainz for Ari, it was like, wow, her star, you know, for Ari Sánchez. And look how look at now.
Yeah.
Lucia was #1 as well in the world around 5 years ago. Now is Ari, and now let's see how they complement each other, because they have a very tough match.
Well, they certainly do, but they will look to make a few amendments after yesterday's performance. I mean, listen, it wasn't bad, but there were some unforced errors at key moments. Sanchez not quite at the level that we've become accustomed to. 27 years of age, the current #1. Child star with Marta Ortega. She's also played with the likes of Tamara Icardo and Alejandra Salazar. Salazar, of course, has been a #1 in 3 different decades, so she's had some useful players, the youngest #1 in history. Lucia Sainz at 40, picked up 6 doubles titles on the ITF women's circuit as a tennis pro, and has been a #1 in her own right 5 years ago in 2020. But Sofia Araujo, as Mary was saying, 30 years of age, also a former tennis player, got to 926 in the singles, 904 in the doubles before turning to paddle. Better late than never. And Delphi Brea, ranked 5 in the world from Buenos Aires. Wonderful player to watch. And they'll feel also that extra little need to win, having seen their men lose just a few moments ago. Come on, they're the defending champions. They need to win again. 1.2 million euros would come in rather handy.
Well, you know, last year, as I told you before, Marcus, the court was slightly slower than this year, allowing Tello, Tello and Nenno to play their game. They were very comfortable throughout the whole tournament, but it's not happening this tournament where the court is slightly faster. I would say it's not fast, it's slightly faster than the previous year that we had here in the Hexagon Cup, and perhaps that makes a difference, you know, because the players don't change.
No, well, it's certainly leading to some terrific paddle play. We'll go courtside. Christina's waiting for us once more.
Okay.
Yep, and I have one big name next to me, Marcela Ferrari. She is the coach of Robert Lewandowski team. Marcela, thank you for joining us. I'm going to switch to Spanish and then we will translate. Marcela, una de las cosas más peculiares que tiene la Hexagon es que estamos viendo muchos golden points, muchos super tie breaks, lo que obliga a los jugadores a dar el máxima intensidad desde el primer minuto. So we are seeing a lot of golden points, super tie breaks, which forces all the players to give a maximum from the very beginning.
Sí, es muy importante y sobre todo más la parte mental, porque habéis visto muchos super tie break y esto ellos no están nada acostumbrados y hay que trabajarlo. Entonces, bueno, los puntos de oro pues aún se ha hecho algunas veces, pero lo del super tie break, entonces pierden un set y si veis ahí ese momento que los estamos trabajando esta semana todos los coaches, todo el equipo, porque es muy importante llegar mentalmente bien.
About the Hexagon Cup is to work on the mentality of the players because they are not used to play with these golden points or with a super tie break, so that forced them to be super focused on what they're doing. Now it's time to let the action start, so going back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Lovely to get the insight from the teams. We're blessed in that regard. Christina's doing a fantastic job courtside. Let's gear up then for team advantage.
I think it's time that they pay off. Let's go.
Will they have the advantage this evening? We're about to find out. Now, you said to me yesterday you could talk for 30 minutes on Delphi, Brea. You've got 45 seconds. 45 seconds.
Yeah, big team. They've got a massive team. Well, Delphi, you know, makes a difference, actually. She will play this year with trying to fight for the #1 in the world. Delfina comes from Argentina. She's the daughter of a very important coach in the world, Nieto, Brea. It seems that he's done a very good job with her daughter. And now she's a woman, you know, and she's fighting to reach the #1 in the world. She's going to try to do the job with Gemma Triai throughout the year, but now she's going to try to win these 2 points for her team.
Her partner, as we mentioned, did come to the sport relatively late at the age of 30. Really decent tennis player, but thought, no, ultimately, I'm not enjoying this. Had a few health issues, said she was lonely. Her uncle suggested paddle. Good move.
What a move. What a move from the Portuguese player. Very powerful player, very temperamental. Temperamental, is that okay? Like, you know, she's the kind of player that she's losing, she's very down, but when she's winning, man, be ready, and that is why Delphi Brea can help a lot her to do her job, because if Delphi makes her to be happy on court, be ready, because Sofia Araujo has a lot to do and a lot to show to the world of paddle.
Okay, yeah. Followed their progress with real interest, but they have got their work cut out because, of course, their opponents represent two superstars.
Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Adriana Sánchez, 27 years of age now, the youngest #1 in history not so long ago. Child star, as I mentioned, with Marta Ortega. She's played with a whole host of superb partners. She says she gets up at 7 o'clock every morning. She's paddle obsessed. She's incredibly competitive. She wanted to get to #1. Now she's at #1. She's desperate to stay there.
There is no chance to be #1 something if you're not obsessed as she is, you know. I believe that, you know, Arturo Coelho also, he said also, you know, it's like he's dreaming on paddle, he's doing everything about paddle, and also with Lucia Said, you know, even though that now is not perhaps the #1 in the world of carry, but, you know, she's still thinking that she could be #1 in the world. That's why she's still here.
Yeah, well, she's been there. She knows what it takes.
Exactly.
Un minuto.
So the 2 players from Barcelona, or Barcelona and Reus, Catalonian players from Spain, 4 of the players from, 3 of the 2 players from Spain, 1 from Portugal and 1 from Argentina. I think it's the most international match that we have on this Hexagon Cup. As you previously said before, padel is growing in different countries. Hopefully in the next 5 to 10 years we have people from whatever in the world. Hopefully from the UK, where you come from as well, yeah?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Why not?
I'm trying. I may have started a bit late.
A little bit later than Sofia Araujo, but yeah, but I think, hopefully in the close future from Holland, Belgium, I mean, actually there are people texting on the channels like from many different countries who love to hear this kind of commentary because they're learning us the same way they are watching panel, which I think, that makes a big difference. Hopefully in the very close future we have people from different countries join these kind of events like the Hexagon Cup at different level.
Absolutely.
Tiempo.
Just looking at Lucia Sanz, you mentioned that they both come from Barcelona. She picked up the prestigious, and I apologise if my accent's not great, the Donne eSport Award back in 2018, which is for Barcelona's best athlete. And when you consider some of the athletes they've got in that part of the world, that is no mean feat. And I'm interested to learn that Royce has an international. Is it an international airport? I mean, I'm learning paddle, I'm learning Spanish. Now I know there's an airport in Royce, but
yes, in Reus there is a little airport, but still, it's still an airport.
But I can't fly directly from London to Reus.
No. You've got to go to Barcelona first, take a bus, 1 hour to Reus.
Wonderful part of the world. That's where Mary has settled now, you've been all over the place, including, I'm very proud that you've lived in Chigwell. Which is, and if anyone's listening in Chigwell, it's a beautiful part of Essex. It is. It's on the end of the Central Line, for those who might know their London Underground map. It's also where a very famous, very near at least to where a famous British television comedy series was filmed. Have you ever heard of Birds of a Feather?
No.
No.
No, I didn't, but it's famous, isn't it?
Well, it is famous. Yeah, I'll send you a couple of DVDs, see what you think.
Okay. Yeah, it was a lovely time in the UK as well, helping as well the national team to grow step by step. And I think there's a lot to do worldwide with this beautiful sport that everyone enjoys. Doesn't matter where you are in the world.
Well, there's a lot for these 4 to do now, with 2 more points on the line. Our resident DJ pumping up the crowd. They're coming back inside. They've nipped out, some of them, to have a drink. There's a lot on offer actually around the Madrid Arena.
No.
Cheers, Sainz getting us underway.
The first serve in the previous match was also out. The very first serve.
No.
15-0.
Little hush around the arena as these 4 just settle down. That was deep.
Wow.
There's the gap, and she finds it brilliantly.
Well, actually, there is Delphi is like, that's how paddle works. When the ball is going to one of the corners, then you should cover the parallel. Delphi is more interesting on covering the middle than her parallel, and so that Ari Sánchez knows that. Little unforced error, unnecessary, I would say. Unnecessary, because there was a good leading at the moment. Now it could make them doubt on the next coming shot. So, but let's see.
Yeah, nice little change of angle.
30 iguales.
And this is a very sharp start from Brea and Araujo.
This is what I told you before, you see. Now it's 30-0. The previous Anfos error from Lucia's side. Now the little change of angle with that nice bandeja down the line from Sofia Araujo. And this Anfos error pushed them to be, you know, with 2 break points in the very first game. That's what I told you, you know. I mean, Delphi hasn't touched more than the first ball that she missed, and now it's 30-40 line. It goes on and it goes on.
No, again, the chin quite in the groove with that first serve. Good block.
Another lob coming. Whoa. And that's what I told you, that she's a very good smasher, and this is a bad news for Lucia Sáinz and Ari Sánchez.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you that Delphi Brea and Sofia Araujo are the favorites in this, but the truth is that if, as I told you before, if Delphi Brea does the job, then Sofia Araujo can go for these kind of winners that fit her emotionally as well, you know, the way he likes to play.
Well, excuse the pun, but that was a smashing start for them. And actually, they made a smashing start to the Alpine Hexagon Cup 2025 yesterday, because they saw off Paula Jose Maria and Alejandro Alonso 7-5, 6-4. Notable victory. And of course, as mentioned, Sanchez and Sainz lost to Marta Ortega and Gemma Triay. They went down 6-4, 6-4.
There was a good help from Sofia Araujo. She said, a verla means, let me see if that ball is in or out. Let me see. Because otherwise, perhaps Delphi would have played a bandeja. Let the ball go. Sofia was right. A verla. Again. A verla was out again. So 2 points for Sofia Araujo there. 30 left.
Yeah. They mean business, don't they? And the confidence from that win yesterday is very, very apparent right now. Don't forget, Paula Jose Maria is top of the ranking, so to beat her is quite something.
40-0.
And when you've beaten one number one, why not go out and beat the other one?
Exactly. But not together.
No.
This would be a hard job during the year. Yes. Because at this level, players have to know themselves, each other, playing tactically. That's why when they do the change, as you mentioned yesterday, nowadays players are changing partners all the time. Well, for them it's very hard as well, you know, then to really read what to do, to decide, because ball goes faster. And when the ball goes faster, you got to decide faster. And so, you know, this is a new game nowadays, what we used to see back in 2018, for example. Wow, beautiful fake smash from Lucia Sáinz. Well, actually, this happens because the lob was bad. So you shouldn't blame each other. You should just say, okay, well done, Lucia. Our lob was
But lovely to
bad.
see, and that's a really good point, actually, to watch and study as a player of any level. Just that little bit of disguise, it works so well.
Good decision from Sofia after Delphi's information about position of Ari Sánchez. What a chiquita.
Yeah, they were on top, weren't they? The short angle, and eventually they pulled the trigger. But what I loved in that point again was how Sanchez was caught in a corner, but the way these players turn and find some room to get the ball back into play, brilliant.
I tell you one thing, yeah, it's very, for the tactical point of view, I mean, Sofia Araujo would be much more comfortable playing with Delphi Brea, because Sofia Araujo is playing with Martita Ortega in the main circuit, yeah, so, and Martita and Delphi play quite similar, but in the other side of the court, Ari Sánchez is not going to be that comfortable, because Ari Sánchez plays with Paula, but Paula is a lefty player, is much more aggressive than Lucia, so Paula has to play differently in order to win more points. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, absolutely. And that adds to the intrigue of the Hexagon Cup, because they're great players, but they've got to adapt and make do with who they're playing alongside.
100%. So, for the coaching point of view, when you're going to build up your team, you got to think about all these things as well, you know? What a touch. What a touch from... Do you see? This is one of the things that she's changed in the last few months, I would say, or years. Let's say 1 or 2 years. That she's now taking the right decision at the right moment. Actually, perhaps 2 years ago, she would have gone for a hardest shot there, and then the opponent play a lob to her again. But now she's reading the pace of the game. Going slower when she has to go slower.
Well, they'll be relieved. They get themselves onto the scoreboard, but the early break does belong to Brea and Araujo. Really interesting actually reading Mary about Sofia Araujo, who, as I mentioned, had her health issues, didn't really enjoy being a tennis player, and listened to the advice of her uncle and became the revelation player of the year in the paddle world in 2020. Now feels she's complete, she's powerful, she's a finisher, she's got a good smash, and at 30, okay, she's turned to the sport late, but she only has to look across the net and see a player 10 years older who's still doing the business, so she's got plenty of time, hasn't she?
100%. But the thing is that she plays on the left side of the court, and left side players are usually, they use the fitness much more, so the lifetime in paddle it lasts shorter than than the right side player, who is more tactical, who is more who is less fitness wastage. I don't know how to call it in English, but they move more tactical more than going for more winners. So yeah, there is a little bit longer life if you play on the right side of the court in your paddle career.
You may have just caught sight of Christina interviewing one of the next gen players. By the way, we're not ignoring her, but she has her work cut out, because we are translating. We're in Spanish and in English, 2 different broadcasts, and she's working for both, which probably will give her the excuse that she's got a double dose of work as to why we didn't get our food last night. But don't worry, she'll be back with us shortly.
Yes.
Segundo servicio.
You see, even though how far we are from the court, 25 meters.
Yeah.
I also see what the pro players see. It was like, nah, I'm not sure that ball was out, and they also did. So that's why they're discussing about that first serve, because first serve in or out. That's why the serve is important.
Yes.
Otherwise they wouldn't care. They would say, oh, okay, it was out, no worries, I will go for the second serve. No. First serve matters in paddle, not as much as in tennis, that you serve,
Well, are we going to go to the video review? We had one of those in the last match, which didn't actually solve the issue, because we thought Coello was invading the net at the...
No, that was in.
The review there is definitive. Yeah, absolutely. Your eyes are good.
His first serve.
It's got to be another first serve, hasn't it?
15-0.
No, point.
15-0.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Yeah, it's point because the umpire didn't call it. I mean, Lucia Saith called it. Out.
Got you.
Do you understand? So you got to wait until the umpire calls it. This happens only on the pro level. So there, you home, your friends, and then just replay the point. Or, just make it simple.
30-0.
Some of my friends, I think I'll need to install a video review system quickly.
There's got cheaters.
Yes.
But if they're cheating, means a lot. Means that you are doing a good job. That's why they have to cheat in order to win. So
that's the point. They don't need to cheat. They just do it naturally.
Great job. That's going to be out, just slightly out there in the corner.
Unlucky.
40 love, and this is the little gap that I was talking to you about in the beginning of the match that Araujo and Delphi Brea have now. Look at that shot, full of confidence, that backhand drop shot from the Argentinian player Delphi Brea. Delfina. Yeah, it's Delfina.
Delfina.
But we call him Delphi.
Yeah.
Friendly.
She doesn't mind, does she?
No, she likes it actually. Actually, her sign is Delphi.
Well, everything she touches just about is turning to gold at the moment. 25 years of age. As a kid, she played football, basketball, and handball. But as Mary mentioned, her dad, Nieto Brea, very well known in the sport, was going to have the big say, of course, and said, "No, you might like those other sports, but I think paddle is for you."
Wow. Beautiful shot. Actually, Ari Sánchez, by being there at the net, pushes Lucia Saif to defend cross court. So, yeah, but whenever she plays down the middle or down the line, then Sophie has a massive angle down the middle to play that beautiful volley.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Sofia Araujo! Portugal loves you, and the world of paddle does as well. Unbelievable. Por tres, smash, recovering the backboard shots.
Well, she does.
That's what I told you about before.
She does describe herself as powerful, and she's absolutely right.
What Delphi does there is fantastic. That beautiful bandeja, split step, going a deep volley. Now I'm going to play a lob, no? Cross court. Risky, yes. Actually, yeah, that's why she said sorry. Because actually it wasn't the shot to play where the position of the players was.
Well, that's a relief for Sáinz on serve here. Could have been 15-40.
Well, that's a better mistake, I would say, than the previous one, pushing Sofia. Because also, think about that, as Sofia could go for a massive winners, she can go for a massive losers as well, if you don't really help her to be the player she wants to be on court. You know what I mean? So, at some point, if you make a mistake, just in the case of Delphi, it would be much better that you make the mistake, rather than Sofia missing the shots, because she doesn't like it a lot.
Good hold in the end. But still the advantage is with their opponents.
El globo, sí, pero el globo, yo...
No tiene que ser perfecto, ¿no? Como le decía,
tiene que ser perfecto. Si se lo tirás hasta primero, si se lo tirás hasta un poquito más por el medio,
hasta estarán la volea de revés.
Sí, la del
¿vale? La del sí, a la volea derecha.
As always, you can vote for your player of the match. We weren't surprised that Arturo Coello got the vote again today. Did it last night when he was losing, but Coelho fans were fully justified in voting for him this time around. Who's caught your eye so far? There's the QR code. Great to get your interactive assistance throughout the week, and we are delighted to have your company wherever you are in the world. As Mary was saying, okay, Spain and Argentina are the powerhouses of paddle, but we're getting correspondence from all over the place, including Chigwell.
La voy a buscar después, cuando siga, llevar al medio, ahora que tengan, que tienen la red, se van a primero saque, que queda más o menos.
Well, couldn't hit much, but actually I would say that Seba Nerone, former #1 in the world as well, together with Gaby Reca, friends of the house. They say, okay, whenever you're at the net, just play down the middle, because they said Toots, Delphi and Araujo, yeah? But because they are struggling a little bit now, better you not to risk and play down the middle to push them, because they don't know each other, Ari Sánchez and Lucia. Because when you play to the middle, you push your opponents to decide, okay, who goes and which shot to play. If I play to your player, then only the player has to think which shot to play. It's one decision against two decisions. This shot, okay, one decision. This shot, one decision.
Well, I mean, you sit and watch the point play out, and then you end it, unfortunately, like that. It can be a lonely place out on the paddle court.
Delphi there didn't hit the ball with the sweet spot of the racket, and that will happen. Sometimes people might be thinking, like, well, how the player can make such a mistake? Well, because they play at a speed, which is quite... Wow, beautiful drop shot.
What a little angle that is.
That shot doesn't really only talk about the shot itself, but also the confidence of the player. If they were, 5-0 in a tie, they're not going to do that. It's, they're feeling comfortable. That is a bad news for Ari Sánchez and Lucia.
Well, she responded really well, had to chase the ball forward. Terrific block volley from Sainz. Important game here now for Delphi Brea. They've got that early break, but 30-all, just a little opportunity perhaps for Sanchez and Sainz to hit back.
Well, Lucia was doing a great job and pushing the opponents to play such an amazing shots to win the point. So, nothing to blame here. No unforced error, no nothing. Just a great winner cross-court from Delphi.
Yeah, well, she was like a wall up until that point, Sainz. Thou shalt not pass. Oh, yes, we will.
Wow. Well, I think, anyways, Lucia is doing the job. She's doing well. But the opponents are doing a little bit better. That's the only thing, It's not like, oh, yeah, Lucia should have done this, or Ari Sánchez should have covered it. No, they're doing okay. But the thing is that in front of them, they got these two fantastic players who are pushing them a lot.
Yeah, they are, and they're gelling so well at the moment, Mari.
Actually, Delphi Brea has played more unforced errors, more bad tactical shots, but they're still winning. So that's what I mean. That if Delphi does a better job than what she's doing now, imagine the difference, how it could be.
Yeah.
15 iguales. What does it mean? 15-0?
15-0.
Yes,
well,
well
you had me self-doubting myself for a moment.
15 iguales. Iguales means all.
Yeah.
Same.
15 iguales is the same. El mismo.
Very good, man. Spanish is improving here in Madrid.
Yeah, I've got up to 10 words.
2 unforced errors from Lucia's side. And this 15-30.
Yeah, no wonder she's
hitting her head.
I mean, not advisable, but understandable in the circumstances. Chance to make amends here, perhaps. And she does.
No way.
Does she?
Oh,
eventually.
My goodness. Face off. Never give up. Never give up, as Sofia Araujo did. Look how she reached that ball with the backward post fantastically well. Then you might be thinking, whoa, but if you reach that backward post, the opponents can win. Yes, but they can also lose. So you never give up until the ball bounces twice. You just carry on with the point. Well, I think Lucia is trying to go a little bit more down the line. Now pushing Sofia to play more cross-court. Wow, my goodness. Such a love from the Argentinian player, Delphi Brea. another backward post.
Well, we've had every shot in the book during this rally.
And another unforced error, and this is 5-2. Very bad news for team advantage. Sorry, very good news for team advantage. Let's see what happens.
Well, that's tough. A terrific point. It's a shame that that particular game ended in that particular way. And, well, there is a lot of work here for Lucia Sáinz and Magic Harry to do. There to avoid a second defeat in the space of 24 hours or so. But some of the paddle play there again. I mean, all four players, that's a shame to see the end like that, but all four players excelled themselves. Cristina, who was chatting in Spanish to one of the Next Gen players earlier, can now talk in English with us. Hello again, Cristina.
Yes, let's continue talking about the rackets. So we talk about the materials they are made of. Now let's talk about the measures they have. So the total size of these paddle rackets is a maximum of 45.5 centimeters. What about this part over here? Well, this is called the handle, and the maximum that they can be as tall as 20 centimeters. And what about the weight? Well, the weight can vary a little bit, so they can be between 330 grams and a maximum of 400 grams. It depends on the density of the different materials that we were talking before. The foam, the fiberglass, the carbon glass. So you to know that the different players use these type of materials to take the density and also the sensations when they hit the ball.
Wow,
that was good
stuff. Yeah. I tell you what, Mary, if I was going on court to play something like Arturo Coelho, I'd like a racket that big just to hide behind.
Yes. That racket was a little bit longer than 45.5 centimeters, but that's what the regulations of paddle say. And actually, it would tell you one thing. You know that if you put two rackets, one above the other one, that is the measure of the net in the corners. Actually, it's 92 centimeters in the corners, a minimum of 88 centimeters in the middle.
Your knowledge is quite extraordinary. I can see your mastermind. Specialist subject. Everything to do with paddle. Now, in the blink of an eye, this first set looks as though it's about to come to a conclusion. Here's Sofia Araujo serving at 5-2 and 30 love. No need for a review there. That first serve was clearly long.
That wasn't the edge. No, but it was in. It was in, and this is going to be 40 love because
this is a dangerous challenge, isn't it?
I mean, Ari called it. The umpire didn't. So now, because the umpire thinks the ball was in, so Ari Sánchez has to call it, challenge it.
Well, they've already been bitten once.
Then it's 40 love.
Yeah, they've already got
and
this
I think
wrong
it was
once.
In. Oh! Ari Sánchez, a different level.
You need to go to Specsavers. All other eye stores are good as well, but yeah, she was there. We are
double fault,
a fair way away.
Hey, double fault.
Double fault.
Yes, second one. You were right. Okay, let's go down to 2,000 instead of 10,000. What a winner of the back roll from the Portuguese player Sofia Araujo, playing that shot from high to low, but with a little bit of side spin, making it impossible that kind of vibra of the back roll.
Yeah. 3 set points. Oh, that is brilliant.
Change of the rhythm, change of the angle, some magic from Magic Ari. Cross court there, look, have a look. Beautiful. It's only these kind of players can do that kind of shots.
She needs to do it again here. Still set point. And the return is long.
Counts the same.
So, in terms of what we've seen at the Hexagon Cup, that is a pretty emphatic first set performance from Delphi Brea and Sofia Araujo. Questions are being asked of the world #1 Ari Sánchez. She's not used to losing twice in 2 days, but she and Lucia Sáinz are certainly under the cosh at the moment. Urgent discussions required here, Maori. And by the way, I just want to let everybody know that I do know that the proper word for an eye store is an optician, so I'll just correct myself there. Maori, have a look with your eyes at those stats. What strikes you? Well, look at that, 9 consecutive points won by Brea and Araujo.
Think about it, it's double the total points won from the team advantage, Tello Brea and Sofia Araujo, and 9 consecutive points won. That means 2.5 games. If you think about it, you've got to win 4 points in a row in order to win a game, and they took a break points. They won 2 out of 2, so that makes a big difference between these two pairs.
Yeah, and in contrast to that, Sáinz and Sánchez didn't even manufacture a break point, never mind take one, so they have been distinctly second best. However, we've seen a lot of matches swing decisively after a one-sided opening set. It happened in one of the women's matches during the afternoon session. Now, the vertical coverage from Brea and Araujo, what does that tell you, Maori?
Well, actually, it's telling me that it's that is unpredictable at some point, because they're covering, of course, they're very close to the net. They're not kind of players who are going to be very close to the net. So they will cover more the transition area and the back area, but they are not like more in one side than the other, which means that they're doing variations all of the times when they're playing, pushing the opponents, in this case, Lucia, Sáinz, and Ari Sánchez, to take different decisions. And because decisions in the sport of padel make the difference, you know, that's what we were talking about transition area before. You know, it depends who you're playing against. But if your players are changing positions all the time, make it to decide all the time differently.
Another first serve missed by... Christina's going to get into trouble here. She's just walking at the back of the court. Cristina.
She apologizes there. Cristina, come on, well done. Different level. You should be on court playing those bandejas.
That's just drifted long.
Sophie, you know, I love her. She's so good, and you know, I very get on with her. And actually, you know, I like because she's winning. She can be winning 6-0, but she makes one mistake, and it's like, oh, life is very bad. Just for one point, but that makes you very competitive. You know, there are many of the players who are like this, but actually that happens. I think that was out, huh? I think it was out.
30-15.
Yes.
Yes.
But actually that makes you, you know, more a left side player. If you follow me with this, you know, Nenno is not gonna, for example, you know, in this case, or Delphi Brea, to be like a little bit more conservative, even if she doesn't, even if she is angry, she's not gonna look angry. You know.
The thing I'm going to say about that, though, Mary, is yeah, competitive and great, but it must be exhausting when you're that hard on yourself on a regular basis.
Pumba! There she go, I told you, Pumba is coming. And so, one thing also about Sofia Araujo is that she is like, there are so much intention behind every shot. You know, it's like, whenever the ball is coming to her, she's going to play a chiquita very risky, or a lob very high, close to the back wall, or a winner with a powerful shot. So that's why she has to be like very focused on and very positive the whole time. She reached that shot.
No.
Ooh, almost there.
Yeah. 40-30, and just to give Sánchez and Sáinz a little bit of encouragement, I mentioned that earlier today we saw a match that proved to be very topsy-turvy. Alejandro Salazar and Aranzazu Osoro up against Claudia Fernández and Tamara Icardo, who won the first set 6-love, then lost the second set 6-4, eventually won the tie-break by 10 points to 5. So there's still plenty of time for these two to get back into business, and indeed they get their name onto the scoreboard at the start of the second set. Where's Cristina gone in the meantime? She's skulking now in the shadows after thrusting herself into the spotlight there. Keep your vote coming for your player of the match. That's the QR code. We'll have to get your thoughts on who's capturing your attention and who come the end of the week will be the player of the week, helping their team to a €1.2 million jackpot. Yeah, we'd all give the thumbs up for that.
Well, unlucky. I mean, she played correctly. I think actually what Ari Sánchez just done was crazy. And I mean, it's fantastic that she played a very high lob to Delphi Brea, who just missed a bandeja before on the previous point, you know, before the change ends. And you know, it's good to try to play a shot to the player who just missed before. And then whenever she was comfortably to play a better lob. Yes, well played from Ari. Ari Sánchez, as I told you before, Marcus, she has to do something in this game. She cannot wait to her partner to win points because Lucia Sáinz is doing the job she has to do, which is more, you know, more defending, more that, you know, that Paula Jose Maria is more, you know, as a lefty player, as left-handed player, sorry, not lefty, yeah, left-handed player, it goes more for winners.
Yeah.
And because she doesn't have that player now, she has to go for the winners. And there she will. Rulo cross court coming in the middle. High lob is coming. Great block from Delphi. Wow, my goodness, what a chiquita. That should have been a chiquita as well, but didn't. And they're playing very, very close to the corners.
Oh, I hope this point doesn't end with an unforced error.
What a shot! There she is! Lucia Araujo, after 55 shots, going and coming, she said, okay, here I am, and this is over. It was very powerful, but very low.
Yes.
Not allowing any time available to your opponents just in case, you know? Yeah. Boom, that's it.
Yeah.
Close and the ball bounces, you know, because I always say that the good shot says the time available to your opponents to hit the ball back. So if you play a powerful shot, but the ball bounces and rebounds high, you're giving time to your opponents to reach that shot.
Little glimpse of an opportunity here now. Oh, not quite.
30 iguales.
Not quite. She was stuck by the gate. Tried to get a little touch there, but the ball was too high. She knew she was close to it. That would have been spectacular. Would have brought up some break points, instead of which it's 30-all.
Goodness, what shots these girls are playing. The female players have gone to another level, a different level.
Yeah, they knew that was out from the moment the ball left the racket.
This is what usually we say, you know, about the lobs, that we don't play lobs when we're under pressure, because the lobs, to play a very good lob, I mean, to play the ball high is easy. To play good lobs is difficult, because the back will. To play a nice lob, you got to be comfortable, but not all the times, you know, but, you know, you try to practice difficult shots as well to play lobs, but you got to practice them. 1-0, Marcus.
Yeah, it's a mini opportunity, you could say, that's come and gone for Sánchez and Sáinz.
Team advantage there with the coaches, Christian Gutierrez and Seba Nerone, ex.
Do you know one thing I want to ask you? I mean, we hear a lot from the coaches during the change events. Oh. I mean, there's so so much communication on court. It's very, very vocal, and particularly if the crowd's not making a lot of noise, you can hear it clearly. Do you ever have a hindrance rule, which obviously in tennis can happen if a player at one end makes too much of a noise as the other player is about to hit the shot, you can get into trouble. Does that happen in paddle?
Well, actually, sometimes they, well, that is like a little bit, tricky, to tell. But umpires can really, can really punish you if you're doing that in purpose. They're like very bad. I don't know in tennis how it works, because in tennis it's a longer time from one shot to the other. Yeah. Because you play behind the baseline here. We don't have baseline. The baseline would be the back wall would be the baseline here, but we play on the court, inside those walls and siphons, inside the cage. So actually, it's a sport of gentleman. It's a gentleman, I would say. You got to be. Otherwise, you could really tell that player is a little bit tricky. Yeah. There are some in the circuit, but I'm not going to give you any.
Oh, I want some names.
No. People know it. People know it.
Oh, not all of us do. Come the weekend, we'll pry some of those names out of you.
Great Rulu have been overpowered.
Oh, she knew what she wanted to do.
Well, it's a good start from Lucia Sáinz and Ari Sánchez, because it seemed that Delphi and Sofia had the complete control of the game, but actually here is magic Ari to say no, you don't have the complete control of the game. And Sofia and Lucia Sáinz also helping this team 2-1 in the second set. We're going to have again a third set super tiebreak. Well, I'm not pretty sure about that. There we have Martin Canaleta, very well known as Canaleta, a very good friend of the house, the coach of Agustín Tapia. He's not anymore in this tournament due to a little injury. Let's have a listen what they have to say.
¿Vale? Perfecta, genial. No, pero está perfecta. Está perfecta. Lu, cuando veas, ¿vale? Cuando veas. Cosa que tome menos riesgo. Ahí al paralelo. Tienes que tener paciencia, porque igual
It's actually a little bit hard market for me, because there are two coaches talking at the same time to different players, So, but what I heard from Marcela Ferrari, they're talking to Lucia Sáinz, is that shot in parallel that she's playing a little bit flatter and harder, is paying off. And actually, she's asking sometimes after one or two bandejas, because they are avoiding at some point Ari Sánchez overhead shots, the area game. Yep. They're playing more lobs to Lucia Sáinz, so the coach is asking, okay, just do a little variation, and whenever you're going to go harder, just go that flatter shots down the line. It's pushing Sofia Araujo to take right decisions.
Well, it's starting to work for her, and they're much more competitive, certainly in the early stages of this second set. With one more match still to come.
Wah!
You're looking forward to it, aren't you?
Yes, the big rocker, Mr. Paquito Navarro, with Argentinian player, a great player, Alex Chozas, who used to be next gen a year ago, but now he's not next gen anymore. He's into the best players in the world competing in this place called HEXAGON Cup in Madrid Arena against Alex Ruiz and Franco Estupiñán. The first match they're going to play in this purple heart of paddle.
Yeah, absolutely. Goodness me. She didn't know what happened there.
Nice vibra with the amount of time enough.
Yeah, first it's coming at me and then it's going straight away from me.
It's very hard, that shot, because the ball, when the rebound of the backward is very close, the rebound of the shot happened at peace. What a passing shot from Ari. They are parallel. It's the third time in this match.
Beautiful.
Even if she misses that shot, she's telling to Delphi, hey, don't cover the middle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stay in your side.
I will exploit that line if you're not careful.
Exactly. What a chiquita from Ari. Now, there should have been a lob in parallel. But because she got the magic, how do you call the...
Yeah, well,
Varita Mágica, the magic bar, the player that...
The wand. The wand.
The wand.
A wand.
Wow, what a word, man. 5 years living in the UK for nothing. I didn't know that word. The wand. That, now I do.
What if you're a Harry Potter fan, you know about magic wands?
30 iguales.
Okay, 1-2, 30 all. Another little opportunity again for Sánchez and Sáinz. Come out with renewed determination in this second set.
Will she go? Of course she will. She's Sofia Araujo, such a powerful smash. Big acceleration with that wrist movement. Quick setup, quick preparation, and then massive acceleration, that shot.
Cannot give her that sort of opportunity.
It's amazing how these 4 players are defending, actually, because they're more defending than being offensive at some point, because they're just waiting for the right moment to go for a winner. Exactly, that's what I mean. You know, they're just waiting just slightly more, one more shot. And because, as I said many times, padel is a sport of unforced errors, so not like winners like in tennis, that you practice winners in order to win. Here you practice not to lose in order not to lose.
Different mindset.
It's hard, you know, to exactly.
But they all want to win this point. It's a golden point.
What a forehand volley from Delphi Brea. Very necessary in this point.
2 juegos iguales, segundo set.
2-0, and now, you know what happens, Marco, usually when you are that close to the edge to get the break, usually you get the break back.
You dip, exactly, yeah.
Happens to you, home happens to everybody. We're all humans.
Well, that will ease their apprehension as that return drifts along. First point, I mean, the stats, certainly in tennis, are quite telling. If you win the first point of a game, your percentage chance of winning the game goes up by a lot, and I suspect it's probably the same in padel as well.
Yes, it is. I always say to my players, you just make sure you play as you wish, as you want, but just make sure you win the last point of the match.
It's as simple as that. You do that, you'll be world #1 in no time.
Yes. Great shot, slow to the middle. Sofia Araujo was at the net. Wow, my goodness. What a transition from back to forward from the Argentinian player Delphi Brea. Nothing to do to Ari Sánchez. And I'm telling you, Delphi Brea will play with Gemma Triay this year for the first time, and they're trying to get the throne, the #1 in the world, against Paula Jose Maria and Ari Sánchez, who will have to...
You've added their chances?
I think so. It's a very bad news for Ari and Paulita that Delphi and Gemma play together. But we got to see how they play together, because you never know.
You never know.
Oh, what a point we're watching. What a point we're watching. And usually when the point is amazing, it ends with a great winner or with a very bad unforced error, and that actually what happened.
Yes.
Look at that. What a recovery. You know, you try. If you never try, then you never know.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry about that, Marcus.
Have we got to that stage of the evening? But Coldplay was your preferred choice? Or you can give us a bit of Freddie Mercury later.
Yes,
I know you're a big fan of his.
I'll give you one later on. It's 2-0, 30-0. Wow! An angle. Only magicians could do that. Such a fantastic shot. Man, that is ridiculous.
Well,
so now it's 40-30, so pressure.
Or even better, it's a kind of magic.
I
trump you on my queen knowledge.
You got me there. You got me there, 100%. What a power! Fuerte! Delphi asked to her partner to go fuerte. Fuerte means harder. Go the hardest you can. And now is a golden point, important point. As we said before, this could be a break point, you know, for, well, it is actually a break point for Delphi, and they know it. Marcus, guess. Tell me. Would you bet?
What,
I think it's a break coming.
Yeah. Oh, no, if you said that, no, they're going to hold.
Okay. I got you there. Well, just 34 boys watching this. No, but anyways, hey, they've done a great job. But wasn't enough. Delphi, Brea and Araujo will do that.
I will always follow your advice. Chance is coming, and you've got to take them. Ironically, in the last game we saw, the last match we saw, the 3 golden points were all won by the team that actually lost, but that is not normally the case. We know that racket sports in particular, tennis, padel, it comes down to the big points.
It's much more interesting this set than the first one, I would say. Yes, but still you have the chance to vote for the player of the match, the MVP. If you want to, would you do it? I mean, I would do it now.
Well, I'll tell you, you get that QR code going and you can influence these percentages. Mary, it's Sofia at the moment with 44.8. Then Delphi, if you're a Lucia Sainz fan, get in touch quickly because she needs some love.
Well, I think Sofia, yeah, I would also say that Sofia, since the beginning, she's been doing a great job in this match. But also, Sofia Araujo, also Lucia Sainz, is also doing a great job. You know, she's very under pressure in this situation.
I hope that none of the coaches gave Lucia Sainz those percentages just now. There's her return direction, Maori.
Yeah. Actually pushing Ari Sánchez to go more to her partner. So she's playing more in parallel in order to move away, I would say, for deciding what to do in this match. Letting the number 1 to do it.
Well, the one thing I'll say about Lucia Sainz, a successful tennis player, a world number 1 in padel, and you can see from her demeanour she's got that steely determination. Okay, the scoreboard doesn't look good at the moment, a set and a breakdown. Don't rule her out just yet, not when she's got Magic Ari next to her as well.
Well, 2 first adversaries. First was Delphi going forward with that transition volley, big step at the right time, and it's still rushing, so that's why I forced her to play that volley to the middle. And now the unnecessary mistake, I would say, from Ari Sánchez with a lob. Actually, no way! No way! This way! Absolutely magic from Ari Sánchez from Catalonia, Spain to the world. What a shot from outside the court. Ari Sánchez is different level, man. Wow.
You are telling me.
You loved it.
I mean, I just marvel at how this in particular is manufactured.
Look. She didn't. I mean, she lost the sight from the ball. So she turned and then she went out of the court and put the ball just right next to the net.
I mean, you've got a tiny angle even when you've done all of that, but she did it brilliantly.
30 iguales.
Gia down, not out yet, but increasingly concerned as Brea gets it to 3-2, 30 all. Need to break back quickly. It's obvious, but imperative. Oh, and that return. Thought about just dropping over the net, but bounces back their side.
Sometimes there are some unforced errors that you think, why? Well, but, you know, the opponents are pushing you to play those unforced errors, you know. It's not because you want to. If you got your opponents at the back of the court, she wouldn't do that unforced errors, you know what I mean? Well, that was what the coach was asking to play a little bit more in parallel and getting Sofia a little bit more in play. Now he's due.
Another golden point,
and
sir.
In the Hexagon Cup, fortunately, thanks God, we play golden point. Many people love it. Actually, on the current circuit, we don't have the golden point yet. Not 2025 is not going to be the year that we see golden point, perhaps in the future, but this event has the golden point. So much pressure for everyone. Could be a game changer. Look at this.
One of you.
Oh
no!
Look at that back and down the line. Love it.
Oh, well, it was another golden opportunity for Sanchez and Sáinz to get back into it. They rather got in each other's way. And another key moment goes the way of the team that has led the way in this match for most of the way.
Well, bad news now, very bad news, because, you know, 2-4 in the second set after you lost the first one by 6-2. I mean, in the beginning of the second set, I thought like, well, it's going like very close, and it could have been better for Arian and Lucia's side. All of a sudden, Sofia and Delphi are defending, are offensive, are transitioning properly from back to forward, from forward to backwards. That makes you struggle, you know?
Yeah, I wonder if the wind might just have gone out of their sails after that last golden point.
No, segundo servicio.
Chiquita.
Well, every now and then they just look reassuringly human. No, not now. Not at this stage, Ari.
Two, 4, 15, 30, that could be kind of the design point. And yes, I'm telling you, this is 5-2 up. No, sorry. This is 15-40, almost 5-2 up.
I think you're seeing into the future. It possibly will be in about 30 seconds' time.
It's just because what I see from the body language, from the tactical point of view, the problem that Ari and Lucia have to do something like the previous match with Gato Tello and Nenno, you know, that demonstrates that they were almost there, but still.
Yeah, well, not this time from Araujo, but still 2 more break points, which are virtual match points, you would feel.
On the edge.
Inch perfect, but then at the net, another error. And there's a little bit of hope still for Sánchez and Sainz. Oh yes, guess what? It's another golden point. They're specialising in them in this particular match. Now, the two S's have got to win this one.
Wow! You wanted magic? There you have it. Man, absolutely fantastic rouleau to the side fence. Impossible for Sofia Araujo.
A lifeline.
Look at that, look at that. What the moment when she hits that ball. Because, I mean, if you are like 40-15, 3-1 up, then that shot is like, well, one more shot. But now, almost with the breakdown, with the match gone.
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons she is the current world #1. So they're not out of it yet. There's still a lot of work to be done, but that was brave, very brave, as Mary was saying it. Such a critical moment.
Yeah, it was 15-40, huh? Don't forget, 15-40, then recovered.
We thought it was going to be 5-2. Well, not yet. No,
no, exactly. You're right.
It's still, if not in the balance, at least offering the S&S team a chance to get back into it. But for Team Amazon, Team Advantage. Where am I going with my Amazon?
Well, not yet, but it will.
No,
you wait.
At some point. Of course, their men lost this afternoon. Chance to get 2 points on the board and boost the hopes of the defending champions. Team Robert Lewandowski, well, some concerns. Their owner, by the way, was in Champions League action last night playing for Barcelona, who drew 2-2. He didn't actually score, but Lewandowski's had another great season, 29 goals. Remarkable player. Polish international, one of the great strikers of all time. Talking of great strikers, we've seen Sergio Aguero here. David Villa is here today.
Well, those shots that when you play it very to the corner, you know, it can make your opponent to struggle, like Lucia now, you know, the player we watch now, is because the ball can bounce and rebounds off the sidewall or the backwall first, and they change complete direction of the shot. So pointing to that area of the court when you play the Vivoras, you know, it could be a very good option. First, because the court is longer, and secondly, because it's unpredictable to your opponents, either if the ball is going to rebound on the sidewall first or the backward first. That one hit the backward first.
It did.
But very first.
By the way, you know, Christina, you were hanging around in the VIP area earlier. Christina, for Spanish television, is interviewing a very famous Spanish actress at the moment. Wait. Yes, we'll find out more about that later. And talking of super strikers playing paddle, I did see some footage last night of Gary Lineker, who was one of England's greatest ever footballers, playing paddle with the current Liverpool manager, Arne Slot. So everyone's at it. Got to say, Lineker's technique didn't look great. Certainly not in comparison to these four.
Wow. Yeah, she reached it.
She got there.
And now they're in troubles. Ari is doing such a great job now, pushing the opponents to the highest. Still amazing. Lucia was a little bit lost there. She was like, "What? I'm watching. You know, what is this about?" But well, she was, you know, a little bit unforced.
But wasn't that a classic example of a point which, you know, swung first one way, then the other? That balance of power kept on shifting, and Ari was doing everything she could to win it for her team. But Araujo gets to 30-15. Serving at 4-3.
Beautiful Chiquita there. Have it to the corner. Amazing.
No. Unfortunately for Lucia Sainz, it's just not quite working, going for a very ambitious short angle with a forehand volley. Not to be. I don't think that's going to help get her percentage up in terms of the vote for player of the match.
You know, it's the time where she should, like, you know, move your feet and try to get on the court, like, and get into the tactics of the game, because, you know, a very short adjustment of your feet can help you out to be positioned better, because you are next to the #1 in the world, and what happens is that, you know, when you are not, you're 100%, this could happen, that you go for 1 or 2 unforced errors that could cost the whole game.
Come on, Lucia.
Very good coverage from Lucia now. Carries on. She's doing the job. Yes, she's doing the job, and it's working perfectly now for this pair, which is going to be what? Another golden point?
Well, it'd be rude
not yet.
to.
Let's see.
Tengo que parar, sí. Es left, ¿vale? It's left. Es left, ¿vale?
It's left.
Tengo que haberlo parado yo antes.
Tell us what's happening here, Mary.
Well, I'm trying to listen because actually I don't really... I think there was a lead because it was the laces undone for, you know, the laces undone from Listen.
¿Cuándo lo has parado? ¿Pero cuándo lo has parado? Vale, pero lo has hecho. Pero ella ha fallado y luego se ha activado. Pero ella ya ha fallado antes de...
Yeah, exactly. But I was right. I was the laces were undone before.
Does that matter?
Oh yeah, of course. If the umpire calls it, you know, for the safe. It's for the safe. It's a very coordinated sport that you can, you know, if she falls over or the ball drops down from your...
So she loses the point because her...
No. It's lead.
Okay.
It's a replay. Because
they
actually,
replay the
in
point.
the middle of the point, the umpire said, hey, stop. Now it's a little bit confusing because all the lights are on. I think the DJ is a little bit lost now because so much information.
He's expecting another golden point.
Yeah, and actually no. It should be all 30-40.
We've got shoelace gate here. And they're still not happy.
No, pero tenían que haber parado el juego.
So why is this row going on, Mary?
The umpire said, well, it's my mistake. He's taking the, you know, the responsibility of what just happened. But the laces were undone and he was looking for the save, you know. But the thing is that now, at this time of the match, at this moment, it's very tough, you know, to take this kind of decisions and actually... You know, no one wants to lose a point.
Pero si el que tiene que cantar LED sos vos, no son las chicas. Porque sabes que lo tenemos claro que las luces te cambian.
Coaches are getting involved as well in this discussion about.
No tiene nada que ver, es lo mismo que si entra una bola en la pista, es un LED de manual.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, coaches always, as I told you, involved in this discussion. And actually, it's a golden point. So actually, it wasn't led. They gave the point. So, hey, and listen, this to Sofia Araujo. If they lose this point, just be ready because she doesn't like this situation at all. So they didn't call led. Actually, they gave the point to Ari Sánchez. On Lucia's side, of course. No way. Atrás revés was a big little mistake from Delphi there, playing to Sofia Araujo. To Lucia's side, sorry. Oh! Ari Sánchez can't believe Lucia neither. This, I promise you, could have been the game changer at that point.
Wow. I mean, it's all happening, and poor old Lucia Sáinz is enduring a torrid time of it out there. Likewise, the umpire. I'm still confused by that whole shoelace issue, Mary.
You know what I mean is that, you know, now I would tell you that Sofia just forgot about what happened. But if Ari and Lucia have won that point, which was a little bit, then perhaps Sofia will go down on her performance just because that point. It could be a complete game changer. But now, I don't know.
Wow.
Let me see. I think could also be a break again, but I'm not sure about that. Let's see what happens.
Well, what we can promise you is that Cristina will have a chance to talk to the winners afterwards, and maybe we can get to the heart of that particular shoelace incident. That was wild.
30-0.
Well, the scoreline wouldn't suggest it, but this has been quite a feisty, memorable second set.
A little bit too much decisions from one side to the other from Delphi Brea. They're choosing to go for lob or another kind of shots that would allow her anyways to recover her position with slightly more time. But if she does it, there might be a reason for that. So, but this 40 love, and it seems that it's not going to be a break. So we're going to have a great end of the match, it seems. But you might be thinking, what a shot. She didn't do that before. Well, it's a lap 40. I mean, it's nothing more to do like perhaps going for a winner or like these kind of shots that perhaps now, if Delphi and Sofia do another good point, it could be that they change the direction of this game and win the set in the match.
Oh. Yes.
Wow, fantastic. Lucia Sáinz is back. She is there helping Magic Ari. This fantastic match.
Well, that lovely little short angle worked this time for the Magician, and I think we're all pleased to see Sáinz come up with something emphatic. She's had a tough night so far, but she could turn things around. Now, let us go courtside because Cristina, who's a fantastic reporter, has been getting to grips with shoegate lace, whatever we want to call it, shoelace gate. I don't know. I'm confused. What's happening down there, Cristina?
Well, actually, it had nothing to do with the shoelace. What happened is that during the point, the lights went on, so some of the players said that they should have stopped the point. And that was the complaint about, not about the shoelace. And then they spoke with the referee, and then they didn't stop the point. So that's what happened in the end. I spoke with Juan Tello from Advantage Scene, and he explained to me, so not a big deal according to them, but it was something that needed some clarification.
Well, thank goodness you're on the spot to give us that clarification, because I was getting in a tangle, in a shoelace tangle. It was all about the lights in the end, Mary.
Yeah, so anything that happens, you know, which is not part of the game, they should be called LED. If there is an umpire and it's a professional match like the one we're watching now, this vertical coverage from Sáinz and Sánchez, a little bit more at the back than at the net. It is paying off at the moment, you know, but not enough to win the match, because this is the game. They have to win if they don't want to go to bed with a big lose today.
Yes. This is the moment for Sáinz to come forward and, well, put aside all her sins, but not there.
From the coaching point of view, never recommended to play a drop shot with your forehand because it's unnatural. The drop shot comes